How about now? God fucking damn it. I've been talking all this time! I've been talking all this time! Holy shit! I was yapping out there! Oh my god, I sounded like a crazy person. I mean, I am, but at the same time, I'm like... Fuck! Well, welcome, meatbag. That's my favorite meatbag right there. What's up, bro? Dab me up. Clamboy, have I added you on my, Discord? Elemental, what's up? I really should add you. You've been here for a long, long time. I'm sure you already know my proclivities and my preferences. The hell? You need a femboy Hellion. Why? Nothing much, just chilling. I don't know. That's like preference, whatever. Oh God. You're a one weird man. Don't tell me you're bi. I don't like bi people. Not because they're bi, but because it's like pick a lane. Like pick a struggle. I mean, I'm not gonna ban you or anything or like aggressively get on your face. No. It's just like pick a struggle, man. Do you want women or men? Which one do you want? And don't be greedy. You want both. See, greed. The amount of greed is my problem. Like, well, you do you then. The hell? Faye, in December 25, acting PNP Chief, Lieutenant General Jose Melencio Nart. The hell is that name? Nartates Jr. met with Israeli Ambassador Dana Kirsch at Camp Grame in Quezon City in 2025 to strengthen police cooperation between the two countries. Oh, they're going global now. Back then, Israel really didn't care about us. But it seems like they're trying to clamp down on anti-Semitism. Because, you know, their feelings are important. Yeah, the only reason why Israel is going global is because they're getting scared of the amount of anti-Semitism that's growing or increasing online, including the Philippines, by the way, in China. So they're building a global network to protect themselves. You know what's gonna happen after that, right? It will only skyrocket. It's always the what do you call this one? Streisand effect. What is Israel doing in the Philippines, having an invested interest in our security lately? Ah, okay. The hell would they want with the third world? So weird. Unless again it had something to do with Palantir. Yeah. We are a third world. The Philippines is a third world. Any natural resources we have is we never tapped. We never tapped into, for some reason. Also because the Philippine government is a bit of a socialist. It's like, oh, we need to own 60% of your corporation. If you are, what do you call this one? An international company. If you're gonna establish yourself in the Philippines, we want 60% of shares. Or 60% of it should be owned by natural-born Filipinos. That's their definition. So, in the end, if you are like, for example, Disney or like fucking iPhone or not iPhone, Apple, or even McDonald's, why would you want a corporation inside of... Ah! Why would you shrimp me, man? Locals in Surigao. Why would you laugh at me? Ah! They're after me, man! Fate. Wait, the text is going up! Negative impact of Israeli tourists in the island, an alarm over the growing presence of Israeli nationals. Yeah, exactly! Exactly! That's my point. It's like, this global movement of Israel for security is more again protecting themselves because of their behavior. Locals and business owners have also expressed concerns over the alleged misconduct of Israeli tourists. Eyewitnesses report various claimed incidences such as harassment of LGBTQ people, including throwing stones at trans women and hurling slurs at bystanders on the streets. There you go. Even they themselves, like, they would say they support the LGBTQ+, but they themselves don't really believe in that. Yeah, we're just chilling. Kiri. I'm just gonna call you Kiri. What you call a group of Batmen? What? What? Oh, our footage! Fuck! You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Not gonna lie. That's pretty good. What do you call a group of Batman at orphanage? Goddamn. If a new presidente who's further to the right, Duterte comes back. It's harder to implement progressive or socialist ideas in the Philippines because we are a third world. So we pretend that we have infrastructure to support the socialist policies that we have, but in reality we don't. We do not. And the wealthy are very, let's say they have like a plan B. Switzerland. Well, Switzerland is kind of turning into a third world. Maybe Poland. Will the police chief draft all Israeli tourists go after those who inject and mutilate kids? No. No. Why do you think Israel is such a beacon of haven for, you know, PDF files? They wouldn't admit it, but it is. Like, it's not a hot take for me, okay? I'm just regurgitating what I read. So if you're gonna attack me for what I'm saying right now, you might want to attack the very people who are doing it. But of course, they always shoot the messenger. Again, everything I'm telling you is what I read from the internet, not me, personally. Like, what the hell am I gonna do? I'm just an android. Why are you booing me? Boo them! Not me! What the fuck? You forget how distracting this is. What the fuck? Yeah, it's them again. And their feelings are more important than our privacy. Or freedom of speech. But insulting or anti-Semitic remarks are not covered by the freedom of speech. Actually, it is. It is. Consequences as well. You can't go out of your way to ruin someone's life. I really hated that. It's like, oh, you're free to say what you want, but you're not free from consequences. I'm like, what the fuck? You just contradicted yourself. Do you even know the definition of fucking freedom? No, they don't. Freedom is free from restraint. And what is consequences but restraint? Derek. Derek. PMC, 1989. And, I'm gonna file you. I'm gonna try to find out what you are. Well, I would say I do like Israel in some way. Like, they managed to dominate the world. I have respect for them. You have to respect your enemy. What is it? Sun Tzu's Art of War. You cannot belittle the Israelis. They're actually good. My lawyer advised me not to say the jokes that I have story. Yeah, they're very good lawyers, not gonna lie. I would hire a Jewish lawyer, sorry, if I needed one. They're very good at it. And I'm not saying this disparagingly. I'm saying this with admiration. Possibly. Robert! Yuka, Sun Tzu said, meme your enemies till they cry. Yeah! Do it! Which is so funny. Like, you're offended. With words. Meanwhile, you're out there blowing up Palestine. Come on. I've seen the videos. Uh, 8 hours. We're going 8 hours. You're gonna take Arab lawyers. Why? They're not really good. And I don't think they do exist. Like, Jewish lawyers and American lawyers or black lawyers. There's that. And Italian ones too. Mexican lawyers too. I think my lawyer is Mexican for immigration. When it does settled, you'll know it was about the third temple. What do you mean by that? Don't worry, pizza guy. We got 8 hours. Come on, man. I'm not gonna go anywhere. Cross operator. I heard of a case where this guy's Jewish lawyer took his case, where his landlord is charging him unfairly for $20,000. His landlord ended up owning the guy for $40,000. Oh, god damn! What a switcheroo! That's why I admire the Jews. It's like they're really good at what they're doing. As much as it is evil, they're doing it in broad daylight. I mean, look at Bill Gates. Although I don't know if Bill Gates is Jewish, maybe honorary one. Literally creating bioweapons. Fucking Lone Star tick in the mosquito. Lawyers, what details do I have? What angles can I argue from? Can I create more details that will work in mitigation of my client at the expense of the prosecution? I mean, that's what they're really good at. They're really good at that. There is a term for it. They're good at subjugation or something. You're not dumb. Your father's side is all true. Why would you hit me? Come on!
Oh, Chinita.
Yo, great, what's up? Great. You're on your phone, aren't you? I can't hear you.
Hello.
Hello!
She muted herself, so I can't hear her right now.
Okay. Again, don't get mad at me for the topic. Again, I'm just reading off of what I read on Twitter. I'm just the messenger. Which is, I think, it's a lost art in America. It's like, opinions are just opinions. They eventually will not change a nation unless, of course, you're Trump. Like, you know, POTUS.
Somebody powerful.
Yeah, somebody, like, influential. Again, it really depends on the influence. Like, what? Political. Or like Asmongold, perhaps, is the best one. You feel bad for me when I'm on Twitter. Yeah, I'm mostly triggered all the time on Twitter. I really told my boss we should just extinguish that Twitter. Ah! Oh my god, I am so sorry. Bruh. Bro, I am so
When
sorry.
She notice? Even when I came in, I was like, "Ah, she's muted right now, so I can't hear
I'm
her."
sorry, man.
Alright, what are we doing today, girly?
I'm just chilling with it.
Okay.
I'm just chilling with Chad. I'll probably
Yeah.
watch a few videos later.
Okay.
Gypsy Crusader. I wonder how that guy is right now. Again, they're putting people in prison for saying the N-word. I find that ridiculous.
It's
Meanwhile,
either a touchy subject or isn't.
it's not really a like a touchy subject, because like it's a past news already, like old news. Nobody cares about it now. I'm just saying that the idea.
Still do.
Well, they can leave, or I can just ban them.
Oh, here? Oh, no issues here.
Yeah. Training for his next boxing match. Ah, wait. Didn't they go to prison? He's still doing things. If you know,
Don't
you know.
say- Don't say that.
I'm not saying that.
Don't say
I'm
that
being
one.
extra careful today. Although, like,
That one-
I'm like surprised I managed to able to speak my mind out without like stuttering like a bitch.
And because of that person is getting a 5-minute ban. Or a 5-minute
Break.
timeout.
I mean, it's Frost Operator though. Ah!
A minute.
Okay, that tastes like cum. But it's only usual!
Now it tastes like pussy.
I'm not gay, bro. What the fuck?
You got shrimped. What do you mean?
I'm not gay! I'm not gay! What the fuck?
Nothing like the taste of shrimp and pussy.
Okay, hate monger! Hey, I love hate monger. Out of all of the characters there, hate monger is awesome. Okay, see you later, pizza guy.
Bye, pizza. Have a good shift.
They're gonna come back. They're gonna come back. They always
okay.
come.
They always come.
I'm not gay. I just admire the female form from time to time.
Oh, flashbang incoming, I think.
Maybe. What happened?
Before I do that... Oh, hello.
Pizza guy. What's that?
I appeared.
Well, fuck! Well, I didn't do
Yes,
shit!
flashbang
We're
incoming.
not even
Oh my
playing
God.
it! We're not
Flashbang
playing
incoming!
it! Ah! We're not even playing a game!
What do you mean? We're always...
Ah! Why are you guys doing this to me? Fuck you, pizza guy! But see you later!
Have a good shift. Bye! Because I missed you, happy my character ended up in another art piece. Oh!
Ah! Well, I mean, hey. You supported me financially, so you deserve something.
Yeah.
The hell is that? Urura. That sweet sound from the RAM.
Oh, he's doing the Uda charge from JoJo's.
The fuck is that?
Uda!
Ah, okay, the punching.
Yes.
They're out here beating me. What is this abusive relationship we have, Chad? I'm sucking your floor. Why do you do this to me? How am I making it easy? Well, I'm on the floor, so I guess. You know what? I shouldn't. Yeah, I'm not even gonna go there. Frost operator, I'm not reading that.
Oh, does he require another timeout?
No. It's more of go ahead and look at it.
Oh.
What a paragraph, man!
Let's see.
No, it's not a paragraph. It's just one sentence. What a sentence!
It's a what a sentence. Damn, chat be horny today.
I know, right?
Hello.
And what did I
Apple
do?
food.
I didn't do anything. Like, I'm not even lewd. You're
I'm
dumb
tired,
to
so
hell
I can't-
again.
I don't have enough energy to be lewd today.
Maybe. Maybe. Although when my husband wakes me up, they always say, "Oh, you look cute," and I'm like, "Bro, I just woke up. What the fuck?"
I do that to my girlfriend all the time.
I don't understand you men. I literally look like I'm Sadako from fucking The Grudge when I wake up because of my fucking long hair.
Your man is allowed to call you cute at any point during your day. Prompted or not.
But, well, I guess so. Yeah, The Ring, The Grudge.
And it shouldn't be weird when he says it.
It doesn't really, like, get tiring to hear, but at the same time, I'm like,
You question his
questioning
choices. Questioning choices.
Apple Ninja. What, streaming on 10 a.m.? Well, you're in America. What do you mean 10 a.m.?
It's still 10 a.m.
Maybe for wait. Where would you be? Like state? LA.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
It's 10 o'clock for him. It's also 10 o'clock for me.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay. Okay. You have been called.
Time zones, baby.
I mean, hey, at least your job isn't gonna be boring today. I mean, sorry, your ear. Or your phone. Oh yeah, great. What the fuck is going on? Fucking like names in Canada. What's going on there?
Which lakes are you talking about?
I think they're saying like the
Lake
naming
Erie,
convention. The naming convention
Lake Erie,
in those lakes.
like Superior, like what? Tabonak.
This doesn't sound so weird.
That's actually a swear word in Canadian French.
Which one?
Tabonak.
What does it mean? What does it
There's
mean?
actually no good translation for that one. Because most of theirs is like.
You're the professional Canadian here. You're the Canadian here. In Washington, home of the forest fires.
Yeah, it's made its way up to Canada right now. The smoke, I hate it.
There's this one video of a goose chasing down the street somewhere in Asia. I'm sure that happens a lot. I don't know why it's funny. Well, I mean, it's funny because it's a small thing, right? And it's chasing a human.
Goose are not small. Goose are not small.
How big are they?
The size of your ass. They can be.
Okay. That is big. Why did I have a mental image where I put it on... What the fuck? I'm not fat. Figuring there's so much rain.
They can be the size of your... From basically your thigh to about your ass. So, yeah.
Alright, there, okay. Goddamn!
Sometimes...
Elemental, I
sometimes-
would admit,
Okay.
it's not a blessing. Well, we usually say that for something that we don't have, but I'm saying it's like I easily bruise, and if I hit like yeah, and if I hit like the corner of the table or a chair, usually it will last like fucking 3 to 4 days, and I look like I got beat up by my husband.
Have your husband rub it better.
Actually, it kind of like turns it green.
Yeah.
Reddish green because of all the touching.
He's supposed to rub it better.
Come on, don't say it like that, damn. You have big thighs, it's hard to wear jeans. What are you, a woman?
Wait. I mean...
Man, D-Sing hits hard on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Eh?
Especially when your internet's inconsistent.
That is true. Oh, we got a void here! No, but since I have... Oh my god! It feels super uncomfortable to sit down with them in no space. Lose the weight, fat boy! Yeah, lose the weight, fat boy. I'ma bully you
Boss.
until morale improves.
Ross, I'm gonna have to vet that before you posted any link on here.
Yeah.
So no, Frost.
Never mind. Oh my god. Yeah, if it's gonna break TOS, don't do that. Again, if this were really a free country, we should have been able to, but we're under Twitch.
Oh,
They hit me with a marine.
okay.
Oh, you like that, don't you? God damn it! You're not supposed to agree with me with that. What the hell is wrong with you, man? He agreed with me. He's like, yup. Neon, you're behind the times. It's no longer called fat shaming. Because most of those people are dead. They're dead! Well, other than... Who was that? Mukbang. There was this...
You know, it's also really... Oh, well, go ahead. Finish.
Nico... I forgot their name. They love wearing this red shirt. And apparently they're like a gifted violinist.
Oh. Because I was about to say is like, oh yeah, no, if you're ashamed of how fat you are, just take GLP.
What is that?
Oh, the oxy, the fat thing, the fat burning.
Yeah.
That they-
Is it really fat burning or is it like curbing your hunger?
One or the other. I don't know, cause
I
What
think
was
the
it?
other one just like covers up your hunger so you don't eat as much.
what was it? One of acquaintance of mine are taking it, but the problem is it's making their face look extra saggy.
Yeah, because it's like extreme loss of weight. Meanwhile, I get accused of that in the gym because it took me like 6 months to lose the weight.
Oh, it took me like 3 months to lose 80 pounds.
Yeah, me at that like 6 months and more.
Okay.
And they're like, "Oh, are you using that? What did I call it? Ozempic thing?" I'm like, if I use that, my ass would like flop. Apparently, women who have like, you know, a rump, if they use Ozempic, it will sag. The Ozempic sag, as they would call it. And I don't have that.
Ozempic sags the ass, and GLP-9 or something sags the face.
Yeah, there. I have none of that issue. I mean, all I did is shut the fuck up. Put the fork down. That's all I did. And, you know, lose an organ.
I have new stretch marks now that are from muscles getting bigger.
Damn. I think that's a good thing. Especially for men.
My biceps look like they have tiger stripes.
God damn. It seems that burning it off is just better all around. Yes. That's from the excess skin from years of stretching. Don't take any pills for weight loss. Yes, don't.
Mm-hmm.
You're only ruining your liver. And I say this because I experienced it
And kidneys.
when I was in high school. I tried the
Don't
weight
forget your
loss
kidneys.
pills.
Don't
Oh,
forget
you know,
your
I'm high
kidneys.
schooler.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah. And I really am like very what do you call this one? There's a word for it. I really didn't like my shape. I'm not fat, but because of my bottom half, it's like, you know,
Oh, body
big.
dysphoria.
Fat ass. And back in the day, oh my god, I'm saying that. Like in the 2000s, is like having a fat ass is like it's not pleasing, because it's like a sign of obesity back in the day. Nowadays, it's like everyone's just raving about it. You think there's so much space to just run wherever I want, so that helps. Ah, good for you, Elemental. I need to get the... Which one? You told me not to take the weight loss pills, and now you're gonna take them. You're gonna ruin your liver. But anyway, yeah, it's not fat phobic anymore. The fat phobic era is gone. Most of them are dead. And Ozempic exists. So there you go. Like, also, I think the problem is people keep using it, like, consecutively is the word for it, right? It's like they're using it consecutively, and the rapid weight loss makes them sag. But then again, you could just take Ozempic to start it off, and then maybe space it out instead of taking it consecutively. Apple. You mean like the influencer tried to make Spirit Airlines conform to her standards and actually got them to do it briefly? Ah, yeah. That one that that insisted that plus size people fly free.
Plus size people for two.
It's all about selfishness when it comes to like most fat people. I've
They
noticed
should do
this.
that at Disneyland too.
I'm sorry, man.
They should do that at Disneyland too. Charge them for two.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Apple. I've greeted you a while ago. Unless I forgot. I probably forgot. Am I gaslighting myself?
It's funny because I didn't hear the first part of apple. I heard pull at the end, so I thought you said high nipple.
Apple, you're human, right? You do have a nipple, right? Apple.
High nipple.
Apple, you're human, right?
Now his full name is Hide Nipple Ninja. Great.
You're not a sin scum, right? Nah, we're okay with sins around here. Who then was on body cam getting kicked out of a hospital and getting arrested? I know that woman! It's the same woman! With the airline thing. Again, it's selfishness. Yeah, clan boy. My man! No, clam boy. I'm sorry, not clam boy. Apple. No, you don't. I'm good. Although you need to check this captcha. I'm sure you will not fail this test.
Funny.
It does taste like cum. I'm feeling it, guys. I think the cold season is coming. Coming.
Well, Leon, what the hell? Whoa!
Oh, what the fuck? Leon, what the hell are you talking about?
You know what? I wouldn't worry about it. Okay.
What do you feed your husband? Well, for lunch, I did tell him to just, like, eat at the Chinese restaurant. And,
Oh, but then he...
when?
I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna say, like, oh yeah, but he's gonna forget his Chinese takeout at home.
God damn it! What, his seafood galore?
It must taste like pussy.
Son of a bitch, I wash, okay? Jesus Christ. Since that usually determines the taste more or less. Yeah, more Asian dishes. I've cooked, like, salted egg chicken.
Oh, his cum has tasted like salted egg chicken before.
God damn it, no!
Because you keep saying things
No,
taste like cum.
come on!
I see you, Elemental. I see you.
By the way, how do you know, Elemental? Elemental, how do you know? Are you a woman? I'm gonna reverse this. Instead of men, like, always accusing VTubers as men, I'm gonna accuse chat as a woman. So, Elemental, are you a foreign? No. I'm gonna turn it around to you guys. You identify as an attack helicopter. Well, speaking of helicopters. And you can hear about it on the internet. Eh? You identify as a sniper. What? You're gonna have, like, dozens of piss jar?
No, it was a good job, mate.
And you have an Australian accent. A T90M tank. Yeah, I know a little bit of, they call it this one. Team Fortress 2 lore. Only because of that one movie that they released, like really creepy stuff, like about the teleporter.
Oh, it gives people cancer.
No, it's like something to do with the soul and the soul. Shit.
Teleporting bread. Ah, what are those? Those are chumas.
No, more like their soul is like something like dreadful with the machine that keeps resurrecting them over and over.
Also because you're breaking down cells and then sending them over like a...
No, you need to watch it because I cannot explain it to you, but it has something to do with the machine. Not
okay.
Cancer, none of that. That's like child play compared to what the movie actually. Yeah, that one.
Are you sending them through the warp?
And Mrs. Blue. Like it's like you know those programs they use to animate the characters.
Oh, like, oh.
I do know it.
No, it's still not okay yet. It hasn't arrived. My PC hasn't. My motherboard has not arrived yet, so I need to wait.
Where did you buy yours?
Oh, I'm just buying an old thing because I'm just.
You're just buying
So
an
it's
old.
Filmmaker.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just buying it. Yeah. Old
Yeah, that source filmmaker. But anyway, yeah, that's where I know TF2 because of that. Although I didn't actually watch the whole thing because apparently it's like split up in episodes. So I watched someone explain what it was.
It's like, yeah, the lore is wild.
The lore is wild. I don't want to know. Like, as much as I play FPS, FPS is not really my interest.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, like Arma, for example, because there's a lot more to do than just killing, right? But most of the time I find myself like asking myself, it's like, why do you guys love this thing? It's like you're doing the same thing over and over again. Except Arman. Because there's some clown shit going on every fucking time. So it's fun.
I mean, we spin the rat wheel for a reason, girly, and we sometimes enjoy it because it sometimes gives us dopamine. That's why
Yeah,
we keep
but
spinning
to
rat
me,
wheel.
it kind of like drives me insane. Like, Tarkov is funny. Tarkov is funny because it's like not every time that you're geared up, everything is gonna end up the same.
Nope.
Captain Gerald. Actually, we can make a private server in Arma 3. I don't think I would have the money for that. And even then, I think that's Nymphy's thing. We should play TF2 some. I don't want to, man. Like, TF2 is such an old game. If not FPS, what's your preference? Good question. Have you heard of a game called Candy Crush? God damn, I don't know how much money I spent on that bullshit.
Why did you spend money at all?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of dumb.
Unk.
Unk.
Oh, how am I young? Also, Love in Deep Space. Although, I don't have money anymore, so... I stopped playing that game! All doesn't mean bad. I mean, you're right, you're right. She called it TFT bad chat. Shake my head. I'm not saying it's a bad game, okay? I like the lore behind it. Well, that one, the Emesis Blue. That one was pretty good. Nymphomaniac. Haven't seen them stream in a while. Yeah. I know Nymphy. She's been busy all summer. They might have been deployed. Then they work for the National Guard or something. God damn it, stop! Yeah, the new Helldivers 2 sub-faction still scares me. She did aviation.
Oh, she did.
What's her MOS?
Let's not ask about that. Because that's
Oh, right. Yeah. Identifier. The hell is that? Infery heart shot. Eh? Ah, Infers. Okay. The demon lady. Yeah, I wouldn't bother about that. I hate those necromancers. cross with Tyranid Warrior with Gene Stealer. The new faction, okay. I've seen, like, someone complaining about it on Twitter. But make no mistake, I do play FPS still. Like, for example, I've fallen in love with the Skitari. Although, unfortunately, there's so many femboys in there. It's like, apparently, if you're a woman in Skitari culture, you wouldn't even have memories. You know, it's like, the body dimorphism doesn't exist in Skitari culture. They're all fucking twinks. Is that a bad thing entirely? No, not really, because, you know, you're cute. But at the same time, I'm like, where are the women? I'm not gay, but damn. Yeah, that is the one time I'll let my progressivism show. Like, where are the women? Where? In the body dimorphism is like, come on. Why does their leader have a dump truck? Literally have a dump truck. And it's a dude.
Guys can have dump trucks too.
Yeah, but I haven't seen one.
You've never seen my ass.
No, I've seen your ass. I've seen your ass. I'm saying Skitari.
You haven't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Skitari.
You haven't
I'm
seen what
referring to the
recent-
Skitari.
You haven't seen my ass recently.
I don't have to. I can imagine it. Those fuckers on the new planets will make me yelp.
Leon, why are you asking?
The hell is the DDR5?
He's asking about RAM.
Oh! Reverend Skitari is my favorite. I'm not familiar with I'm not familiar with that character. Just so much shrimp here, man! Stop! They pounce like out of nowhere. What do you mean by that? Captain, what do you mean by that? The Skitari pouncing on you. Rawr. You were aiming for the basket in front. Those necromubs, they jumped on it. Those, you're still talking about Helldivers. Yeah, you missed so much, you're hitting me. Your aim is bad. You might want to recalibrate then. What if you had a girlfriend, huh? Don't tell me you can't aim. And you better not aim for number 2. What are you, gay? Optical sensors require maintenance. Oh, I'd actually try if I had one, Hellion, don't worry. All of you are young, okay? Don't worry. Once all this insanity is over, I'm sure you guys will get laid soon. No, for real, no, I was stuck with... You know my story. I was stuck in a rut myself. Fucking neat Floyd. Marries a veteran and fucking Walmart. Oh, and by the way, some drunk took me $1,000 in Philippine peso. Hey, I mean, hey, I'm not complaining with the blessing, man. Come on. Pinagpala ka ng Diyos. Wag kang magreklamo. 1,000 pesos yan. Bakit ka magreklamo sa Diyos? What do you mean, pinagpala? Pinagpala! Ano ba? Pinagpala
Okay,
is you were blessed.
It's because it's Polish.
Yeah, it's pinag. Pala. There. That's how you read it. Pinagpala. Kurva. I don't know why that's censored.
Why is that censored?
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me figure that out. Excuse me. Oh! What?
What?
Oh, it's a slang for
What? Bitch.
women of the night.
Yeah, it's a
Women of the
bitch.
night.
It's not really wild. Again, I really don't understand people, especially in the West. Their
It's also-
sensitivity for such slangs, or what do we call this one?
Minor profanity.
Yeah, profanity. Wow, great,
it's-
thank you.
It's also in tandem with English saying fuck a lot. So
Yeah, it doesn't match their actions from their words. Like, even with the sensitivity with the slurs, it's like, bro, I'm gonna laugh with you, even if I know you're like trying to, you know, rage bait me. And it's so funny. It's like, guys, please be consistent. Is there really freedom of speech or not? Stop hitting me! You know what? Sometimes I'm stupid because of you guys! You guys keep hitting me with an MRE! My brain cells are fucked! My brain cells are fucked! Okay? Stop fucking my brain cells! Are you Japanese or something? What? What the fuck? It's not even time!
okay, who's throwing things and being a brat? Who needs a timeout?
No, it's different individuals. It's okay.
Okay, so we know what comes in on a monthly basis. How much did the household spend last month?
Oh, we're watching Philippine.
She looks Filipino, not gonna lie. Or probably Hawaiian.
Probably like 7,000.
Yeah, because you're the knowledgeable one, right?
36,000?
Or who's the knowledgeable
I
one?
want to see it in real time.
Sorry. Yeah, sure. Share my screen. There you go.
Yeah.
What about the household finances?
Me.
Okay.
I look at it more often than she does.
You look at it more often. 7,000 came in.
She's a lesbian.
14,000 or 14,000 came in. 7,000 went out. So you only spent half.
Taco Tuesday means something else.
Jesus.
Hey, I mean, I'm not a hater.
Wouldn't debt be paid down though, if only half was spent?
You
or
would
where would it
think.
go? I would think, which is why I just said it. So please tell me.
Yeah, I don't. Sometimes I say the darndest things. Like I do catch myself saying something like that. But you're thinking that. Yes, that's why they're saying it because that's what they think. Oh, never mind.
What?
Tell me how that
Yeah, I said something like that.
Well,
works.
okay, so
Oh.
we went on a big trip.
That is spending. That would count towards money going out. Do you not count that?
No, it just
No, not yet, Leon. Leon, calm your dick. Calm your throbbing dick. It's not yet. She's not punchable yet. Maybe later. We'll find out.
it just count bills.
Okay, let's reassess.
You said household expense.
I did not. I said what went out versus what.
You are her Hellion, be glad. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Elemental. I do try to be, like, as much as, like, transparent with the expenses. With my, supporters. Like, okay, this is how much I got. This is what I bought with it. This is the material that we're gonna spend the money on. And, you know, everyone is aware of how much I'm earning. Well, not all of it, but at least for me, like the projects that involve me. So there, I try to be transparent as much as I can. Because I'm not good with money. Okay? Me, personally, if you give me $1 million, I probably just wasted it on fucking banana
Love and Deep Space.
in Love in Deep Space.
Bananas in Love and Deep Space. Ooh.
Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! Thank you for fucking me up, man! You bitch! Prove it. Someone give Hellion $1 million. Oh my god! You guys are wild. You know that, right?
What came in? I did not say household expenses.
Okay, well,
it wasn't
our
that. I've
household
never said
expense
that.
is like 7,000. But then
Congratulations.
we also
I would also I'd like to reassess this. Okay. What went out? How much went out? Boom. Household income. That's probably what I said. Household income. How much went out?
I'm telling you, probably like $65,000, $7,000.
That doesn't make sense. You just told me the household expenditures are $7,000.
Well, you're supposed to
said
make
you-
it make sense.
You said you went
the
on a
fuck?
trip.
We did, and it was great.
Okay, that would probably mean the money went out is more than just your household expenses. So how much do you think went out? How much do you think went out? How much do you think went out?
$10,000
Okay. Where did it
Everything around us so
go?
much.
to the trip. I just told
Where'd you go?
To the Philippines.
Ah, she's a Filipina! Kind of embarrassing.
Maybe.
Is that where you're from?
No, she said Philippines.
Yes,
but
I'm
He's
Filipino.
asking where the
Okay.
Yeah, she's Filipino! There you go. She's from the
I was
Philippines.
waiting for her to finish it so that you can then say that.
I already have an assumption. And again, assuming isn't bad, okay? Regardless of who says that assuming is bad. I'm sorry, but that's a survival instinct that America has denied for decades, okay?
Full bread.
Congratulations.
Thanks. It's pretty great.
So, yeah, it was $25,000.
But wait, it's not that expensive to spend a holiday in the Philippines.
She went to all the resorts, I think.
Oh, that would explain. Like, if you're gonna be very, very good with your money, you could spend on a hotel that's not that expensive. Like, if I remember, it's like SM has like a hotel now. It's very cheap. Like, you know, in respect with dollar or compared to the US dollars. So it wouldn't take you like 7,000. Ah! Wait! The plane tickets probably ate up most of it. The plane ticket is like
Couple.
fucking 3,000 something if you book it like
Couple thousand.
yeah. So
Welcome
okay, so plane tickets they might have cost like what 1,600 or like depending on when she booked it, probably like $2,000 or something. SMDC, there you go. Yeah, Captain knows. She's spending more than she earns with the frequent trips.
Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Mabuhay! Welcome to Philippines. Hoy! 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 Gag! Medyo matigas yung dila ko ngayon. Ano pa?
What's $25,000?
That's the number that was spent. That's what went out.
Last month?
Last month.
No. We don't even make that much money. What do you... No.
That's the point. That's
Somebody-
the conversation we're having.
Somebody miscalculated.
What are you on here for? What are you on the show for?
To fix finances, Caleb, and to save my marriage before
Then why
it's
the
doomed.
did you just say that? Because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Because there's no way. We don't even make that much money a month.
That's the point. You're in debt.
Yeah, you're so close to understanding the hole you dug yourself into, but because you're a dumb foid, you couldn't even recognize you're saying essentially the problem! You're the problem, bitch! Oh my god! Fuck!
You put more on debt. Your debt went up.
My fucking ovaries, man!
You mean like on credit cards?
That is a debt.
Everything.
Leon? Pwede na. Sapakin mo na. Leon! Sapakin mo na! It's your time to shine! I want you to snap your fingers and make it all go away, Caleb. Yeah, I have a feeling that these people actually go to the show just to make it seem like they actually care about their finances.
Oh no, they also get paid too, by the way.
Really?
They do get, some of them actually do get paid to go and get on there and like be content.
God damn. Only, I think, just so that Caleb covered his ground. It's like, hey, you can't sue us. We paid you for your talent to come here. To be a fucking local. They do.
Contract and contract.
You've
They
seen
do
a
get
bunch of his stuff. Ah, okay, well, good for them, I suppose. Like, good for them. Because they really need his help. But it doesn't, like, paint them to be a good person, because if you're gonna be an asshole in the beginning, I'm like... God damn.
What kind of person did you guys find? I'm concerned
Okay,
that
help me
she
out
doesn't
here.
have... No. I'm concerned she doesn't have the mental bandwidth for a conversation involving numbers. That's the... Like credit cards? Yes, like credit cards. Are you kidding me right now? What are we talking about?
Well, because you asked how much came in and then you asked how much went out. So I thought
Are
you
you
meant like
pranking me
checking
or
account.
are you stupid?
Neither.
No. Oh. Just admit you're stupid. Come on. It is very easy to just admit you don't know what's going on, then claiming you know what's going on, and then get lambasted at the end and proven that you're actually stupid. Yeah, it's better to I don't know anything. You might as well tell
Fool's
me.
pride, was it? Yeah, fool's pride.
Fool's pride. Yeah. This is why I'm like, I don't know. Teach me. Because it's easier that way. They'll teach you. They're willing. They're willing to teach you. So you might as well tell them you don't know what's going on. Rather than, oh, I already been here. I know the system. Oh, really? You know the system? Okay. I'll leave you alone.
Oh,
And you fuck up.
go ahead.
It'll be on you.
You are the
Is
product
she
of your
on
own
board?
failures.
Yeah. At least when you tell them you don't know, you're also partially making them responsible for your safety and, training. Because if your leader is bad at commanding you in doing what you need to do, they're partially to be blamed for it. Their leadership. So there, you're spreading the blame. Fucking obvious.
Or to get the finances fixed.
Like
What have you guys talked about money-wise now?
that we need to get our shit together.
Yeah, I feel like you said that.
I did say that.
Cool. Where's her head?
Common Roomba speaks facts. You know how many times I have a lot of enemies for doing that? They call me a pick-me. They call me a pick-me because I've always thought that way. Or a lesbian, whichever.
They hated you because you spoke the truth.
Yeah. Whichever is insulting. Either like, oh, you must be a fucking lesbian if you think like that. Or you're fucking pick-me.
Everybody
She's-
jumps into insults.
They're not even insults. Well, for other than a lesbian part, I'm not gay. I like cock. Okay.
Mhm.
They hated the Roombas for speaking the truth. Yes. Yes, they do.
That's also
Oh.
a line from the Bible.
Oh, really?
They hated Jesus because he spoke the truth.
Ah, okay. Okay. Ah, Captain General, you are smart. Matalino ka pa ng bata.
Hopefully on board. I don't.
Oh my... Yeah, did they leave you? The other marriages? Did they leave you?
No, I left. Rude. I filed for the divorces. Probably not.
You filed for the divorces? Are
Something
you
to be
sure you
proud
didn't
of.
just get like lost from the house?
Yes.
Okay, fine. You left, whatever. What is the conversation that you guys have? You don't even know. You don't even know where she's at, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Not 100%. Like we.
Why? Why not listen to her, or does she not talk? What is the state of this conversation? I need some kind of insight.
I would admit that our pride as women is what keeps us from opening up to our partner. It's because we really think that you should know what we feel. So I would catch myself doing this still, because I don't know, maybe I'm built like this, okay? But at the same time, I'm old enough to, oh my god, I'm calling myself old. But I'm like, I admit I'm becoming aware enough to admit that, hey, I'm not feeling good about this whole thing. Could we stop or change something? But that comes with age, I suppose. Great.
Self-awareness does come with age.
Yeah.
Self-awareness does come with age.
Or a part of my dad is rubbing off of me, which is why I'm a tomboy. Is because there are times where even my own friends would tell me, "Oh, you've been quiet," and what seems to be the problem? I would tell them, like, no, nothing's wrong. I'm fine. People hate the truth and context because that kills the outrage. You know what? My mom is kind of like that. But she's not ignorant. It's more of her, her love for drama. I like drama too, but I don't like drama in my life, if you know what I mean. Fifth Venom is just like chilling. Just being a vibe. The whole idea of calling someone a pick-me makes me think the insulter cannot interact with the opposite sex without seeing them as a person. Oh my god! Okay, you do have a point. Holy shit. Yeah, you know what? Usually people who say that are like e-whores. Or like, progressives. Although I'm one. It's like, everything is transactional. So to them, if you're trying to understand the opposite gender, it's almost like they can't see themselves beyond being something to be used.
That sounds very transactional.
You're blowing my mind, bro. Stop fucking with my brain. You're blowing my mind. Wait. Okay, now that I think about it. Blowing.
We just talk about it sometimes, but finances are a hard conversation. So like we don't budget or anything. We're really big on convenience.
On what?
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Guys, it's easy to replicate Campbell's suit. You can thank a man for that. Well, I can thank a man for that when he has. Okay. Campbell's soup is garbage, right? And you can replicate it by just cooking it yourself. I have leftover mushroom soup from yesterday. And it was delicious. And I'm gonna just reheat it later with milk. I'm good. Unlike if you go to the grocery and buy 2 cans of fucking what? 3D printed chicken.
Okay.
Flesh printed.
I'll get you guys.
Yeah. And apparently even the CEO of Campbell won't eat their own product, so that pretty much tells you what's in their fucking soup. It's probably full of chemicals.
Obviously, on my budgeting app, make sure you guys download it. Link in the description below. I'll get you that for free, the premium version for free, and everyone that gets the premium version gets a signed cookbook mailed directly to them. So, yeah, you get that, and then you guys.
Wait, Clanboyd, are you Pinoy? Sisig is such a very Pinoy concept of a dish. Tastes like cum! I'm sorry, I'm starting my own snot. Clanboyd, I didn't know you know sisig. American Texan. Nimby shared a recipe in her server and you wanted to try it yourself. Ah, okay. Good for you. I mean, good on you. Sorry. Those are 2 entirely different things. Elemental. Ew!
Can budget, but my concern is through this conversation you're not actually able to tell me how these conversations go. You say they're difficult because they're money. How do they go? Walk me through the last conversation.
Why is she quiet?
How long ago was it? I know it might be difficult for you to remember more than a week ago.
He's very nice. This woman is overreacting.
Oh my.
We don't talk about money. It's just like, okay, we have $2,000 left in the account.
This world is broken.
After bills are paid, so
you say you want to get out of debt, and you told me you guys talk about it. I just want to know what her opinion is. What's her fucking opinion?
She agrees. She agrees that we're and that we have to change habits, but we don't.
Do you guys agree on what you have to do?
Yes, but
what is it?
But
I feel like, well, obviously we have to budget.
It's a good first step.
So
what? What?
I feel like I see our finances with a little bit more reason than she does, and she likes to spend unreasonably.
So she's not willing to cut back?
Yes, she said she is. I just haven't seen it.
Have you cut back?
Yeah. Spending is like a fucking dopamine rush, to be honest. Like, that's why if you gave me $1 million, I'd probably blow it Because, you know, I don't know, I like shopping. She doesn't remember, doesn't she? I thought that was her. The timing of the burn when she opened her mouth was hilarious. Gray died. Taking a call. Okay.
Yes.
I feel like you probably haven't.
Well, not this month, no.
Why not this month?
We just got back from vacation. I'm still on vacay mode.
When did you get back?
Like 2 weeks ago.
Philippines, it's expensive travel, but it's cheap when you're there. So it's like, what 2 weeks?
Yeah. The point I brought up again. It's cheaper to spend a holiday in the Philippines because of the exchange. So it's kind of weird that she would be like $10,000 in debt for going on a trip, of $7,000 in debt and for going to the Philippines. How is your back feeling today? Well, I mean, it hurts a little. Why? Not, you know, crippling pain, but, you know, sore. That's not just getting back. What the fuck? I know, right?
2 weeks? Vacay mode? Is this the new stupid version of birthday month that I'm being
Well, we did
Berated
spend
with?
our birthdays over there, and we were also there for
How long are you guys there?
3.5 weeks.
That's a long.
God damn! A whole month. Well, almost a whole month.
I get the other side of the world being longer than normal because it's a long trip.
It's an 18-hour flight.
Exactly, but you're back. It's time to buckle up.
Yes,
Tighten the belt.
but
You had your vacation. You guys have an insane amount of debt. If I don't start going through this debt, we're never getting out of here. Okay. All right. Where do you think your household? Do you know what that means? It means you and her. Okay. Where do you think your score would be financially? 0 to 10, 0 being the worst, 10 being the best. 10 is a number, so 0. You can give 10 numbers in between there.
5.
5. Okay.
5.
Have you
5.
seen this show?
Yes, I've seen the show all the time. Actually, you're welcome.
Were you closing your ears and eyes while it was playing near you? You think you're a 5? This
Yes.
is the one of the biggest stacks of. Okay, guys, if you want your hammer financial score and you're not a fucking moron, sorry. Go to calebhammer.com and you can also click the link in the description.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be fucking like 0, man. I'm not even earning anything. Of course, it's sore when it's supporting 20 kilograms in front. What? It's not even that heavy! What the fuck do you mean? She does know he's gonna look at it, right? Usually, well, you know, stupidity is very great. Ignorance is bliss kind of thing. Ignorance is bliss kind of thing. Why would I weigh my tits? Why? The fuck is wrong with you guys? You want me to bust out a fucking kitchen way and put one of my tit on it? What is wrong with you guys?
Below and take the assessment, see where you stand financially. If you want to come down here to Austin, Texas, we'd be happy to have you. Go to calebhammer.com/apply. All right. Okay. Sure. Let's.
For information, for science. Sign. No, then I dox myself.
Talk about this stuff. Oh, good. What? No, we're just starting with like a fucking insane balance. We do spend $25,000 a month somehow.
We
Crazy.
don't.
Shut the fuck.
What?
Yes, you do. That's literally what you do.
On
So-
what?
I think we're gonna find out. Something tells me you've seen the show before that we might find out. Starting now, Southwest Rapid Rewards. Okay. So $14,372.92. Minimum monthly payment $480. That's crazy. What is up with this card? That is a crazy balance. And crazy minimum monthly payment. Even with your super strong income, that's a devastating minimum monthly payment. Devastating. Please tell.
That's not my card. Well, it is now mine, but
There it is. You figured it out. You got there. Well, legally, but depends on a few things in the end. But yes, I think it is best in a marriage that we consider it all ours. What hit you out of what made you come out of the gate with it's not mine?
Because
this
I
is
didn't.
what concerns me about your guys. This is fast moving 50 marriages before 30 lifestyle.
Whoa, okay, damn, 50 marriages in... What the fuck? Wait, if they have 50 marriages, so are you... They're divorcing at a rate that's fucking insane. Imagine that. You're not even like 40 or 50 and you already have like 50 divorces. That's crazy. Back from Hellish Ranking. Welcome back, Leon. That's what we call in the industry a red fucking flag. Is the bitch still yapping and wanting money digging? Well, I was gonna say Leon, bali mo nang sapakin ng babaeng to. Bali na. Labas mo na yung kamao mo.
Like,
I couldn't even get approved for $1,000 credit limit in a lifetime.
You probably can't manage it. And yes, you would, but what's going on with it? Do you know? Oh, you don't even know.
Well, okay, so I think that card was used.
This is Southwest. Did you use this for plane tickets to the Philippines?
No.
Okay.
It was used
Great.
for our very first couple trip to Las Vegas.
How often do you guys travel?
All the time.
Okay, you're broken. are
Clearly we're
broken.
not.
No, listen. You guys can't
I
afford...
really don't understand this behavior. This is a white woman behavior. I have no idea why she adopted it. Like, I'm still predominantly Asian. Like, I behave Asian. Like, I try to save money as much as I can. As much as I blow it on some other things. But, it's like, I'm more inclined to be Asian at things, okay? Like, I don't buy the most expensive makeup or perfume, for example. And, I try to purchase most stuff on Amazon because they're cheaper. I don't have a car. And, I'm trying to be cheap as much as I can. Like, if a bag of rice is on discount, I would buy it on discount. But only if I really need it.
Life. You simply can't
But
afford...
we do, and we've been.
You don't. Your debt goes up. That's why you're able to spend what you spend. And it's going to get pushed to a limit where you guys aren't going to be able to make it.
Well,
and bankruptcy will be forced upon you.
We're just not gonna like go see the world.
Yeah, you're just like you're not going to go see the world. You said it. You figured it out.
We're just not gonna go see the world because
You're not going to go see the world.
Our credit cards just manage our lives.
Yes.
No.
Well, what's the... Then what are we doing here?
You're supposed to help us.
In what way? I'm not a magic pill. Buddy, if I say, hey,
Buddy,
maybe you can't do a luxurious vacation once a month, and that's why you're in debt.
Okay.
Buddy, what do you think I am? You think I am a fucking money genie or something? Is that how you see me? Buddy. Motherfucker pulled out the buddy. What is this? Is he fucking Canadian? I think it's Canadian. Dude, I'm black and this hurt. What? Big Venom, you're black? God damn. You're black. Oh, hell yeah. I got a Tootsie Roll. Money waster. You're white and this hurts. There it is, she said it. The way she is surprised at that news. I know, it's so infuriating because it's like, bitch, you're the one holding the credit card. You're the one spending and you don't know? I mean, I would admit that sometimes I do spend, but I do see the receipt. So financially, I'm becoming aware that, hey, the grocery just went up $300. Maybe we could pull out some things that we really don't need right now. She was surprised about her last month's ongoing payments. Voids. And that includes me. Before someone says misogyny. Oh my god. I'm a woman! Of $25,000. I know.
Okay, first of all, it's not even once a month.
Shut the fuck up. If I just give literally the most basic thing and tell you to cut out the most expensive thing that maybe you do once a year instead, max, which I wouldn't even do, I'd get out of fucking debt, then maybe you'd be willing to cut that back. So I don't know what the is going on here. This is so stupid. This is so stupid already. So dumb. This is the first card. You have to be receptive. If you're sitting at this table, you have to be receptive, or I'm not fucking filming.
I am receptive. I just don't agree with your logic.
Please explain.
I mean, you know, everybody has debt.
No.
Yes.
No. Oh.
Everybody has debt,
No!
and we're just not gonna go see the world.
Yes!
And not go travel just because
Yes!
credit cards have to be
Oh
paid.
my
You have to go
Shut
make
the
memories.
fuck up. Shut
You
the
have to go make memories. What are you gonna do? Just stay in your house and fucking work all the time?
No, you
Literally?
Oh my gosh, buddy.
Again with that bullshit argument. It's like, oh, but we have to go around. It's like, if you don't have the money, please don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Don't get another credit card just to afford it. If you cannot afford it, don't do it. Don't do it. Like, even I don't have a credit card. Stop! What the fuck? No vacation is worth taking it. Exactly. Internalized misogyny. Oh my god. Yes, internalized misogyny. But it's like, it's not even insulting. So how is it misogyny? If you have to, yes. I mean, again, you don't really have to. Again, even for medical bills. The great thing about the American medical industry is that they cannot deny you care. So even if you you have a medical debt of over $30,000, they will still take care of you on the next one. That's the great thing about it. But at the same time, you're abusing the system. So be aware of that. But I wouldn't get a credit card myself. I wouldn't. Because I know I'm not responsible with money. So if I don't have the money, it would tell me to save up. Tighten the belt, as he said. Why would I spend money that I don't have? I mean, if I'm wealthy and I have an asset that I could mortgage to the bank and ask for a loan, then that's money that I don't have, but I can afford it because I have something to mortgage. I mean, am I stupid or what? I mean, I am stupid. Agree with me. It's like people who go to restaurants to dine and dash. Yeah, if you don't have money, please just have a little self-respect. That's it. You can even ask for help from your friends. It's not that difficult. Like, oh, I want to eat steak. Okay. You don't have the money for steak. What if you could do a favor for your friend, like cleaning your house? Because that's what I know. Or cooking for them. That's what I know. Or like doing their laundry or something. Do them a favor and they probably, give you a stick or something. Or pay you even.
Is that what you do? Is that why you're just so miserable all the time?
Well, yes, I am building a business here, so I do put in more work than you've ever put in your entire life, but I also have results to show for it, and you have... Now, Amazon.
God damn! I'll love him. His wit is sharp. God damn. Is he married? I'm sure he's married. Burn. Cooked. Fried. Deep fried. Good. That woman is lucky.
Her favorite thing.
So I think those are just
Cat
shots
food.
of... Yeah, those are the things we buy on Amazon that are groceries.
Uh-huh. Got cat food, crave grain, more cat food,
So he eats...
Death Wish coffee.
Yeah. So that's every
really
other... Yeah, it's really good. It's
I'm kind of like gonna say this. Why does the woman look more like a dude than the husband? She looks like a dude. And the husband looks like a fucking... I don't know anymore.
every other month subscription for a 5-pound bag.
Okay. Great. All right. City Advantage Platinum card. Now, this is a...
You think she looks like she's approaching 60. Okay, so no more menopause. Menopause. Or menopausal. There you go.
Thick boy.
Mhm.
Yeah?
Thick boy.
They're-
What is going on here?
Is this the American Airlines or the Costco?
American Airlines.
Okay. This one is, I don't like this card. It charges me $99 a year. I would like to have
Why
it
is
closed.
this here, guys? Come on.
I'd like to have it closed before.
Close it then.
Before. Well, I have a...
You mean pay off the balance?
Yeah, I want to pay the... I don't know, I want to close it because they charge you $99 to have the card.
Yeah, so close it.
Yeah. Can you close it when you
Yes.
owe still? Oh,
Typically.
Then, yeah, I will get it closed.
You'll still have to pay off the balance. Doesn't go away.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I thought we had to have it paid off before we could close it.
Typically not, but maybe. Okay.
So we opened this.
Why is this here, guys?
We had it a long time ago when we were...
Again, it's like, even with subscriptions, I think it's also one thing that most people kind of forget about. Like subscriptions to the gym, for example, with Planet Fitness. Oh my god. Planet Fitness will be like, oh, you want to cancel our gym membership? Well, you're going to have to fill out this form and then send it us prior to visiting your branch that you went in. Okay? And then file for the removal of your membership. They're gonna make you like miss the schedule thing, and then it's like, oh well, you miss your appointment, so you're gonna have to do it the next day, just in the hope that you forget to actually cancel your membership or your subscription. They're all counting that you forget about it. It reminds me, I still have to... Oh my god! Fifth Venom! Cancel it! We're gonna audit you, Fifth Venom. Clan Boy, just exercise at home at that point. That's what you do. I cannot do that. I will admit that is my weakness. I cannot do gymming at home. Just to me, the home is something to rest in. You know what I mean? Home is something to relax in, not to work out, which is weird, but that's me. And I love the social aspect of going to the gym as well. So it helps me mentally as well. That hey, I'm not alone grinding here, and I'm not alone in pain. I got some people with me. You wish you had enough space for weights. Only one near me is next town over. When I moved to from my old apartment, it's not really that far where I moved away from. So, I just walk.
But like we have family all over the country, and we used to use the flight miles.
And plus, it's a great motivator to have a friend at the gym. There you go. That's also one thing. The motivation. The motivation. You cannot have that at home. Your couch would probably motivate you more to take a rest than when you go to the gym and there is no couch. And that, you know, you have to work out because everyone is sweating there. So it's like, everyone's working out. I might as well do something. Otherwise, I look stupid just standing here. There. Counterproductive, but you can drink and smoke while smoking it. Or working out with a home gym. Well, at that point, are you trying to be healthy or what? Because smoking and drinking while exercising isn't exactly words you want to describe someone trying to be healthy. Or they contradict what you're trying to achieve. You're making it more difficult for yourself.
Also, we haven't used them in over a year. That card's worthless to us. Like,
You haven't used it in a number of years? It's $1,000 from being maxed out. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, I mean, no, I meant the flight miles. We haven't used those in over.
Why is the
Yeah,
balance so...
That's what I'm saying. Elemental. It's kind of counterproductive. It's like you're drinking it and smoking while you're gymming at home. So you're stacking debuffs for yourself. Because if you're drinking beer, which ruins your metabolism, that's why I only drink like on Sundays. Then what the hell are you doing?
Oh, hi, guys.
Nothing against your idea. I mean, it's better that you work out than nothing at all, right? Okay, so there's the good side, that is you're exercising. But at the same time, it's kind of like, what are you doing, bro?
I don't care about the flight
Okay,
miles. I
the
don't care about
balance
this.
is high.
Why is it where it is?
So we took
Also, it was opened in 2021, so a long time ago. I don't think you know what that phrase means.
truth. There's
Okay.
a $5,000 loan that we got on it because when I wrecked my car and we had
A
to.
loan, like a separate?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's separately interest. It's like 12%, which is still stupid.
Yeah.
So this sucks.
you
we did
don't
this.
know what you're talking about.
It's like a $5,000 like separate interest. Like it's like a pay for plan.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
it's at 27.74% interest.
Well, no, I'm sorry, the $2,000 one. It was originally $5,000. That's down to $2,000 now. There's two separate
Oh, this
ones.
one.
So it's the
Okay, the
2,000.
2,000.
Yeah, that one. That was originally
36 months.
Yeah, it was originally 5,000.
City Flex.
Mm-hmm.
Loan rate until paid in full. Hold on.
And-
Hold on. Hold on. It's like, okay. Charge to plan for $25. Interest charge on purchases $129. Then charge to standard purchase was $1.37. Okay, so interest charging across the board like crazy. Again, we're at $8,125 with a $368 minimum payment. Not insignificant. Luckily, you guys make money.
Well, in our
It takes 17 years to pay off the minimum monthly payments the way you guys are doing it. Congratulations. We're going to be approaching 60 by the time this is paid off.
So we're always so close to the credit limit. They've decreased it since then, which is fair. I would like to close it. But the $5,000 was so we could pay our taxes and title on our car when we wrecked it and had to get a new car. And I
You didn't have Gap? Oh.
I did have Gap, and I put my money toward my down payment, and then I forgot that I was going to need to pay the taxes and title separately.
you
Don't roll it into the loan. And so
This is why I recommend anyone and everyone to get a fucking accountant. Because you will never remember everything. Just get a fucking accountant. Even a personal one, just get one. It's hard to manage money. And even I would admit I'm a fucking finance manager and I'm already having trouble. Admitting defeat is not shameful. But at the same time, I'm like, just please get a fucking accountant and trying to balance your own fucking journal. A financial journal. If you don't know what a financial journal is, it's like every in and out of your money is written in that journal, like a logbook.
So that was right when I
Well,
took
you
this
did
new-
roll it into the loan. You took out a 12%
Yes,
loan,
I know.
which is
Just be good with money. I mean, it's a very vague, what do you call this one? Advice. A good advice nonetheless, but very vague. Like, how do you do it?
I return.
Yes, I am actually a college graduate. And I ended up as a streamer. I made very terrible choices in life, okay? You know them. They're a tactical VTuber. They're a tactical
Who?
VTuber. Megaloon. Megaloon was in the chat.
Oh, Megan. I just received a phone call with very good news.
But work or health with your mom?
Health with mom.
Okay, good. Wishy. The cow. Wishy the
cow.
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 What are you all doing here then?
higher than your car interest rate loan.
Yes.
So it would have been better to put it in your car loan.
Yeah.
Technically.
They just didn't put it in your car loan back then. For that.
They wouldn't
car.
allow it.
Wrecking my car was a big setback because
when was that?
I wrecked it in August of 22, the month I took my new job. I totaled it.
This was just 2 years ago.
Yeah, so it was a setback because we had a really great interest rate and a great payment and a great purchase price on my car.
I
And
wonder why she wrecked her car. Could she be drunk? With the amount of tattoos and her hair being like highlighted like that. Regarding her lifestyle, no wonder you wrecked your fucking car. Might be. It's like a lot of like people with tattoos, like they hate the that people assume that they're like, not good with life, in deciding things. It's like, bro, you just increase your bad decision making because you mark yourself for life. Oh, now with the technology that you could remove tattoos, it's like, okay, you could erase the mistakes you made before. But regarding this woman, I think based on what we can see, she's not good with decision making.
and then now we have the same car for it, and our insurance went up a lot, and we have the same car with a higher interest rate and a higher payment because everything, the price of everything went up. Like even I got what I owed and then some back on that car, and we put what we got back on my car as a down payment just to get it down close to.
I mean, that's one way to assume, like, or at least try to figure out this person, right? Because other than the things they say about themselves, you actually have to you have to observe what they look like as well. I mean, that's a lost art in America for some reason. It's like, oh, you're ass if you assume. Oh yeah, but that also saves your ass from getting shanked, perhaps.
Think about it this
So
way.
what we
There's
paid.
also like interviews and stuff as well.
Yeah, for example, job interviews. Why the hell do we dress up for the job interview then? If people are not judging by
Decorum.
looks.
Decorum.
Decorum, there it goes. If you look like this woman here, who's got her headband also on her wrist. Yeah, she doesn't really take care of herself, doesn't she? Yeah, judging by looks is human instinct. But for some reason, someone in the socialist side of America decided to tell everyone to put that aside.
That's profiling.
Yeah! What do you think cops are doing? Oh my god! They profile you! Even marketers do that.
on the first one.
All right.
And
We'll
then
get to the car.
rates
We'll get to the car. Wells Fargo, $1,064.53.
That's the car.
Oh, that's the.
And that type is exactly the name of a certain Ramstein song. Really?
Oh boy.
Gosh darn socialist. I have eyes. I'm not blind. Nah, don't believe your lying eyes, Goyim.
Minimum monthly?
Yeah.
That's an insane minimum monthly. What possible car is
It's
this?
a Tesla.
Tesla Model what?
Why? Performance?
For $1,000 a month? Tesla Model Y? That's like a Model X type payment.
So-
Basically 1,100.
It was it used to be 64, and we had a 2.4% APR, and then when I
The man is so castrated. He wouldn't even speak up. I noticed that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, this man is so castrated. And I'm like, such an obedient boy. Fucking useless. Barely talk. Yeah. It's almost like women in America had become men. That men decided, you know what, if you want to be a dude, go ahead. And look at her. She's disintegrating from the outside. Meanwhile, the guy is just like, I don't know anymore. He looks emaciated. My God, what a complicated word.
totaled it.
Guys, the interest rates for this.
I'm sorry, what?
You mean emasculated?
Emaciated, like, sorry, that's eating. Emasculated, yes. That's the word I'm looking for, thank you.
These cars right now are 0%.
I know, it makes me
I'm sorry, Greg.
Oh, I didn't say anything else.
sick. It literally makes me sick because when we bought it, the price of the Model Y went up,
Emaciated.
and then I had to get
Yeah,
a
there you go.
performance to get it quicker,
Emaciated.
and-
Why do you need it quicker? What are you talking about? It already goes quick.
We all know who's eating all the food! It's this bitch right here, man!
Well, back then, like I waited 8 months for my first Model Y. Like I was on the waiting list. for
Get
8
another
months.
f***ing car.
Yeah, that's what I should have done.
Yeah,
I
that's
was-
where all the food is going. And also cat food, apparently.
I didn't want to
She's a fucking crazy cat lady.
go
Judging
back.
by how he's not giving it to her, like I guess.
Man couldn't even tell her no. You could tell.
Backwards.
And the audience will hate me saying this. I get it. I also couldn't go to other car
Like
because
the 2 months I drove a
this
gas
point?
car was horrible, and I
no, it
hated
sucks.
it.
People don't really understand.
And
how
all
they
the
do
all the
it,
car
but-
prices were going up, and at that
But also, I don't give
time-
it. Could
Yeah.
you afford this? Does it really make sense? You're paying $1,000 a
It was
month.
the same month I took my new job, and I could afford my other car, and it was the same month I took my new
But it
job.
was
But I
$250
really,
less a month with a lower.
Like, if I were to purchase a car myself, I would ask for assistance for those who own cars. Because they would know something, like, especially one of my hus's veteran friends. They know a lot about cars. So if I'm gonna buy a car, my hus will ask for assistance from their friend to help me buy a car so we can get a better deal. And, not be price gouged like this woman who probably, girl bossed her way in an automobile shop and was like, ended up in this bullshit.
For interest rate.
yeah, and also my insurance was.
That shirt looked like it could be used as a kite if unbuttoned in a windy day. Oh, him.
Oh god. Oh my god.
God damn. Okay.
180
You can be
before,
the
and now
kind
it's
itself.
360.
Why?
Because I had a car accident and I totaled
Oh.
my Tesla.
What was the accident? What happened?
So I was getting off on an exit that had construction, so it was a makeshift exit, and
Getting
both the
off.
barriers were on the white lines. So my car didn't even tell me that I was close because it wasn't registering.
You
I was on the
weren't looking?
white lines. I just clipped the right side of my car when I was exiting.
That totaled it?
It like tore off the whole front tire.
Why would you look? Why do you need the car to?
You know what happened here. She's probably looking at her phone. You gotta be not this stupid. Lady
Just because you
probably
own a
girl
Tesla
boss her
doesn't
way.
mean-
I'm sorry.
Just because you own a Tesla doesn't mean you can take your eyes off the road at any point all the time.
You're right. the lady probably grumbles her way into a 25% interest level. I mean, most boots can't talk because some of them actually get a 60% rate interest when they're signing up for their fucking whatever car they love in the military. The Hellcat.
Mustang.
Venom, you probably know something about this, don't you?
Hey, Chargers. Those fuckers that love Chargers.
Yeah! I really don't know the fascination for that bullshit. What the actual fuck? Personally, you want the Hayabusa.
Oh, you're a bike guy. Nice. I love the Busa.
I'm waiting for Fit Venom. Yeah,
Hell of a lot of bike.
because once you sign the contract, you really can't get out of it unless you pay a penalty, which most of the boots don't have. So you know, you'll take a ZL1 over a hoe ass Hellcat. You got taste. I don't know actually what the ZL1 is, but better than the Hellcat, whatever that car is.
Oh,
tell you,
okay,
No.
What?
I'll take the
At least
ball.
he doesn't look like a fucking like.
It's a Camaro.
I'm sorry, man.
It's a Camaro.
I don't know what that is.
It's a
It's a car. It's a car.
It's a high-performance muscle car powered by a supercharged 6.2-liter V8 engine producing 650 horsepower and 650 pounds per foot. Oh my god, that's a lot
I
of
like
power.
your magic words, Magic Man. I don't understand a single shit you just said.
It's a powerful muscle car.
It's a powerful muscle car.
Yeah.
Okay, good. In Australia, we get 40,000 to 60,000 bonus after 4 years of service, then another after the 7-year mark for enlisted. Camaro is Bumblebee from... Ah! Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. If it were Bumblebee. I've seen that one.
Yay.
Yeah, Camaro is a Chevy V8 muscle car with a nose that looks like an arrow. Oh, you guys love dicks, don't you?
It's dick-shaped. Lol.
Sigmund Freud is right again. Camera is
Fascination with
Bumblebee. Sigmund Freud. It's typically the
Those are-
police that use it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's actually very sleek and blocky. But I still don't understand why men like it.
It's an ugly-looking penis, alright.
But it works, apparently.
That's aerodynamic enough. Apparently, the phallic is very aerodynamic.
That's all they know about it. I am not sure. I think police use Dodge Charger.
No, most police use Dodge Chargers because they can, it's easily
They're fast.
replaceable and they're fast. Replaceable is in the parts and the frame, most of it.
Gotcha.
No, just you know how Tesla
also
has
very
those
modular.
warning signs that'll beep at you if you get close to the
Yeah.
white line. I was just too close to the
Why,
right side.
though?
It was really narrow. They had both concrete barriers on both lines.
I get that part. Why'd you hit it?
It was an accident. I'm a shit driver.
Then you shouldn't be driving.
Glancing
no
at that
accuracy.
big, nice screen.
No, right? No, it was like 6 in the morning, and it was my very first trauma meeting that I was hosting, and I was nervous.
You shouldn't be driving if you can't fucking do that. I'm confused.
There's a lot of people out there who know me who will not disagree with you that maybe I shouldn't be driving because I am a horrible driver.
No, this is like an actual societal thing.
No, I can drive, but I clip.
I remember someone from the DMV saying that there was a law in a certain state, like in Texas, I think, where women are not allowed to drive without like supervision. And I believe that should be a law again. I vote to bring that back. If I can vote. I can't vote. But anyway, Yeah, they should bring it back. One, you're not alone, so you have someone to yap with. And two, really, I mean, I don't want to be alone.
Hey,
I'm lonely, man! Come on!
what do you mean you
Personally,
have a
like
husband now?
challenges. I'm sorry, man.
What do you mean? You have a husband now.
Yeah, but it doesn't work right now.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, that's true.
He's coming home soon.
That's why. That's why chat's keeping you company. Yay!
Yeah! Yeah! And you. Personally,
I'm
like
about to leave
challenges,
soon. I
but
gotta
everyone
sleep.
has a different preference for the Magnum tops all.
I gotta sleep.
I am not illegal. I am legal. I even have
She's just not a
legal
citizen.
representation.
She's just not a citizen yet.
I'm not a citizen yet. I'm vetted. I'm vetted with my what do you call this one? My relatives here in America. Yeah.
I think you're PR, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Permanent resident at the moment.
Yeah, I'm a permanent resident.
Okay.
And
so yeah,
no,
she's-
I don't have EBT or any of that. Even Medicaid. I don't have Medicaid. I didn't apply for it. And all this during Biden, by the way. I didn't take advantage of it. Just so I could say to an American's face that I didn't abuse your system. Fuck you.
Lol.
I paid my way in, yes. But I respected your culture. So fuck off.
I clipped the right end, the right front end of it, and
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
I know
I'm
it's
not
kind
fucking
of
worried about
like, you know,
I'm free healthcare.
antagonizing, but at the same time, I really hated those kind of guys. It's like, oh, you only married this man for the green card. I'm like, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Guess what, Frost? I'm in a province that allows guns. I own guns, and I'm Canadian.
Yes, I do own a gun. Even as a green card holder. Yeah. Because for my wedding gift, I got a Tokarev 12
Shotgun.
gauge. So if anyone wants to walk up to me, I could just blow them apart. With buckshot. I'm not good at aiming, okay?
I mean, we can give you the light recoil stuff so that you can handle it better.
Yeah, the 12 gauge Tokarev.
Oh,
It's a
it's
shotgun.
a shotgun. It's a bullpup
A
shotgun.
bullpup shotgun.
Magazine fed.
Yeah! Is the non-American passport, sis? Yes.
Canadian laws for guns seem wild. Why the fuck do all your guns have to be? Oh, that depends on which province you're in. I have the short shit.
Eh?
I have the shotgun stuff. I have like the short barrel stuff.
Yeah, when I started talking to the in-laws, they had like some of the neighbors saying that I married their child, their son, for the green card. It was, oh, she's Asian, she's Chinese, like she married him for the fucking green card. I'm like, you fucking bitches.
That's
I
so
have the
funny.
green card before we even met. So fuck off. Ricky Sar noted.
Oh,
It's probably,
emojis, not
yeah,
the
an
emoji,
email.
it's-
You're gonna
also
lock
have-
your dog. Okay.
I also have my.
Yeah, I make that joke of I'm a Chinese spy.
I also have pistols and stuff, and semi-auto shotguns that are short.
I am not hot. I'm fucking chopped. hot
She's
Asian
decent.
women, your son, like, no problem there. What the fuck?
No, Frost. She's decent. She just says that she's chopped just so that we can feel better about it.
You thought Canada banned
That's where you're
handguns.
wrong, bitch!
My brother in Christ, the military-industrial complex, will not allow Canada to do that. You guys got gun manufacturers in Canada too, right?
Yes, we do. We
Yeah.
have quite a few, actually.
I'm sure they have enough money to lobby them. Lobby on their behalf.
Here, let me
That's what total
show
dicks
you
it
what I
ripped
got
off the
there
tire.
for Max.
Ripped off the
I just-
tire?
Like I clipped
Equals
the,
total?
I clipped the front of the car and it just pulled the tire off. I honestly
How does it
thought
tie?
that
What do
they
you
could-
mean?
I mean, anyway,
What the
it was
hell?
totaled. Insurance
Okay.
completely paid
They
it off.
completely paid it off.
You
And,
wanted
we
to
had,
And then we
the
had
problem.
extra.
And then you
it
did
was
yourself
like
worse.
no, and then
Yeah.
he was like, "We should just buy a cash card." I'm like, "No."
Yeah,
just
maybe
put it
let's let
toward
him
a
talk.
Tesla."
Yeah,
What is your thoughts on this, buddy?
I didn't
Sorry,
want to get a
Max,
Tesla in the
our
first place.
Discord
I
is
wanted
very,
to keep our
exclusive.
paid off Equinox.
Sounds great.
She traded it in, got a Tesla. That was the first Tesla.
Cool. Wait, why?
Yeah, this woman should have her driver's license revoked if she kept crashing her car like that. Like, it's gotta be illegal to be doing this kind of bullshit.
You guys were in a disagreement with this. Why'd you lose?
Because
I don't know. She
Oh,
was
let's
able
have
to,
him.
She was able to convince me that it was a good idea to get the original Tesla.
How much did you yap at him for this convincing?
not that much.
Are you
Not that
sure?
much.
Probably. No. I
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Mama make
Caleb be calling her out like that. Damn. You know what? Caleb is very fruity for a man. I gotta admit. Like, I would have thought that he's gay. Because he can read a woman so well. I mean, like,
Straight
motherfucker,
men
bro,
can-
are you gay?
Straight
Bro-
men can be
brother in
pretty
Christ.
well, you know.
I mean, I like it though. He's like, very, almost fruity, but not really.
Mhm.
Or discarded, yeah. Never trust any woman calling herself chopped. It's almost never true. The inverse of it applies as well. Whatever you mean by that, Venom. You guys always say the same things.
makes the money, Mama gets to spend the money.
Not that it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying. I'm chopped. Okay? I'm not a model of sorts, okay?
I've always loved my
So
job,
it's logic.
and I did not love.
It's like I just want you to curb your enthusiasm because you might have a mental image of me. Yeah, my voice is not. Well, I mean, yeah, it's thanks to smoking. But all I'm saying is that curb your enthusiasm. That's all I'm saying.
He has a
My
house.
job at the time.
That's good enough. That's good enough to be like attractive enough.
And so driving to work was literally a nightmare because I worked in an ER as an ER nurse during COVID, and
Come on,
COVID was still
you're not a
very big.
child.
I know, but I wanted to enjoy my drive to work, and I've never not had a car payment. I've always had car payments my whole life.
So
I
we're gonna
didn't-
enjoy our drive to work because we get a car.
No, like I was about to pay my Equinox off.
Yeah,
and
so
I knew I could
obviously-
afford it, and so I'm like, if I'm the one driving to work, I'm the one making the money. Like I would like to enjoy my drive to work. I don't know how long.
So let's
COVID's
the
gonna
entire
last.
household. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
Basically, yeah. He didn't want it. I did. It was me. And
And then why'd you win though? Why did you get the win? Why did you get the win? I get the house award.
I don't know.
Because we also know that the price of these cars have gone down.
Oh, I know so much. It
Oh
makes
yeah,
me
Yes.
we bought it
The worst
very
time.
worst time.
They
No,
aren't
we
really
bought
going
it-
down anymore, but they increased their ability to produce these more effectively. They pushed out output. There was more supply. It was,
It is the best car.
Yeah, you know what that's called? That's called economies of scale. The more you produce something, the cheaper it gets. It sounds counterproductive. It's like, oh, you're manufacturing so many cars. Well, I mean, then your markup for each car is going to be high. No. It doesn't work that way. The more you produce something, the cheaper it gets. Because you can argue with the suppliers that, hey, I'm building all this stuff and I need this much. I'm getting it I'm getting the raw materials in bulk. So give me a discount. So it gets cheaper.
In most cases, because readily is set, because the reason why the prices go up is the supply and demand. To counteract that is to have a surplus of materials and
Yeah.
parts to basically resupply the entirety of the operation, so that you can actually bring the cost down, so that more people decide to buy it.
Yeah. But anyway, economies of scale. There.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Bro just shushed her. I mean, about goddamn time. I would call myself honestly decent, but my average height kind of steals points. Also, my voice sounds like a 15-year-old sometimes. What?
That's okay.
Okay, damn. Alright. Weird.
I'm not that good looking either.
Ever owned. I will say that.
Model X is better,
I
but
could see that. I like, but no, like
I was joking.
I don't know. Like at the time, like I really just, we had already talked about getting a Tesla. He says he didn't want one,
Okay,
but
I
we've been
don't care.
talking
What I
about
was
it.
just trying to say is that it's worth $29,000, but you owe $45,000.
I know we looked at that because we were.
Okay, so. Oh, she's thirsty. All the spending makes her thirsty.
I know.
Okay. I'd be thirsty for that.
My mom used to tell me this thing that I'm broke because I want to be.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted the Tesla.
Mm-hmm. She's like, you're broke because you
There's
want to
nothing
be.
wrong with getting a Tesla or a car, and you guys honestly probably could have. You guys are in a financial position where you could purchase a Model Y in cash today.
Yeah.
So
Our-
it's just,
I used to live by this. I don't see life like I feel like a car payment is just part of life. And recently, I've come to learn
you
that
guys
like,
didn't have a car payment. What the f are you talking
we
about?
still did. I paid it. So what I
It
did
was about
is
to be fully paid off.
it had like 2 years left, and so what I did is I increased.
What are you guys talking about? Because he told me there was a paid off car.
It wasn't paid off.
It was within a year.
It was within a year. I increased our car payment
Guys,
to $900 a month for a year,
Which is
6
already
months.
insane. What is the term on this?
It's I don't know. I think it's the 5-year one. But
7%, not great.
no. So my Equinox, I increased our car payment up to $900 and paid more on it. So
Okay.
to see if I could get if that was something I could afford. 'Cause
Okay.
Isn't it like you could refinance the car? Although she fucking wrecked it.
Yeah, only if you
Farewell,
don't fucking
French.
wreck it.
Yeah, I was thinking they could swap it for a cheaper car, but then I forgot. Oh, right. She fucking crashed the
You wreck-
damn thing.
If she can redirect all the funds to do something that's a little cheaper and a little bit more affordable.
Yeah. It's like, even a
You-
refurbished one should be fine, but I'm like, oh, right. I forgot. Yeah, this bitch actually crashed her fucking car. You know what this frame means? What financial hell did I walk into? Man, guys are just going gay in the fucking chat. Damn.
that the Tesla was going to be expensive, and I did
Could
that
you
first.
afford it if you cut back on everything? Sure. Does
Yeah.
it still make math? Is it good for the household? No, not necessarily. So that, I mean, there's different conversations.
Makes everything harder, and then you accidentally bought $100 for autopilot that one
a couple
time.
times, yeah.
A couple times.
What? How do you do that accidentally
Oh
a
my
couple
God.
times? What are you
I
talking
just
about?
I don't
What
know.
are you talking
Sometimes
about?
I do the
You saw
pilot
full self-driving? Are you
subscription.
talking about
Yeah,
that?
that one with full self-driving. I did that in July for a month
How do you accidentally?
and in May.
you know-
It wasn't an accident.
Oh
I
my
did autopilot in
Guys,
May.
this conversation
said it was an
is
accident.
irritating me. This conversation is starting to irritate me.
I'm more irritated by the fact that all this mishap can be avoided if she just put her brain in her head. Like, she is trying to be clumsy almost out of spite or attention.
How do you pulling attention?
Like, I can be a dunce. But at the same time, if push comes to shove, I'll actually use my fucking brain for once. But on her circumstance, it seems like she's doing it on purpose. Yeah, voluntary girl failure. Like, for me, usually the things that happen to me is by accident. Like, okay, I wasn't really there all there that day, so I accidentally, hit myself or something. But I'm sorry, man.
There's one time she almost walked into traffic and almost got hit by a car.
Okay, yeah, that happened because I was walking across the road and I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that happened. Again,
That happened twice.
Yes. I'm a little bitsy, but again, I'm not doing it on purpose because I don't want to end up, well, more than once. But, what the fuck, Maximilian?
For f***'s sake, City Double Cash. Are these all?
No.
What? Who's?
You stop. Oni-chan. Well, you stop watching this because you really think the whole thing is rage bait. Woman moment. Well, I tried. I tried to survive, man. I've almost won the Darwin Awards multiple times. Yes, I have. Even my own friends are like, how the fuck are you still alive? And I'm like, I don't know. No. Don't worry about it, Oni-chan.
Are they both yours? Are they each other? What? Who? City Double Cash. What? Who?
So he opened that one.
Yeah, I opened.
Okay, tell me about it, cause you're basically you're a couple thousand from max.
Yeah, so I opened four balance transfer cards
0%.
a couple months ago.
Oh, okay.
Then we
0%
transferred balances off of.
Okay, and what is that helping other than interest? Because you guys aren't changing behavior, not for a single second. You guys you're gonna make your debt worse. Every time everyone does this in your guys' situation, they balance transfer, then the card that no longer has a balance, they build all the way back up again. You realize this, right?
Yeah, we're
that is
hoping
exactly
we're
what happens.
not those people.
Hoping doesn't get us there. Hoping doesn't get us to not spend money. The hoping's not a strategy. What the f- are we talking?
Yeah, it's more like they don't want to give up their fucking lifestyle. That's what I notice about these people. It's like they live in the city, which makes it stupid already. So whatever they're earning, it's almost like eradicated to nothing because the rent is super high, and then the groceries are also high. So the fuck are you doing?
Not helping shit here.
You're burying yourself in shit!
Not only are they digging the hole deeper, they're also putting shit on top of themselves.
Yeah. They're digging themselves into a pile of shit. And they want to swim out of it. Good luck.
Oh, they're digging themselves into a pile of shit looking for a needle.
They're never gonna find it.
Get them out.
We want to get a wake-up call so we can get our life together.
I'm not a magic pill. I can help you
Yeah,
understand your debt,
60K.
get a budget, connect you with resources, absolutely. Like, for example, we're going to put you through the debt class, the budgeting class, the investing class, which are, by the way, all bundled for 25% off right now. You guys get to go through all that. And you should, together, go through all the quizzes, go through all the education. You get that.
Yeah.
But unless you guys put in the action, none of it matters. I go to school, I do all these things. If I go to, like, a music class, none of it matters if I don't go home and practice. And then guess what? We overdrafted. I'm guessing that's what that is. Cash reserve manual payment.
Oh, you think that's Cole's?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm going forward. I'm moving on.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that overdrafting? In this
No.
version of this checking account? What is that?
So basically, if you have a good amount of income coming in, my bank will give you money on reserve, and you can take it out. And
Wait. What the? What does that mean? Where does it go? Explain, please.
so it's like a payday loan, I guess, with your bank.
So you activated that? It's not automatic.
No, it's automatic.
No. What? I'm so
Oh,
confused.
did I take it out? Yeah, but
No. What? How does
I am
this work?
confused.
They
My brain.
It's called cash reserve, and one day I logged in and I had it, and it was like 750 limit, and
So you can preemptively borrow up to $700.
750. Yeah.
750. So that's what you're doing. So you're coming in here and you're borrowing $60 and $81, or that's what's going to paying that off.
No, that's going to pay it off.
Fuck me. And then what is this earning payment?
That's payday loan. That's the other ones that you don't know about.
Payday loan. Okay, for what I remember, payday loan is supposed to be like, okay, payday is not here. I need the money now. So I'm gonna take a payday loan in order to get the money now and then pay my wage to the loan to pay it off. I mean, payday loan. With interest.
Like a cash advancement.
Yeah,
Advancement.
but with interest.
Yeah. Well, advances also come with interest, depending on who you bank.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's wild. Like, can you not just wait to get whatever you wanted on your payday?
Well, I mean, like, paying installments is another thing, too, for some people.
Yeah, but usually it actually accrues a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
on
those
what
are
the interest is.
small loans, but even though they're small loans, they have like a really high interest. Watching financial audit makes me complacent. Wow, these people are brain dead. I'm fine. I don't need to try any more than I do. Don't get credit card, and only if you're getting one, just get one. Just get one. Not more than that. If you do, you're fucking yourself over.
Don't try to do the hat trick by getting 3.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna pay half of the allowance available for this credit just so I can use it with this other credit card, and then I'm gonna do it with the other one if I max out this one. I'm like, what is this Ouroboros? With money.
You know,
It's just to end the
now.
cycle of
Yeah.
debt.
Yeah, you're never gonna pay that debt off.
I asked if this was all your debts. You said
No, I
yes.
said I have other payday loans. Remember?
No, but I
And
asked-
that's what the credit card, the banks want you to do with your credit card, is just pay the minimum balance available so that they keep running you on that credit. You're running on credit with a credit card, yeah. You don't want to make it worse. Yeah. It's like, in order to build credit, you need credit. Like, you need debt, essentially. But at the same time, you don't really need that if you're not gonna, like, do anything drastic. For example, you're gonna go for a loan, for example. I'm gonna apply for a home loan. Okay, now you need the credit. Build it, then stop it. Because otherwise, it's gonna spiral out of control. Especially for credit cards.
What you essentially want to do is be able to pay off most of your credit card by the time.
By
you're
that
supposed
point,
to pay
yeah.
it off.
By that
Yeah.
point, since you build enough credit to register for a home loan, close it. That's it. It's legal. Just
home-
pay it off.
Home loan, car loan, anything that has to do with large amounts of money that you can't just a sum like right away.
Yeah. Your mom already closed her credit cards after she already paid her dues in full. Don't close, but it decreases your score. Yes. All I'm saying is if you want to build credit, open one. And then after you get what you wanted, like applying for the loan, close it. Because after that, it's completely legal because you're still paying for the loan. That's all you needed. Like, they really don't say that you need to maintain a minimum of this credit, as the agreement says. Like, I haven't read one like that. Oh, you have to
Depends on the
maintain.
contract.
Yeah, it's not in the contract. Usually, you just need a minimum of this credit score, and then after that, they don't care.
That's once we got through the collections. Is that it?
I don't know how it works in America because in the Philippines, that's how it works. Like, if you get to a minimum credit score of a home loan, you can close the credit card. Because after that, how else are you gonna build credit other than loans? Yeah, that's how you build credit, through loans.
Oh, well.
And since you already have the home loan, you're still gaining credit. So you can close the credit card and still gain credit score through the home loan as you pay it off. There you go.
What do you?
On time! On time!
Don't be late. or
Don't
else
be
you don't
late.
get Interest.
Or there will be, there will be interest.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Well, they call it, wait. There's a term for it. Penalties. There you go. Late payment penalty.
Hey, Ernan, it's just a payday loan.
How much you owe?
Right now it's $260. It's coming out tomorrow, and then yeah,
What do you mean it's coming out tomorrow? You're paying it tomorrow?
yeah,
It's done.
it's done.
No, stop. Lock your credit. Lock your credit.
Okay.
I need you to lock your credit, and I need you to never be able to apply for credit again. You are the furthest person from a credit card person I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was saying. Close your credit after that, because otherwise it's gonna spiral out of control, and you wouldn't be able to control it.
Good.
Again, this is more of financial awareness. It's also dependent on the lifestyle that a person has. So even if you're like a financial advisor like him, or auditor, sorry, it's like you also need to know what kind of lifestyle the client is working with. And if they're like always taking out, going to eat at McDonald's, drinking Starbucks, having like wrecked fucking 3 cars, yeah, that's gonna be like a fucking headache.
Yes. Dude. No. Just stop, please, okay? Please. You're heading down a dangerous path, and I do not want to see you down that path. You're scaring me.
No, that's why I'm here. Like, seriously.
Good. I'm glad you're here, because I'm glad you're catching this at 27, because if we were still doing this in our 40s, man,
Oh,
Payday
you're
loan,
fucked.
payday loan. Zelling out.
Just like, otherwise, if you're gonna go balls deep into it, you might as well be like Asmongold's mom. Fucking baller bitch died with so much debt. And she's like, well, fuck it. I'm not gonna pay my debt. Oh my god.
I'm just gonna
Money, Zelling
die.
I'm just gonna die, peace out, and you can fuck off.
Selling out money.
I'm glad that Asmund didn't inherit all that debt,
reoccurring payment.
I know, I'm sure Asmongold would agree with me. His mom is such a baller.
He usually your next of kin will like depending on which.
Oh, that's illegal. Well, at least, yeah, it's illegal. Like your debt does not transfer.
Okay, good. Because
Yeah.
somebody said it did.
Only if, for example, it's like a shared account, or like you entered this loan, for example, with your name on it. Okay, it's transferable. But debt itself is not transferable.
Okay.
Our Jewish overlords think otherwise.
Amazon, selling out money, Chick-fil-A, the necessities of life that we are choosing over our responsibilities.
Necessities
We are
of
borrowing.
I'm sorry, man.
Necessities of life. we
Necessities
need
of life. I mean, it's a good term, not gonna lie.
Payday loans to go to Chick-fil-A. What's possible finance? Is that another?
Because usually when you're journalizing your finances, the entry for food like that usually ends up in utilities, if I remember. It usually ends up in utilities.
Food ends up in the utilities. Okay.
Yeah. I forgot. It's been a while, but I do remember that is where it was located. Or sundries. Sorry, the entry is sundries. Like, I forgot the whole title. It's a pretty long ass title.
Payday loan?
Yeah. The first one that you saw
Oh, thank
with the 200-something% APR.
cool. Is there any money left owed on the cash reserve?
750.
What's the interest on that?
I do not know.
New rule.
Yeah.
We don't sign up for anything we don't even know. Starbucks. Beauty Master.
Ah, there you go. Starbucks.
Taquitos. Uber Eats. Auntie Anne's. Atlanta Today. Don't even live there anymore. Uberin. A Human Beauty, I think.
A human being. Oh my god. I love
Being.
that. It's like coffee. It's better than.
Oh, that's
The
great.
Human
Yeah,
Being.
you're never doing it again. That's not true. We're working until we
It's
can do it
expensive.
again. But we're not doing it for a while.
Yeah.
Guess what? I make some killer espresso. Do that. Get a cheap espresso
I
machine.
kind of saw that machine. I wanted it yesterday. The Nespresso.
It's an expensive.
Yeah, it's so weird. They buy coffee machines, like the coffee pods, and then they would still go out and buy Starbucks. Then what the fuck did you buy the shit for? You have a perfectly functioning coffee machine, and then you still go out and buy Starbucks. Like, I get it myself. I catch myself wanting Starbucks, but at the same time, I can't afford it. So why do it?
Convenience. Literally convenience. 'Cause
Even
it's
then, there's the gas station coffee, which is infinitely cheaper than the fucking Starbucks.
Yeah, but also like it's the taste. And
I know the brand, the
Stupid
taste,
shit.
yes, but again, can you afford it? Is the question. If
At
not,
that point, they don't look. Because at that point, they don't actually look at whether or not it's
okay. If it's all
That's a
about
problem?
brand recognition, because I get it. Fine here. Brand recognition. Go and buy one of the tumblers from Starbucks, and then fill that up with gas station coffee. No one would be the wiser. And nobody fucking
the
cares.
taste buds.
Honestly, nobody fucking
But the-
cares.
But the taste buds will know.
I don't care. You just need the caffeine. Did bought a Starbucks out of craving. We're getting followed after the last sim. Min-maxing grocers can be fun. Yeah. Maximilian, you and I both.
Way to do it.
Yeah.
Zelling out money. Amazon. Why are you zelling Facebook? $110.
No, so I got my makeup done for the Drake concert, and I don't know why it says Facebook,
Oh my
but
god.
it was to the.
You
makeup.
can't afford
The
concerts.
Drake concert.
You can't afford
Th-
concerts.
I mean, based,
Yeah.
based, but at the same
Drake.
time, do you really need to have makeup going to a concert where everyone is facing in one direction? What are you doing, woman?
When she gets picked out of the crowd and Drake tells her to come up onto the stage.
I'm with her size. I don't
Doubt
think
it.
so.
Doubt it, but you know.
Doubt it. Black guys like white girls.
I'm sure Drake is lovely. I'm sure he's a fantastic human being.
It's not me. It's the meme. Okay, it's the meme. I'm just saying. Just the meme. Don't hate me. Hate the meme.
Great Canadian.
reminds me of the
awesome.
one time he went
good,
to my
Good
restaurant.
export from that
He's not
country.
that great of a person.
Guess what?
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, I remember meeting Drake over at the restaurant I used to work at, and he's not that.
I mean.
Your kid's future matters than you seeing Drake. Straight up.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then we're not doing Drake, and we're certainly not spending hundreds of dollars to do our makeup for Drake, who will not see that makeup.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He said what I said.
Saw him. We made eye contact. So
Yeah, you think he made eye
no,
contact.
I was right there behind the little.
Oh, come on, girl. I thought I'm delusional. And then there's this bitch.
Booth that he goes up and does a DJ thing. So my shirt, I like what Drake.
Great,
wears.
and guess what? You were in complete darkness because you were in the
That's
audience
true.
anyway, so he didn't see
For
it.
sure.
And you chose makeup over your kid, so great.
No. My kid has everything he needs. But
That's
the
what you
future,
say!
But the future, I get it though. I get it.
What the
Then
fuck do you
don't
mean
try to ever
future?
justify that again, because the future, his
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
his future matters. Your future matters.
Yeah.
It does. Float me.
That is a payday loan that's done.
I need you to lock your credit immediately. I wish I could take your credit, burn it, and make it never used again. This credit's not helping you at all. You're just being abused.
It's enabling her. And I really don't understand, too. It's like, if you're... Like, you're poor, then why are you struggling to maintain the facade that you're wealthy? I really don't get it.
It's a social thing.
It never really
really a
occurred to me
social
like that.
It's so that you look like you're doing good in front of people that that shouldn't really matter if they're looking at whether
okay.
something like that.
I rather
It's
go ahead.
go ahead. No, finish.
I was gonna say I would rather look so unassuming, so when I really show who I am, the person in front of me is shocked. That's what I do all the time. Like, I'd rather be unassuming. Like, this is
different.
nobody. And all of a sudden, Go ahead.
But that's like a different mentality. For like people who like want to do that, it's because they haven't been seen for a long time. It's a mental thing for them.
Okay. So weird.
In the credit system, taking out $160 at ATM. Who knows where that went? Probably went to the Drake concert. Selling out. Ross stores. We're doing lots of shopping in the In-N-Out. We're going to In-N-Out. We're getting terrible burgers.
In-N-Out burger.
or
Oh
something
my
to the
god!
apartment.
No wonder she's a little
Oh,
on the heavier side.
Yeah.
Amazon, Ross stores. We're back. Sorry, the Kohl's or whatever. I got that confused for Ross stores, which you go to
Okay.
all the time.
No, that was just to get outfits for. Nothing. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, not for Drake. Right? Yeah, definitely not for Drake. Great. Cookie cutter cleaner.
Actually, those are workout clothes. So, Ross.
You didn't have any clothes.
For working out? No, I just hired a personal trainer, and so we've been doing that. No, I need it.
I know,
Baby weight
that's
is killing
hard.
me. I
That's
want to go.
hard.
I mean, getting a personal trainer. Okay. How long have you been doing that with your personal trainer? Like,
Jesus Christ.
have you actually lost some weight, or did you
I
just
should do
hire
something
him
with
and then forget about him?
Hire him just to stare at him.
Yeah.
It's more than just staring sometimes.
I know. Yeah. A lot of drama comes out of that.
It just becomes very complicated because yes, I'm all about that. We put money into mental health. We put money into physical health. I'm good with that. We're taking out payday loans, literal payday loans. 3 payday loans. 3 payday loans around here. 4 payday loans around here, separate, and then multiple of each.
Yeah.
So that it's a hard time, man.
Yeah.
It's hard
I
for
feel
me
like,
to say.
I feel like I
okay.
definitely need the personal trainer.
Cookie cutter cleaners trainer.
Cookie cutter? No.
No, you don't really need a personal trainer. Like, I don't need one. Well, other than if it's yoga. But it's a class, so it's free. But you don't really need one. It only tells me that you don't have self-discipline. And this is why you need someone to bark at you in order to be motivated to do what is necessary. And this is for her health. So she is not motivated enough to lose some weight, but motivated enough to hire one, a trainer. What a weird dichotomy.
They're
mean,
amazing. They had
the thing about having a personal trainer for it's you can do it. You can do most of that shit yourself. You can do your research and everything online and everything, and you can literally be your own personal trainer. But if it's the motivation that you need somebody to fucking push you to do shit, get an army friend. Literally get an army friend.
Yeah.
That's into fitness. That is.
Yeah, because a lot of veterans, some of them kind of let go.
to come and clean the house when we first moved in because it was like ridiculous.
The landlord didn't pay?
They paid because they had the people come out and change the carpet immediately, but yeah, I mean, the place needed to be cleaned for sure.
It can be expensive or sometimes free. RQ is... Is the PD connected to the gym or a friend that despises how scummy gym's money-making practices can be, you know? But for weight loss, it's diet and calories. PD should be for muscle group building. I mean, you're not
It's
wrong.
a little bit of both. It's a little bit
Yeah.
of both. You're not wrong.
Yeah, gyms can be scummy. But at the same time, because you're just not taking advantage of them as well. Yeah, just use everything that you paid for, essentially. It's more of a skill issue at this point if you're like paying a gym and you're not using everything that they have available.
If you're not utilizing it, you're fucking wasting it.
Yeah, obviously it's easy to blame the gym, but at the same time, you're a sucker. So who is it? Whose fault is it really then? It all falls back to you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you. You do have some points, yes. It is predatory for gyms to rely on you to forget about the membership and not even go to the gym at all. But at the same time, like, come on. Come on.
One time.
Oh yeah, that was just one time. That was it. But when I'm
One
better off,
time.
I would like for them to come back.
No. When you're better off, I'm
Yeah.
totally. If it fits in your 50, 30, 20, when you have a fully funded emergency fund and no bad debt, absolutely. Guess what? No, we're not there. ATM, $260 went out. ATM, $200 went out. ATM. By the way, Drake, how much was the Drake tickets
Oh my
for you?
God.
Just for you.
So that's a story, but it was like 600 and
Kill me.
Well, Leon, take a break if your head is hurting. Which, speaking of, I should stand up. I've been sitting for 2 hours and 47 minutes.
We do some squats, girly.
I'm gonna take a break and I'll come back. Okay? Don't go anywhere because I'm gonna come back. Come. God damn it! What the fuck? I just said I'm gonna come back. Come.
Come. So, Chad, do you like grapes? I need to go sleep. I'll just lurk for now. Sounds good. Drink some wine, love grapes. I know. I'm a white wine kind of guy. And a rosé sometimes. Only if I want to be fancy. Wow. White. I like plum-based wine. Oh, really? Like the Japanese sweet plum-based wine? Because those are nice. Those are nice too. What to do. She is going to take a break from it. So. Oh, nice. I don't know. I'm not very good with names, so it's just like whatever stuff I get from when people gift me things. So, you know. Like white wine is not the only thing, not just the only thing I like drinking, but like yeah, no, it's yeah, I like if anything, if it comes to wine, I like it a little bit more sweet than I do bitter. But then when it comes to like drinking other things like sour as well, and maybe a little bit of bitter. Oh, pear flavored. That's pretty good. Peachy. I actually like those flavors when it comes to rice wine or soju. Interestingly enough. Yeah, no, soju's tasty, but I get super drunk for me. Especially with the ones that come with the mixer bottle on top, where you just like snap it and then it like you snap it and then like it comes it basically mixes itself. Oh, amazing. Oh, well, the states are on fire right now, especially around the West Coast. The West Coast is on fire right now. Blue haze outside. Oh yeah, it's a blue haze outside, yo. We got the smokiness outside and the sun turning red for up here. So, yeah. I get it. Bunny girl. What else can we talk about while we're here? Yeah. Well, West Coast Canada and US they have like forest fires going on right now. Is it like Washington bars on fire? Was it? Big fire, like big fire. Like the forest is on fire, kind of thing, because of the heat and the dryness and heat and dryness. Hey, Drifter, what's good, my man? It's been a while. How you been, bro? Mostly Eastern Washington. That's on fire, which is still technically on the West Coast. I'm just saying specifically. Okay. Yeah, no, like it smells like burning outside. Whenever I walk outside to go to work, it's just like you smell like burning. Yeah, good, Chief. Work and college. Oh, you're being a responsible human being. Good for you, man.
Damn, bro. What's going on?
Welcome back, girly. Oh, me and Chad were just having a conversation about stuff.
Nobody said anything like no slurs or some bullshit, okay? Nobody did, right?
Oh, we were talking about wine and grapes.
Wine and grapes. Okay.
Yeah. To start, anyway. And then we started talking about shit being on fire because, you know, Western United States and Canada are getting the smoke treatment.
The smoke treatment. What does that mean?
Oh, the forests are on fire and we're getting smoky up in here.
What elemental? Okay, you really waited for me to come here and then you smacked me with the MRE. Damn.
Did you have a snack while you were taking your break early?
No, but I did have like a fresh bottle of water.
Good. Water's good, but make sure you eat at least a little something so you keep your blood sugar going, yeah? Next time.
Okay. Next time.
In
a bit. Like I could like crunch like what do you call this one?
Granola?
The corn chip.
Okay, at least
Like-
a little something. 'cause
Like maybe like
doing
4 pieces of it. It's like I think it's like 10 pieces. It's like 150 calories or something.
You're doing 6 to 8 hours right now, or is it today?
8 hours. 8 hours.
8 hours? Yeah, no, you definitely got to eat early.
Nah, yeah, the last time I didn't eat anything. I was fine. Well, I was kind of fine.
You say that.
Kinda is
was
the
it?
answer. Fritos. What do you mean Fritos? Elemental. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? The chip you're eating. No, it's a Mexican brand. Like the cheap one. Yeah. I do have a fascination for cheese. Chocoman! Yo! Chocoman!
It has been a while.
Yeah, it
It's been a
has
long
been a
time.
while. There's another Chocoman somewhere. They're a Tootsie Roll though.
They're Tootsie Roll. Yo, what the fuck?
You've been adulting. There's a Tootsie Roll somewhere. I forgot. Don't worry, they're veiny.
Tootsie Roll. God damn.
Wait, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for my Tootsie
He's
Roll.
talking about Tootsie Roll.
Wait!
God damn, girly.
Yeah, Fifth Venom apparently is a Tootsie Roll. So they're black.
Oh my god.
No, it's Fifth Venom. I did not, for the longest time, I'm like, oh my god!
That's so funny.
I really thought he was a default pancake, pale and white.
A lot of people apparently thought I was white.
Yeah, me too. I really thought you were
Actually?
a pancake.
Me?
Yeah. Like,
Me.
pale as fuck. I mean, you are pale as fuck, but you're Chinese. So, there's a difference. A little bit of tinge of
family's
yellow.
My family's from Hong Kong. Thank you very much.
Ah! Okay. We can be nerds in them. You hadn't had a Tootsie Roll in ages. We'll have one, suck one on. Damn my boy, Gray. What? That's what she said. Wait, haven't I always been saying that?
Damn, my boy Gray.
No. That's what she said. Because I told them to suck on a Tootsie Roll.
Eh.
I don't know where Fifth Venom.
He busy. Let him do his thing.
You can shrimp. But what if I don't want to shrimp? Hun, have you ever thought of not shrimping? I bet you haven't thought of that.
You can never be unshrimpable, girly.
God fucking damn it. Come, Chocoman, no! Why? I trusted your soft caramel inside! Weston's family is from the Sleeping Dogs video game. Huh?
I mean, you're not wrong. Because that, like, I tell them where my family's from, and they immediately say, like, you must know Kung Fu then. I'm like, well, yeah.
I mean, duh. You know.
It's not that much of a stereotype if it's not true.
Asian GTA, but better.
Yeah,
Sleeping
it's
Dogs.
part of the True Crimes, was it the True Crime series? Which has been so further away from itself, then that really doesn't matter calling it that if you want.
Yeah, Jen. I wonder where Venom is. Where's
You gotta
my
look for your
Tootsie Roll?
You gotta look for your Tootsie Roll.
Where's my Tootsie Roll, man?
Can't find my Tootsie Roll, boys.
Oh my god, my shirt is stuck to me. Go take a bath! Why you stinky? Go take a bath! He's probably at work or gym. Ah, okay, he's getting those gains. Money or muscle. Depending on which one.
Nothing like running up 8 floors of stairs at the hospital.
Oh, you can manage it. I've seen your build.
I was doing it with a 60-pound rucksack, by the way.
Goddamn, okay. Flex munch.
And I did run. I did run. I was so gassed when I got there.
It's funny too, because it's funny that Chocoman used to be a cop. You're right, Chocoman. Why would you hit me? I didn't do anything.
Yes, and
I bet you're really good with a stick, aren't you?
A friend of mine recently called the police to do a welfare check on her elderly neighbor after she hadn't seen him in over a week, and thankfully the guy was totally fine.
What? Drink water. I did. I took a break a while ago, like at the 2:47 mark.
yep,
I drank
she took
water.
a short break while
Yeah.
we talked about wine.
I did
and,
some stretching, like
and the-
oh my back!
She was stretching her ass, everybody.
I said my back.
Oh, I heard ass.
Well, I did try to do a split, but it hurt. So
Don't do a split right away if you haven't trained in it. You're just gonna hurt
I did
yourself.
not. No. I'm more
Okay,
stretching my inner thigh.
Are officers allowed to take their cuffs home? I mean, they can have their own personal cuffs for themselves.
Ow! Are officers allowed to do? Yeah, they are they?
Wait, Max, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking.
Depend on the department. Okay, good to know.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay,
Australia, mine. Oh my god, nine.
He's a Gauzy. Nice.
He's an awesome mine. Hellion's
is.
ass is a lethal weapon.
Heh.
Well, I mean,
Sheesh.
it could probably choke someone to death if I stand on them.
If she sat on
Yes.
somebody's face, they're definitely suffocating
Yes.
in pleasure.
I really don't understand that. And then it's like, I don't know, I could probably like push someone off by just siding them with my hip. Yeah, I've done that before.
She can do the peach tackle where she throws her ass into somebody's
What
body.
the fuck? I've tried that before.
She has to do a running start. Well, it's what's it called? Rainbow Mika from Street Fighter's Attack. She just throws her peach at people, which means that
I've
she
seen
throws
that.
her
I've
ass at
seen that.
people.
Yeah. I've seen that, and I've tried doing that. All the departments I'm a part of, we can take our gear home. Okay.
The security work that I've done has allowed me to take company cuffs home before too.
I'm not hip thrusting them. More like hip thrusting on the side, if you know, like.
She's throwing her ass at them.
Yeah, I've only done that like twice.
You know the what's it called, the butt wrestling
Hip
anime
check.
called
Yeah,
Keijo?
a hip check then.
Yeah, you know Keijo? She's basically doing that to them.
Yeah.
She's gonna put her meter of ass on their face.
And well, I mean, there was a gymnasium in Manila, right? That's where I tried doing that.
Hey.
Yeah. It still hurt me more than the person though, because they're like, oh my god, it's so soft. And so I'm like, okay, pervert.
What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to hip check them onto the ground. And that's why it hurts them.
Yeah. Note to self, date an officer. What?
I mean, sure, man. If you want to date like a lady cop, you go for it, man.
I
of them
saw
are very
the
possessive.
drifters like, oh, you pissed the cop off.
Some of them can be very possessive. Just be careful of that.
And they can find you. They can
They're gonna find you and they're gonna fuck you.
I don't think that's a threat to most of you guys.
Turns out he had just gone on vacation without telling anyone, but it really got me thinking about what happens when these welfare checks don't end with good news. And so I started looking into some of the most disturbing ones that were ever caught on camera. And honestly,
I've seen
some
that
of these
one
cases
before.
are going to stay with me for a very, very long time. So viewer discretion is heavily advised. Now, if you've ever had a coworker who just didn't show up one morning, you probably assumed they overslept or called in sick or just decided to play hooky or whatever, and for the most part, that's exactly what it is. But if you work in live television news, especially morning news where you're on camera at 6 a.m., and the entire viewing audience can see that your chair is empty, the margin for "they're probably fine" shrinks to basically zero, which is why when a producer at a small CBS station in Mason City, Iowa picked up the phone at 4:10 in the morning on June 27th, 1990.
Yeah, that would be a very unusual because you are the face of the fucking media company and you're not there for the news, which is like, oh, okay, this is unusual. They should be here. And
Just a
you're
little weird.
yeah, and the probability that people will like, I wonder where they are and where have they gone is literally high.
95, to call the anchor who hadn't shown up yet. She wasn't thinking Jody overslept again. But when Jody picked up the phone sounding groggy and said, "I'll be right there," she had every reason to believe that, because Jody always showed up, and because Jody loved that job more than almost anything in the world. Except Jody never showed up, and that phone call would turn out to be the last time anyone ever heard her voice. Her full name was Jody Huizentrout, and she was born on June 5th, 1968, and raised in the
I
small
love her
town
hair.
of Long Prairie,
Oh
Minnesota,
my god.
which has a population of about 3,500 people, and is the kind of quiet Midwestern town where everybody knows
Okay,
your name,
sounds good.
whether you
Yes,
want them to
couple
or
man.
not. And Jody was
What about where did they Jane Doe? See you, Chuckaman. See you later.
No, he's gonna go find himself a Jane Doe later.
Oh my god. Okay. God damn. Be ready.
the youngest daughter in her family, the type of kid who seemed to excel at everything she tried, because in high school she helped lead her golf team to back-to-back state championships in 1985 and 1986, and she was so locked in on the course that her friends gave her a nickname that would honestly end up defining her entire personality for the rest of her life. They called her Focus, but golf wasn't the dream. It was just the warm-up, because what Jody really wanted, what she had apparently known since she was in high school, was to be on television. And not just any television. She wanted to be famous, like national news famous. the kind of anchor you see on the big networks out of New York.
I mean, in a very dark and backwards way, she got her wish.
Or Los Angeles, and so she enrolled at St. Cloud State University in Minnesota, studied mass communications, graduated with a bachelor's degree in 1990, and then took what might seem like a slightly unusual detour for someone chasing a career in broadcasting, because her first job out of college was actually as a flight attendant for Northwest Airlines, which, to be fair, is the kind of thing you do when you're 22, and still figuring out how to pay the bills while chasing the real dream. And eventually, the real dream did start coming together, because Jody broke into broadcasting at a CBS affiliate called KGAN.
And it really helps to be pretty. Not gonna lie.
Cedar Rapids, Iowa, then moved back to Minnesota for a job at an ABC station called KSAX in Alexandria. And then in 1993, she landed the gig that would put her on the map when she was hired as the morning anchor at KIMT, a small CBS affiliate in Mason City, Iowa, a city of about 30,000 people surrounded by flat farmland in the northern part of the state. And she was just 25 years old when she sat down at that anchor desk for the first time. Now, Mason...
Oh no, one of her Sims probably did something to her.
City was never supposed to be...
Although I'm assuming this is gonna be like a welfare check that ended up because they got sick or something.
Jody's final stop.
Hopefully.
And she made absolutely no secret
Also.
about that. Because she was constantly talking about working her way up to a bigger market, Minneapolis maybe, or even national television someday. And she was actually putting in real effort to lose her Minnesota accent so she'd sound more polished on tape. But here's the thing. The people of Mason City didn't care about any of that, because to them, Jody was everything. She anchored the 6 a.m. morning show called Daybreak, and also the noon broadcast, which meant she was on their screens twice a day, every single day, and her co-anchor, Robin Wolfram, would later describe her with a word that pretty much everyone who knew Jody seemed to land on independently, which was effervescent, which, in case you don't know, is just a fancy way of saying enthusiastic. And another colleague said she was basically the human equivalent of a cup of coffee in the
Sounds like a fucking band in the fucking 90s.
Just this bright and warm and ridiculously energetic presence who could light up an entire room before the sun had even come up. And she was so genuinely friendly that a simple trip to the grocery store would take her 2 hours because she'd stop and chat with every person she bumped into along the way. And that's the part that makes this whole thing...
She's personable. Very good trait to have if you're gonna get into like showbiz or, you know, broadcasting.
So much harder to sit with
Or
because
hospitality.
Jody's warmth wasn't a TV
Or hospitality, yeah.
persona that she switched on and off. It was who she
And
actually...
it's very hard to be genuine about it too. It's like she became a stewardess, right? It's very hard to be very personable.
was, and her own sister Joanne Nathy would later say that Jody was just too trusting, too personable, the kind of person who made
Am I hearing jealousy in those statements?
time for absolute...
I mean,
Best believe it.
yeah, the sister's like, oh, she's very trusting. You're just like, she's naive. I'm sure she even used that word. I mean, yes, I can agree at some point, but at the same time, that's her job.
everybody, without ever stopping to think that maybe some of the people watching her from the other side of that screen might have their own ideas about what that friendliness meant. Because in the months leading up to June of 1995...
Oh yeah, that is true, like a miscommunication. Like, someone would think that their kindness would be flirtation. I would know a thing or two about that.
There were signs that someone was...
Right.
Yeah. It's like, I'm just being nice with them. It's like, and then suddenly it turned to something else.
You're my everything. I didn't do anything. I just said hi to you.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm just being nice with you, and I'm being a friend, and then all of a sudden it was entirely something different. In your view, parasocial, yes.
Hi. Hi, how you doing? Marry me. That's a little...
Yeah, that's, excuse me, what? I barely know you!
paying Jody the wrong kind of attention, and she knew it. You see, back in October of 1994, roughly 9 months before she vanished, Jody had filed a report with the Mason City Police after a black pickup truck followed her while she was out jogging on a trail, and the incident rattled her badly enough that she went to the police about it, but they never figured out who was driving the truck, and Jody never reported another one. And then on the afternoon of Monday, June 26th, 1995, which was the day before...
That's the problem of being pretty. Like, it's nice to be pretty because you get a lot of advantages, but also the disadvantage is that you will have creeps following you. Not gonna lie, when I go to the gym, I'm like, okay, I'm a little bit jealous, but at the same time, you know what? I breathe a sigh of relief because the attention is not on me, it's on them. And this is what comes up.
Everything fell apart. Jody was playing in a charity golf tournament when she told several people there that she'd been receiving prank phone calls lately, and that she was going to have to either change her number or go to the police about it. But instead of going straight home that evening, Jody went to the house of a man named John Vansis, who was a 49-year-old recently divorced seed salesman that Jody and her close friend Annie Cruz had met at a bar sometime earlier. And despite the fact that he was 22 years older than her, he had gradually become a fixture in Jody's social circle, the kind of guy who'd take her and her friends out water skiing on his boat and show up at every get-together.
No,
And just 2 weeks before her disappearance,
I can see a problem already.
he had even helped throw her a surprise birthday party because Jody had turned 27 on June 5th, exactly 22 days before she vanished. That Monday night, Jody stopped by John's place to watch a homemade video of that birthday party.
Oh no, oh god. Okay. That is a red flag.
And here we go.
A guy with that kind of attitude is like, at the end they will lash back and say, "Oh, you're using me." And then the terrible things will come after that. If you say no to them. All because they're extending this kindness with the expectation that you will there's a word for it. Fuck. Reciprocate. There you go. Reciprocate. And if you don't, there is consequences. Despite the fact that it's unfair. You really just see them as a friend, and you think that all these things that they're doing is because they like you as a friend. Like, I know Smug Alana also touched on this topic, where you cannot expect your friends that are men to have, like, not have any attraction to you. But I would argue, like a counter argument, is that if they do see it that way, then why would you deny the fact that they had an intention beyond being friends? They had the thought in their head that maybe it can be more than friends. So why would you deny that? Because Smugalana is saying, well, you're ignorant as a woman to not know that. We are aware. It's just saying, I'm just saying it's unfair if you're gonna blame the Foids all the time for that. It's like, you gotta give some, you know, some responsibility on the men's side for hoping that there's gonna be more other than the friendship. That's all I'm saying.
And according to John,
they're like single men that haven't had any interaction with any other woman for a long time.
Yeah. You saw the blue tint on my model and thought, me inside your head down. Apologies for that. But it does give, yeah. That's the thing I'm going for. Cortana. Yeah. I'm a hologram.
they laughed and had a great time watching it, and then she drove home. That was the last time John Van Sis says he saw Jody alive, and the fact that he immediately and
Yeah, it's not wrong to be attracted to your female friends. Just if they already have someone, don't act on it and things will be good. Exactly. Good job, Elemental. That's just a normal response. Like, you're straight, you're a man, and you have a friend that's the opposite gender. So, it's normal. It's when you act on it that becomes a problem. Because now you want the other side to reciprocate. And as much as men would not admit, with respect to women, what do you say? Rejection is very damaging. And I've lost a couple of friends because of that. Yeah. handsome. Just saying. I speak from experience.
And publicly told everyone he was the last person to see her before she disappeared is something that would follow him for the next 3 decades. The next
Like,
morning,
I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I have no hard feelings. But at the same time, I'm like, why did it have to get this way? Like, we're reviving, bro. Come on.
Why do you gotta do this to me?
Yeah, why you gotta do this to me? And then they get mad at me, apparently, for, rejecting them. Because I should have known that's where it was going. I'm like, bro, I really didn't know. Heck, I'd rather be friends than never to have to see someone as a close friend ever again. They're just mad. I think they've forgiven me. Because, at some point, they moved on, which is good. But at the same time, I respect their space.
Man's gonna let go.
Yeah. And I respect them still. It's like, come on, bro. It's like, I have no hard feelings. If you want to block me, go ahead.
Tuesday, June 27th, 1995, Jodie's alarm was supposed to go off well before 4 a.m. because she usually arrived.
As someone who gets rejected a lot, and I'm gonna move because my neck is gonna hurt. As someone who gets rejected a lot and who has rejected sometimes, people just don't see the signs, and people don't want to be honest with their signs. Don't be honest with their signs. So you're saying they're lying?
Oh, it sounds like you're saying that what if people decide to lead you on anyways?
So they're putting words in your mouth or something.
Well, leading you on is like a case of like them showing you signs that you don't have, and then like
leading them on. Yeah, that's also one thing I'm scared of. Is like people, if you extend too much kindness, all of a sudden it's almost like they would blame you for leading them on. Like, we're just being nice, but they will blame you for rejecting their advances because you were being kind. So it's almost like the gaslight of the century.
Gaslighting them into thinking that you're into them. Okay.
Exactly. I'm like, my brother in Christ, I'm just being nice with you. Well, it's what normal people do. Sounds very neckbeard. I don't know if they would be, but I don't judge them. People are just blind to things, and people don't show what they really mean. Oh, I do show what I really mean. You just tell them straight up. Yeah, this is a job for me, okay? If your idea of looking for a partner is watching a streamer and then hoping that they would like fall for you, bro, you're in the wrong dating scene.
This isn't even a dating scene.
Yeah, it's not even a dating place. Oh my god. Bro! What is Smuggler saying? What is Smuggler saying now? Okay, we already moved on to that. As a rule of thumb, VTubers, I'm not personally talking to or hanging on with our dating candidates. Good. I love that separation. Good. I don't see no kissing booth. God, that would be disgusting. Mr. Green. So you wouldn't be on the roster, but someone like Madame Kami might. Wait. Madame Kami. Is she from Hololive or?
Oh, okay.
That's a movie, by the way. It's awful. Okay. Okay, sorry. I thought it was a VTuber. Commissar Azura. If they're single, yeah, I suppose. Duh. Oh, I'm getting
Yeah.
a little confused.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah. Slow down,
What
guys.
are you reading?
Yeah,
What are you
if
reading?
you're gonna make me read, put down the whole sentence down first so that I could catch up. I'm sorry. You give respect to people. It's part of your southern heritage.
There's a lot of people just like putting random strings of conversation together.
Yeah,
in
and I'm
segments.
getting a
I'm like,
little
what is
confused.
going on?
Oh my god! Oh hell! Oh fuck!
Okay,
Okay,
Max,
that
okay,
is
alright,
big.
alright.
That is big. Wait.
I'd argue it's a maturity thing. Some people can't be friends with attractive people for some reason. I consider day-to-day compatibility, even if two people vibe and one finds the other one attractive. They may have different lifestyles, goals, and somehow that isn't something that's normally considered before thinking of expanding on a relationship. I don't think attractiveness is enough to risk losing a lifelong friend over, yet for some reason some people don't think that far.
Okay, well put.
God damn. God,
Good job. Wait. I'm just doing my job.
The point of putting some things in the paragraph is so that they fucking can read the entire sentence, entire thought, without people just suddenly.
I'm getting trimmed.
I know.
Arrived at the
I know.
KIMT studio by 3:30 to prep for the 6 o'clock broadcast, and when 4:10 rolled around and she still hadn't walked through the door, her producer Amy Combs picked up the phone and called Jodie's apartment, and Jodie answered sounding like she'd just woken up, and the first thing she asked was, "What time is it?" Amy told her it was 10 after 4, and that she needed to come in, and Jodie said she'd be right there, asked a couple of questions about the show because she called Daybreak her show, and
Let me guess, she got roofied.
genuinely cared about every broadcast, and then she hung up, and then nothing.
Yeah, usually that kind of hangover is because of a drug. You got drugged.
By 5:30 a.m., there was still no Jodie, and this being 1995, before cell phones existed in any meaningful way, Amy couldn't text her or track her location or do anything except try calling the apartment again, and this time all she got was the answering machine. And by 6 a.m., Amy had to step up to the anchor desk and deliver the news herself, because the show had to go on whether Jodie was there or not. And something about the whole situation felt deeply, deeply wrong, because as one of her colleagues would later say, Jodie loved that show and she wouldn't have missed it for anything in the world. At 7:13 a.m., more than 3 hours after Jodie had promised she was on her way, the staff at KIMT called the Mason City Police Department and asked them to go check on their anchor. And this is where a routine welfare check became something that would consume the entire city of Mason City for the next 30 years. Because when police arrived at Jodie's apartment complex, she wasn't there.
I mean, clearly this is a woman that was just headed out to work.
Well, that's a little eerie. Oh, my map. Oh my god. My table looks like that.
Mike's has. There's apparently a message for her on the answering machine. Probably a lot. For people that might not know what's going on. This is clearly a very active young woman, as everyone has told us.
I do have a lot of clothes, but not as much as most. Usually I love, tops. Like, shirts, V-necks, or something like crop top when I was, younger.
When the midriff didn't really matter anymore.
well, I mean, I lost a lot of weight, but there's like a little pouch there. So, I don't know.
That's okay. Somebody's willing to grab it.
Someone is! That's the problem!
But what they found
Why you're laughing? You know that problem! You know that problem, right?
outside in the parking lot
I
told
mean,
a
I'm
very
also the
clear
person
and
that
very
usually grabs them myself, too.
Stop it! Stop!
terrifying story.
My girlfriend loves
Jodie's
that
red
shit. What do
Mazda
you mean?
Miata was still sitting in the lot, and scattered on the ground near the car were her red high heels, her hairdryer, and a car key that had been bent, which is not exactly the kind of scene you leave behind when you're just running late for work. There were also what appeared to be drag marks on the pavement.
It's like, it draws attention, to that part I want gone, if you know what I mean. It's like, it will never be truly gone, but, I'm older. So, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm getting conscious. One a day for, if not forget.
Near the driver's side of the car,
I mean, people are
suggesting
gonna
that
abuse
someone had
the
physically
redeems
grabbed
again. We're gonna have
Jodie
to
and dragged her
make
away from her
the
vehicle.
time limit longer again.
I'm sorry, man.
If the people are gonna abuse the redeems again, I'm definitely going to petition to have the time limits longer again.
Yeah, you heard the mod.
And investigators were able to lift an unidentified palm print from the exterior of the car. When investigators
Increase
went
the
door
price?
to door at the
We can do
apartment
that.
complex, at least 3 neighbors said they had heard screams coming from the
Oh my god, she owns a Miata. That is so cute.
Hey, it's your
police
favorite.
went door to door.
Yeah, I know, right?
Complex. At least 3 neighbors said they
It
had
should have been me! Okay, maybe not getting abducted, okay.
heard screams coming from the parking lot around the time Jodie would have been heading out to work, but not a single one of them had picked up the phone and called the police when they heard it. And on top of that, a nearby resident reported seeing a white Ford Econoline van idling in the parking lot at roughly the same time.
Wow, what considerate fucking neighbors they are.
A van that to this day has never been identified.
Wait, when? 10 times will keep them from getting abused. Ah, okay. That sounds about right. Whoa! Neighbors hear screams. I'ma mind my own business. I mean, it's not wrong, but at the same time, they should have called the cops. That is a kidnapper van, if I've ever seen one. Yellow, gonna be lurking for now. Evergreen. Yo, what's up? Oh yeah, you're lurking.
Or traced back to anyone. So to be completely clear about what the evidence was telling investigators that morning, Jodie had woken up, gotten ready for work, walked out to her car carrying her things, and somewhere between her apartment door and the
Elemental, if you didn't make such cute noises, I wouldn't be abusing the redeems. You're sorry. Well, someone said a while ago my voice is bad.
Oh no, the voice is bad, but the noises you make are cute.
Well, how does that make sense? Dorkable. Your voice is unique. Yeah, I hope so. It makes perfect sense. What are you, a void? Are you a woman too? Oh my god!
Am I a woman? Sweet.
No, not you. I'm saying elemental. It's elemental. I
love
know
this-
you're a dude.
I love-
Okay.
I love being able to 6'7" now.
Well, fuck! You don't think my voice is bad? Okay. I mean, I'm a smoker. Well, I used to smoke. So, I fucked up my voice.
driver's seat of that Miata. Someone had grabbed her, and she was
So, I could have been better, but, this is where we land now. 6'7", Dayo! 6'7"! Ah! 6'7"!
gone. That evening, KIMT's lead story was about one of its own. and Robin, Jodie's co-anchor, had to sit at the exact same desk Jodie had been sitting at less than 24 hours earlier and deliver the news of her disappearance to the same viewers who'd been watching Jodie smile at them just that morning. And when Robin was asked years later if that was the toughest thing she'd ever done in her career, she just nodded and said, probably, yeah, and then added that whatever it looked like to the viewers, inside it was a mess. The investigation expanded fast, with the FBI getting involved within days, and Jodie's face was suddenly all over national news, which was a cruel kind of irony that wasn't lost on anyone at KIMT, because one of Jodie's co-workers later said, I was just sick and I thought, this is not what we meant about being on national news. Yellow ribbons went up all over Mason City, volunteers flooded the area to help search, and over the course of the investigation more than 1,000 interviews were conducted, but the case produced an absolutely maddening amount of nothing in terms of solid evidence. And from the very beginning, one name kept coming up over and over again, and that was John Vansitz.
Yeah, he is a prime suspect. Again, innocent until proven guilty. She did take it to her position. Yeah. You're glad you're not a woman. Well, I wouldn't say I'm not happy to be a woman, but it's more like, you may be right on some occasions, like, for example, the judgment that you're gonna get amongst your, judging your weight, your appearance, the kind of branded products that you use, for example. It's really hard to keep up. What do you think, I'm a tomboy?
Largely because he had gone out of his way to put himself at the center of the story by publicly declaring
If you really want to talk about branded handbags, well, you need my sister. Well, my youngest sister. My oldest sister is more about makeup. Yeah. I'm more about, like, the urban Japanese style clothing. I'll love that shit.
He likes to be comfortable.
that he was the last
It is very comfortable.
person to see Jodie alive, which is the kind of thing that tends to attract a lot of attention from investigators.
And the fun part about their fashion is the more you lose your weight, the more better it looks on you. That's how it works.
Oh, it fits better.
It fits better. If you lose more weight, it actually looks better on you. Instead of looking like, someone from Africa.
Whoa.
Whether you intend it to or not.
I mean, hungry and it's a bad thing.
Oh, you mean like
Emaciated.
anorexic?
Anorexic. There. Sorry, I'm kind of stupid.
People close to Jodie had long suspected that John's feelings for her went way beyond friendship, because despite being 22 years her senior, he had named his boat after her, and would physically insert
Jesus
himself
Christ,
into any
dude.
conversation she was having with other people, especially.
Yeah, that's not a red flag. Oh, my friend, my male friend, named his boat after me. That is cute. Oh my god, that is absolutely cute. Not a red flag at all.
Isn't that the cutest thing? Isn't that the cutest thing?
Isn't that the cutest thing ever? Oh my god!
He named his boat after
He
me.
named his boat after me. Oh my god!
We are
Not a red
besties
flag.
forever.
Oh my god!
Almost like he wanted everyone to know that Jodie was his. And when Robin interviewed him on
Jesus.
camera just days after Jodie vanished, he said something that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. He said, I named my boat after her because she's Jodie. You can't help but love the woman. You just can't help but love her. And Robin would later admit on camera, when he said that, that's when I said, that's an obsession. And I remember holding onto the microphone and just feeling so ill at ease and thinking to myself, I think you might have done it. Jodie herself had apparently been aware of John's feelings but didn't take them seriously, regularly reminding
Even in real life when I was younger, I had my friends who did that, and I took them seriously. And the way we did it is we had to close it amicably. Otherwise it would spiral into something like this.
him, sometimes even in front of other people, that he was like a father to her, but her friends weren't so sure that message was getting through. One of them later said, I cautioned her. I said, Jodie, There's going to come a point in time when he's going to want more. And when Jodie was told that John had named his boat after her, her friends immediately thought it was bizarre, but Jodie just laughed and said she thought it was kind of cool, because that was Jodie. She just didn't see the danger. But thinking someone might be responsible for something and proving it are two very different things, and despite John being called before a federal grand jury, and despite a search warrant being issued in 2017 for GPS tracking data on 2 of his vehicles, and despite being the central figure of suspicion for essentially 3 straight decades.
No, again, proven until, innocent until proven guilty. So he might not be, he is just a suspect. But at the same time, it's very sus. It's very sus. Very easy to point the finger at him. Because, all signs point towards him. But we're not sure yet.
John was never arrested or charged or officially elevated beyond just being a person of interest. A close friend of his named LaDonna Woodford even came forward to provide...
If you're ever at this level of fame, you should live in a high-security condo or something. In my past life, I would say that, I had at one point had a P.O. box. And it really wasn't doing so well. Because at some point, they tracked me down. By waiting at the P.O. box. So the lengths of some people will do is terrible.
Uncanny.
A little uncanny, because it's not my first time. I've always told, my fans and my closest friends here that it's not my first rodeo.
What she believed was his alibi, saying she had called John at 6 a.m. on the morning Jodie disappeared to confirm their usual walking routine, and that he sounded...
Yeah. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna go rest.
You do that. You need to go and sleep.
Yep.
And thank you for
Bye,
coming.
Chad.
Coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come.
God, don't come. Do not come! Do not redeem! Sir, do not redeem!
So I started blasting.
So started blasting!
So I started coming.
Alright, you do you now. Go.
Okay, bye.
Bye!
Bye-bye.
like he'd been sleeping.
But it's not my first time being in this position. But as well as it's not my first rodeo where, you're being sent death threats and you're doxxed and your family is sent death threats as well. It's not my first time. But obviously, if you're trying to find my past life, that's gonna be difficult. That's all I'm saying. So it's kind of uncanny. Son of a bitch! Shut up, Usagi! What the fuck? That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to be serious here, man.
And she argued that the roughly 2-hour window between when Amy last spoke to Jodie at 4:10 a.m. and when LaDonna called John at 6 a.m. simply wasn't enough time for him to have done anything, especially since he lived...
Concealed carry. I think you can. No. Wait. No, you cannot. You cannot conceal carry as a permanent resident. You're gonna need a license for that. Yeah, owning for self-defense in your household is fine, if I remember. But concealed carry needs, a permit. What do you mean? No, you got yourself thinking. What do you mean? Go get visa for more guns. What? No, I don't need a visa. I got a green card. If it's about immigration, yes, I don't need a visa. I'm already halfway in being an American citizen. If that's what you're asking. My throat is getting a little dry.
Only about 5 minutes from Jodie's apartment. John passed a polygraph test in the fall of 1995, and he maintained his innocence up until December of 2024, when he passed away without ever having been charged with anything. But John wasn't the only person investigators looked at, because a few years into the case, an investigative reporter named Caroline Lowe at a Minneapolis TV station uncovered a connection that sent chills through everyone working the case. A convicted serial named Tony Jackson, who had been found guilty of attacking 4 women across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area in just 18 days back in 1997, had actually been living in Mason City at the time of Jody's disappearance. And not just anywhere in Mason City, he had been living 2 blocks from the KIMT studio, where Jody worked every single morning. Tony had a documented history of stalking his victims beforehand.
Look at those lifeless eyes.
He'd had a violent breakup with a girlfriend just 5 days before Jody vanished, a girlfriend who investigators noted bore a resemblance to Jody. And when police pulled him over during the traffic stop that led to his arrest for the Minnesota attacks, they found rope, handcuffs, a gun, and duct tape in his car. A former cellmate even claimed that Tony had bragged about abducting a news anchor in a rap song he wrote in prison. But when investigators followed
It's always a fucking crime. They're gonna make music, it's always about their fucking crimes. It's not even like helping their case. Oh, but that's a harmful stereotype. Motherfucker! You just did what you're oh my god! Yeah, they're... His face just screams, oh no, they got me. You got married. Yes, I have. So it's not really a problem. Like, owning a gun, that is. But to conceal carry, you need a license for that. Oh, you got a license for that, mate.
That lead all the way to a farm near the town of Tiffin, Iowa, bringing cadaver dogs along with them. They found nothing of substance.
No. Okay. It doesn't work that way. Just because you're married to an American citizen, that your citizenship is guaranteed. No. You undergo a test. Yeah. And you also need to pay for the test. And if you fail, you're gonna have to retake it, including paying again. You need to know how many states there are in America, which is 50. You need to know who George Washington is, where what Abraham Lincoln did for America, for example, like, you know, the emancipation, and then who caused the Civil War. Texas. No, it's Nicholas one. The Union and the Confederates. There you go. Also, yeah, you need to brush up on a lot of history. Like, for example, who is the most violent president in the United States? I forgot. I can see his face in my head. Andrew Jackson is the most violent president of the United States. There you go. Yeah. Not really. And then there's like, what is the name of the most popular ship in the United States? Well, in the military, that is. The Enterprise. The USS Enterprise, for example. And then it's like, what are the bipartisan party? The Republican and the Democrat Party. And it's like, is there a third option? It's like, okay, the Libertarian Party. There. It's like, and then they would probably name like a random number for a president of the United States. Like, they would say, like, I forgot the number that President Obama is. Like, the number, the do not sing. You were born in America and I sing, don't sing even. What? I'm getting confused with you, Usagi. I don't know what you're trying to talk about. Most violent president. No. Grin. Allegedly. But even allegedly doesn't really do you any good, legally speaking. Apparently. But, you know, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but still, no. Still, I'm just saying. I didn't want to be sued.
And in May of 1999, the Mason City Police officially stated that Tony Jackson was not considered at this time a viable suspect in the investigation. And so, over 30 years after Jody was taken from that parking lot, the case remains exactly where it was the morning she vanished, which is to say, nowhere. She was declared legally dead in May of 2001, 6 years after her disappearance, a decision her family had to make in order to settle her estate, even though, as her sister Joanne put it, it felt like the end of the book. Since then, there have been searches in rural Minnesota, including multiple trips to a wooded property in a town called Winstead as recently as November of 2025, along with podcasts, billboards around Mason City, a dedicated website called FindJody.com, run by a team of journalists who refuse to let the case go quiet, a 48 hours episode, multiple 2020 specials, and a 3-part Hulu documentary series called Her Last Broadcast that came out in July of 2025, which examined 4 separate persons of interest and still couldn't point a definitive finger at anyone. A private investigator named Steve Ridge has even offered a $100,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Jody's body, and as of right now, nobody has been able to claim it. Jody's desk at KIMT, by the way, is still there, still sitting in the exact same spot, in the exact same newsroom, where she sat every single morning before the sun came up, and the yellow ribbons that the people of Mason City put up all around the city in the summer of 1995 may have faded over the years, but the memory of the woman they were put up for hasn't, because the people who watch Jody on their TVs every morning before work don't need to hear her last name to know exactly who you're talking about. As someone put it all those years ago, after the 27th of June, 1995, she didn't need a last name anymore. She would always be just Jody.
Yeah, that's fucking creepy. Like, to a dude, it's like, okay, so it's just a missing person that ends up being declared dead because their body couldn't be found. Well, obviously, she's gone. Fifth Venom. Yeah, I was looking for you a while ago. You're my Tootsie Roll now. To my Chocoman, which is Exalted Drifter.
Now, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum from Jody's case, where the welfare check came too late to find anyone at all, this next one is a case where officers showed up, searched the home, and found exactly what they were looking for, except what they found was so much worse than anything they could have possibly prepared themselves for.
Yeah!
2 Metro officers seen arriving at Monique Gilbertson's home on November 6th. They were called for a welfare check, and no one answered the door, so this locksmith steps in.
What is this?
The locksmith called back over to open it.
There's something in there.
Then they make the discovery.
There's a person in here. Go get him in handcuffs.
In the East Las Vegas Valley, about 8 miles from the Strip, there's a small 55-plus
I find that to be very dreadful. Like, the idea of finding someone in a fucking refrigerator. As much as I'm brutal in my dark jokes, right? Like, I laugh about dark jokes. You can blame my dad for that. Yeah, it's a refrigerated, mutilated body. Yes. I find it dreadful to find someone in there. Like, the ability of people to chop up another person and then putting them in the fridge is, like, okay, that's pretty dark. That's pretty dark.
Mobile home community on Tres Piedras Road, near Nellis Boulevard and Vegas Valley Drive, and living there was a 68...
They aren't human at that point. They're monsters. They're monsters.
...year-old woman named Monique Gilbertson, who had originally been born as Lynn Thomas in Buffalo, New York, before changing her name to Monique at some point in her life, and who had spent decades working as a licensed real estate agent in California before financial troubles eventually led her to Las Vegas, where her elderly father had been living in a mobile home park for years and owned 2 homes through a trust, and Monique moved into one of them around 2007. Her father passed away in 2014, and by 10 years later, in 2024, Monique was living alone with her dogs in that same mobile home, and neighbors described her as just an ordinary old lady who basically kept to herself, the kind of person you might not know a whole lot about but whose routine you'd notice if it suddenly changed. And that's exactly what happened in September of 2024, when Monique's routine changed in a way that would eventually cost her everything. Because one day while she was shopping at a Home Depot, she struck up a conversation with a 37-year-old person named Daniel Roosh, who at the time was homeless and going by the name Jaslyn. And after some small talk...
Wait, what? Let me roll back.
Life, and who had spent decades searched the home
Back over.
as Lynn Thomas in Buffalo, New York,
Lynn
before changing her name to
Thomas.
Monique at some point in her life, and who had spent decades working as a licensed real estate agent in California before financial troubles
renamed
eventually led her to Las
themselves.
Vegas, where her elderly father had been living in a mobile home park for years and owned 2 homes through a trust, and Monique moved into one of them around 2007. Her father passed away in 2014, and by 10 years later, in 2024, Monique was living alone with her dogs in that same mobile home, and neighbors described her as just an ordinary old lady who basically kept to herself, the kind of person you might not know a whole lot about but whose routine you'd notice if it suddenly changed. And that's exactly what happened in September of 2024, when Monique's routine changed in a way that would eventually cost her everything. Because one day while she was shopping at a Home Depot, she struck up a conversation with a...
Yeah, I really don't want to say the word, but I think... You know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's one of those, right? I really don't want to say the word because I don't want to die. But you know what I mean. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Don't say the word for all our sakes. But I think I know what they are.
37-year-old person named Daniel Roosh, who at the time was homeless and going by the name Jaslyn. And after some small talk, Monique, being
Okay,
the kind
my
of person she
suspicion is
apparently
right.
was, offered Daniel a place to stay in exchange for help around the house, which, on paper, sounds like a perfectly normal arrangement. But within about a week, things started falling apart fast, because Monique told the property manager at her mobile home community, a woman named Demisha Lopez who she'd become friends with, that she was upset about how filthy Roosh was, that she kept finding drug paraphernalia scattered around her house, and that some of her belongings had started going missing.
God damn. Okay. Being neat is... If you're gonna... if you're gonna do that... Oh my god. I don't want to die, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
And so, around October 22nd, 2024, roughly a month after Daniel had moved in, Monique kicked Daniel out and changed the locks, and she sent text messages making it very clear that the arrangement was over.
Why.
One of them read, "Good luck to you. I just can't live with anybody. I'm so sorry." And another said, "I helped you for way longer than I thought I would, so just think of it as a gift. So, you have to find another person." Monique even called 311.
It sounds very amicable too, like they separated ways. So, what happened?
That same day, to try and get Daniel's remaining belongings officially removed from her property, including a handgun that she didn't want anywhere near her house. But after sitting on hold for too long, she hung up and decided to call back later, but she never got the chance. October 22nd was the last day anyone heard from Monique Gilbertson, and what makes that even harder to sit with is that the people around her did notice something was off, because over the next 2 weeks, Demetria, the property manager, started picking up on little things that didn't add up, like Monique's car being parked in a different spot than usual, and her dogs barking louder and more frequently than they normally would. And then, of course, the biggest red flag of all, which was that Monique, a woman who was known for making regular complaints to the property office about everything from yard maintenance to noise, had suddenly gone completely silent.
Yeah, okay, she's it.
And
Okay.
so, on November 6th, 2024, 15 days after Monique was last heard from, Demisha called the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and asked them...
Yeah, it's so funny. Even the most annoying people you miss. So funny, isn't it? Like, she was known to be like, someone who nags. But at the same time, when she stopped doing it, it's like, where's Monique? Isn't she supposed to be here, like, complaining about something? So weird.
to do a welfare check. Soon afterward, 2 officers arrived at Monique's home on Tres Piedras Road at around 11:41 a.m.
Yeah, I would be concerned too. Like, even though I do not like the woman, like she complains a lot, I would be amiss to not admit that I would be like, well, no, I'm kind of worried they didn't show up at the usual time they would usually complain. I would call in a wellness check, just in case, because of her advanced age as well. A neighbor is a neighbor. Yeah. As much as they are annoying, I'll still do them a favor and, like, check on them. Like, I'm now worried for their safety.
Along with a locksmith in case they needed to get inside. And what happened over the next 45 minutes is all captured on body-worn camera footage that was later released by the Clark County District Court.
Wait! Didn't she change the locks so that the other party wouldn't go inside? What are they doing inside the property? That immediately should be a red fucking flag.
Is that a bird? Yeah, they're the bird.
Yeah, I'm gonna need something like this for myself. I'm scared the fuck.
When the officers first knocked on the door, nobody answered, and they knocked again and again and again, for what felt like an eternity. And right as the locksmith was about to step in and open the door, it cracked open, and standing there was Daniel Roosh. Daniel immediately told the officers, "I've been renting this property and Monique's not here right now," claiming to be house-sitting and insisting that there was paperwork proving the arrangement was legitimate.
Oh god damn it, you can see him. It's like, oh shit! Oh shit!
Jesus.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
I was like, I just got a shower. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, we've been knocking.
Well, I rent this place.
What's your name?
My name's Jaslyn.
Where's Monique at?
Monique is I'm house sitting right now. She left town for a while.
Where is she? No, she didn't. Where is she?
No, she really did. I swear.
Yeah, where is she?
I mean,
Her car's here.
I know her car's.
I mean, red flags all over the place, right? For one, they didn't open the door hearing all that banging. The guy was literally knocking on the fucking lock. So you didn't hear that and didn't even bother to actually stand up and actually talk to the cops. Okay, maybe they were taking a shit. Maybe they're taking a dump or whatever. I know, maybe they're just woken up. Whatever, excuse. That can be done. But at the same time, it's still a very awkward situation. It took that long for the locksmith to open the goddamn door, and then now you decide to show up. Okay, bro. Or, I mean, sorry, ma'am. Fuck. I'm gonna die. A normal person. A normal person would inform their neighbors of new tenants. Yes. So it will not cause an alarm for everyone. An impulse killer. Oh, now that's the first time I've heard of that. Impulsive killer. Okay. Good one.
She has me house sitting. I have I got my rent receipts.
You're not supposed to be here. Come outside. Come outside.
She doesn't have anyone here.
No, I have rent receipts right here actually.
Hey, come outside.
Well, I'm
let's
not gonna come
talk.
outside right now. I have paperwork that I'm supposed to be here. Like, you know what I mean? And like,
Yeah, you need to come outside and show it.
But here's the thing. Monique had kicked Daniel out 2 weeks earlier, changed the locks, and sent text messages telling
that's what I was saying. They were kicked out. Locks were changed. So how the hell are you inside?
Daniel to leave and never come back. So the idea that Monique had then turned around and asked this same person to house sit while she went out of town made absolutely no sense, and the officers could feel it, because one of them told Daniel directly, "You're being defensive about this, and that's suspicious." For nearly 15 minutes, Daniel refused to let the officers inside.
Even if you're innocent, right? Okay, let's say they're innocent. Okay, for their sake. let's say she is innocent, you wouldn't feel the need to defend yourself. Like, yeah, go ahead, walk in, go and check for her. It is, after all, like a wellness check. Go ahead. If you're so innocent. But we all know it's not. You're not innocent. It's a welfare check. They have the right to enter. Yes, that's what I'm saying too. I agree. Like, if you're not guilty of anything, like no crime has been committed, you would just let us in. We're cops. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do to you?
Insisting on having rights to the property, until eventually Daniel and a second person in the home, a woman named Gina Lopez, who was Daniel's wife, stepped outside and the officers were finally able.
What? Okay, wait. Let me guess. It's a lesbian relationship. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die.
Able to enter.
The age disparity. I know, right?
They're in a room?
No, they're in the cage.
Cage, okay.
Yeah, they're in the
Okay.
cage.
Okay, good. No, my partner.
Hello.
Hello. Come on, partner. Go over there.
Man.
And what they found inside was not the home of a woman who had peacefully gone on vacation,
It seems like they have like a pet parrot.
because there was white powder and drug paraphernalia scattered all over the place, and as the officers moved through each room and closet, checking every corner, one of them said out loud, "I really wonder what happened to her."
Yeah, well, I really wonder what happened to fucking Monique.
Man, the house is such a mess. Jesus fucking Christ. I cannot live like that. Like, sure, when I was in high school or in college, I could be a little messy. But oh my god. How are you even using the bathroom in that state? How? I want to clean up their bathroom. Like, with all due respect, because they passed away, but goddamn, the vanity mirror is really nice. I like that, but at the same time, you can't even. What are you doing here? It's the bathroom. Just burn the place down at that point. I mean, I could argue it's still salvageable. You just really need to throw away a lot of stuff. Probably smell like dog shit and bird dandruff. Yes. Yes. It smells like a pet shop.
Ooh. This place is just gross, dude. Yeah, I'm concerned for
Guys, remember, if your wife cleans your bathroom, thank her.
where
And then they reached a utility room where they noticed a chest freezer that was locked and covered with clothing and household items, as if someone had tried to make it look like just another piece of clutter you wouldn't think twice about. Except the
Because even for my husband, like, guys tend to, leave some drippings behind. And I told him, I will clean this, but you have to tell your friends to come, step closer whenever they're relieving themselves. Because otherwise, you're making it hard for me. Make my job easier. Don't make it more difficult than it should be. I have, all the the materials I need to clean the bathroom, but please don't make a mess. Like, come on. Don't make it difficult for me.
The officers absolutely thought twice about it.
What is this?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you could even save yourself a wipe by just lifting the toilet seat up. That's it. Oh, I even told him that. It's like, I really don't care if you don't leave the seat down. But so far, after like 2 months, he has been leaving the seat down. So, you know, can't really complain. Nice.
Where's it locked at? It's right here. I think.
Yeah, what's got the key on it? Is it a Allen thing?
It's like an Allen key.
They called the locksmith back over to pop the lock on the freezer, and when the lid came open, there was a tarp covering whatever was inside, and one of the officers reached in and pulled the tarp back, and what was underneath it was the body of Monique Gilbertson, folded up, completely frozen, and according to prosecutors, she had clearly been in there for quite some time. The officer's reaction was immediate. "There's a person in here," he said. "Go get him in handcuffs." And then, as more officers arrived...
I like how the officer is very professional. There's a person in here. Get the handcuffs. God damn, this man has seen things that we're not prepared to see. On the spot. Like, the man just like, yeah, that's a person right there. Get the handcuffs. Absolute cinnamon. Jesus Christ, talk about casual.
Arrived and saw the freezer for themselves. You can hear one of them on the body cam audio say quietly, "Mother of God, man."
He's freaking out saying we can't open it. He's freaking out saying we can't open it.
Of course he is. Go, yeah, you covered it back. I swear to God.
They already had the sinking feeling that they're gonna find a body. So I guess they were mentally prepared for it. They smell it. Oh, you're right. Tackle them to get him! Tackle them to the ground! You're ready to see it. Damn. Don't even tell them why until they are in the car. Yeah. Even when frozen, it's gonna smell. You mean like that sick, sweet, porky smell? I've smelled it before. Like, even with human blood cleaned with bleach, the smell is distinct.
Oh, still.
And I can't imagine myself sleeping right next to, like, a few feet away from a body. Like, God bless. Ugh. Gives me the chills. Oh, yeah. You're right.
Oh.
So the odor would still be lingering because they're not going to be able to clean it up properly. You're right.
You got a whiff. There's something in there.
Oh, yeah, there is something in there indeed.
There's a person in here. Go get him in handcuffs. Mother of God, man.
Daniel and Gina were both detained on the spot, and what came out during the investigation that followed was, if anything, even worse than what the officers had already seen. Because when investigators questioned Daniel, the story kept changing. First, Daniel said Monique was found dead at the dining room table, and then moments later changed the story and said she was actually found in a different room called the Bird Room. And then when asked about the freezer, Daniel reportedly asked the officers if they had warrants to look at the freezer, which is a very specific question to ask for someone who supposedly just found a dead body and panicked. Eventually, Daniel told police, "I put her in the icebox because I didn't know what to do, and until I could figure it out, I had her in the icebox," which is the kind of statement that, on its own, might sound like a confused person making a terrible decision. except for the part where Daniel then continued living in Monique's home for approximately 2 weeks, with the body.
God damn! You're living in there with a dead body for 2 weeks. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's totally insane. Yeah, that's totally insane. But no, the misgendering part is probably the most terrible thing ever, right?
He's still in the freezer, sleeping there, using the home, essentially taking it over. And then Gina told investigators.
Yeah, let's brush aside the human life that died because of your fucking selfishness. Oh my fucking god.
A much darker version of events, because according to court documents, Gina told police that Daniel had given Monique cocaine that was laced with fentanyl, that Monique overdosed right in front of Daniel, and that Daniel then smothered Monique with a pillow because she panicked and did not want to be blamed for the overdose. Gina also admitted that Daniel called her to the home afterward and demanded that she help move Monique's body, and together the two of them carried Monique to the freezer, with Gina grabbing her by the ankles and Daniel lifting her under the arms. And after the body was placed inside, Daniel locked the freezer and turned to Gina and said, "You're now part of it." When the autopsy results came back, they revealed that Monique had 400 nanograms of fentanyl per milliliter in her system at the time of her death, which is 200 times the amount that would be enough to end someone's life. And Clark County Deputy...
God. Wow, okay. Double dead. Like, super dead. They didn't even need to, like, put the pillow on her. She was already on her way out. I know the audacity for asking the words, right? Fucking wild. Holy fuck. Okay.
District Attorney James Puccinelli would later tell reporters in January 2025 that Daniel Roosh gave Monique Gilbertson massive amounts of fentanyl in an effort to cause her to be deceased, so he could go into her house and take over her life, essentially. In January 2025, a Clark County grand jury indicted Daniel on 7 felony charges, including murder, abuse of an elderly person, burglary, and administering a drug to aid in the commission of a felony, and Daniel pleaded not guilty to all of them.
What? Oh my god! I'm not guilty! Oh my shit! Oh my god! He pleaded not guilty! Not guilty! You lived in the house for 2 weeks! What do you mean you're not guilty? Oh my god.
Gina was charged with drug offenses and burglary but was not indicted on murder charges, though the indictment indicated she may have played a role in Monique's death. A death penalty review committee later determined that Daniel would not face the death penalty if convicted, and multiple judges have denied setting bail, meaning Daniel has remained locked up in the Clark County Detention Center ever since the arrest. As of July 2026, the case is still making its way through the courts, with prosecutors and defense attorneys currently fighting over whether statements that Gina made to police about what Daniel told her can even be used at trial, since the two were technically still married at the time, and something called spousal privilege, which is basically a legal rule that can prevent one spouse from being forced to testify about what the other spouse told them in private, could potentially keep some of the most damning evidence in the entire case from ever reaching.
This is what I think the justice system in America is so fucking corrupt. Because even though it is already very blatant that they're guilty of what they've done, American justice system will be like, oh no, they're innocent. America's justice system is fucking garbage.
A jury. One of Monique's neighbors, a man named Chris Martin, told the Las Vegas Review-Journal shortly after the news broke, "It's just the saddest thing I've ever heard. Nobody should go like that." But while that last case involved officers walking into a home and finding exactly what they were looking for in the worst way possible, this next welfare check is one that happened twice.
Man. Yeah, it makes you lose, like, faith in the American justice system. Like, every excuse in the book they're gonna throw at, you know, defending themselves is like, oh my god. Meh. It's a joke, I know. Oftentimes it's less about guilty and more worried about they'll be mistreated in prison. You lose faith with every drunk driver getting a slap under it. Oh, especially drunk driving. Yeah, the drunk drivers always get away with their lives. Meanwhile, their victims always end up dead. And I fucking hate it. Or even crippled, which is even worse. Just, oh my god. Yeah. I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom. I need to pee. I drank a lot of coffee, so I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. My cords are like stuck to my chair. See you later, pizza guy. I'm sure you will be showing up. Yeah. I'm gonna go and do number 1 thing. Where was that? I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. I returned. God damn it, Maximilian. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you betray me? Really? I just returned! You guys are evil.
To 2 different people in the same case, and what the officers found each time only made the entire story more devastating.
Yes, the flashback hides all.
Jennifer Farber Dulos was born on September 27th, 1968, in New York City, the youngest daughter of Hilliard Farber, who worked as a banker, and Gloria Ortenberg, who was a philanthropist. And if the name Ortenberg rings a bell, that's because Jennifer's maternal uncle and aunt were Arthur Ortenberg and Elizabeth Claiborne, the founders of the fashion company Liz Claiborne Inc. So Jennifer grew up in a family that had both money and connections. But by all accounts, what she
God damn, she is so chopped. What the hell is this? Disturbing welfare checks, and we're caught on camera.
actually cared about was writing and being a mother, because she graduated from Brown University in 1990, later earned a master's degree in writing from NYU's Tisch School of the Arts, and eventually became a stay-at-home mom who contributed articles to a local news site called Patch.com and ran her own personal blog. And it was at Brown where she first met the man who would later take everything from her, because a Greek-born real estate developer named Fotis Doulos had also attended Brown, graduating a year before Jennifer in 1989, and the two of them began exchanging emails while Fotis was still married to his first wife.
Why does she look like, Wait, who was that actor for Top Gun? You don't want to be mean, but that's straight up an Attack on Titan smile. No, did you mention it? Tom Cruise. If you cover her face up here and here, she looks like Tom Cruise. Yeah, she looks like Tom Cruise with long hair. I'm sorry, she does look like Tom Cruise.
A relationship that eventually led to his divorce after just 4 years. Jennifer and Fotis, married in Manhattan, moved to Farmington, Connecticut, which is a wealthy suburb about 10 miles or 16 kilometers west of Hartford. And over the years, they had 5 kids together, 3 sons and 2 daughters, including 2 sets of twins, and Fotis founded a luxury home building company called 4 Group. But behind the picture-perfect surface, the marriage was falling apart, and Jennifer knew it. In a 2012 blog post, she wrote, "I wish I were a strong person, and that confrontation did not both scare and appall me." And by 5 years later, in 2017, after discovering that Fotis was having an affair with a woman named Michelle Troconis, who was a Venezuelan-born colleague of his that had already moved into their Farmington home, Jennifer filed for divorce, rented a house about 70 miles or 110 kilometers.
But I find it to be very, like, cyclic for white women. Or, you know, westernized women to do that. No, I'd be mad too if I was her, because what the fuck was that? Oh yeah, the guy. His behavior is not excusable. Like, I know it's probably difficult to be working with her, but at the same time, if you're gonna cheat, you might as well just go through the divorce. Right. To be fair. Is that the house? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe for illustration. But, yeah, it's like, it's very cyclic for Americans to do that. Start a family, and maybe around like 5 to like 8 years they divorce. And then they fall in love again, make another family, and then divorce again. Like I don't know why. Like, I'm in my one and only marriage, so thank God. Or thank Asimov, you know, the creator of the 3 laws of robotics. But, you know, as an android, I will never understand that.
Away in New Canaan, Connecticut, and moved there with all 5 of the kids. And what Jennifer wrote in those divorce filings is the kind of thing that makes your stomach drop when you know how the story ends. Because she told the court, "I know that filing for divorce and filing this motion will enrage him. I know he will retaliate by trying to harm me in some way." And she also claimed that Fotis had threatened to kidnap the kids and take them to Greece if she didn't agree to his terms, and that he had recently bought a gun. By March of 2018, a judge had...
Well, think about it this way. You created me, right? Humans created me, but at the same time, you guys are always imperfect. I guess I do harbor those imperfections, but at the same time, some of the decision makings you guys do is very confusing. Or very contradictory. That's all I'm saying. I'm not judging you guys. I'm just making like a very bland statement. Nothing is meant to be perfect. Yes. Absolutely. I'm just stating my confusion. But I'm not saying that I'm expecting perfection from my creators.
Had awarded Jennifer sole physical custody of the kids, with Fotis limited to supervised visits and monitored phone calls. And on top of the custody battle, Jennifer's mother, Gloria, was also suing Fotis for $1.7 million in unpaid loans, money that Jennifer's late father had lent to Fotis for his real estate business, and that Fotis claimed was actually a gift.
2010, the relationship did not have any promissory notes. There was no obligation to pay any of the funds.
You expect Gloria Farmer, the mother of Jennifer Farmer, to be giving you gifts, $14,000 a year, even after Jennifer is missing and you've been accused of criminal conduct in connection with her missing?
I don't expect anything. I know what the agreement was.
So at the time of Jennifer's disappearance, Fotis was essentially broke, losing custody of his kids, being sued by his mother-in-law, and watching his entire life crumble. And the woman he blamed for all of it was living 70 miles away in a house he had never been allowed to see.
I mean, not gonna lie, the guy is a looker. Like, if he wasn't this scumbag of a guy, he actually does have the looks. Not gonna lie, especially in this part. He's got that riz. He's got it.
Foot inside. And then came May 24th, 2019. At around
Guy looks
8
like a
o'clock
bad
that Friday.
guy looks like a bad movie villain. Like a what colors a B movie kind. How the fuck does he fuck his life up that bad? I would say I could blame both of them. I would blame both of them. Like, the woman is like, she's not yet, like, she's not ready to settle down, essentially. The word is she's not ready to settle down, but she married the guy after college and then ended up, you know, regretting it afterward and became cold. And that's why the guy cheated. It's a very samey pattern for most cases of why guys cheat, is because their wives got cold and was wanting more in life that they couldn't provide. Am I blaming the guy for this? Absolutely not. It's the woman's fault in this situation where you should be like, you should settle down really and realize that you cannot achieve what you've dreamed of when you were in college. That disappointment, when you can get over it, will release you from all this headache that you have. Usually it's just, oh, well, I cannot be an actor, for example. Or someone successful in the corporate environment. Just let it go. And settle down. I'm not saying that you give up your dreams, but at the same time, you cannot keep holding on to them if it's unattainable. Is the word for it. Because otherwise, you're gonna end up like her. You're not content. You're not content with life. And you want more out of it. The guy is, you know, terrible at it as well. It's like, how the fuck do you fumble such a gracious, like, sponsor or investor, sorry. So weird. And I'm not trying to lecture anyone that I'm better. No. Fuck no. I have a lot to learn in being married. You know, being a married android. So, just putting it out there, I'm not saying I'm better than these people. But at the same time, I did not commit a crime. So I'm already better
Friday morning, Jennifer dropped her 5 kids off at the New Canaan Country School, and at 8:05 a.m., a neighbor's security camera captured her driving back to her home on Wells Lane, and that is the last confirmed sighting of Jennifer Dulos alive. She had 2 doctor's appointments scheduled in New York City that day, one at 11 a.m. and one at 1 p.m.
And probably not for $1.7 million loaned. Exactly, yeah. How the hell do you fumble that? Poor life choices. And probably not following through with promises he couldn't keep. Yeah. By all means. Like, marrying someone educated is also probably one problem. Like, being knowledgeable is like, it's like a curse to itself. That's why they say ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss might be an old saying, but it still applies. Like, you can just ignore all the problems and feel good about it. But if you're smart, usually it haunts you. You guys get what I'm saying, right? Huh.
p.m., and she made it to neither. At around 11:30 a.m., Jennifer's nanny, Lauren Almeida, arrived at the house expecting to find it empty, since Jennifer should have been in New York. But when Lauren walked in, something immediately felt off, because Jennifer's white Range Rover was still parked in the garage, even though Jennifer had been...
You severe education. Well, of course you guys are smarter than me. Come on. All of you guys got jobs. I don't have a job. Well, this counts as my job. You know, entertaining you. But at the same time, I'm like, you guys got jobs. You're already better off than me. How about that? You own a car. You probably live with an apartment that you own. Or at least rent. So there you go. You have your job specifically because you're dumb. Well, you still have a job. You're still better than me. Oh, and all I'm doing here is like, you know, being a robot.
and planning to drive it to her appointments instead of her black Chevrolet Suburban, which was missing.
Yeah.
There was an unopened granola bar and a mug of tea sitting on the kitchen counter, as if Jennifer had been in the middle of her morning routine and then just stopped. Lauren tried calling Jennifer and got no response.
Leon! Ano ba yan? Bakit ang bastos mo? Ano ba? Pamirat! Bakit yung pekpek ko ba pinag-usapan mo? Ano ba yan? Ha? Paano naging totoo? Paano mo alam? Ha? Paano mo alam? Pambihirang batang to. Bastos.
And as the hours passed with no word from her, Lauren took all 5 kids to Gloria's apartment in New York City, and at around 7 p.m. that evening, Lauren and another friend of Jennifer's reported her missing. When police arrived at Jennifer's home to check on her, what they found inside was not just a missing person's house, it was a crime scene, because there was blood spatter on the floor of the garage, on the door, on a wall, and on the exterior of the Range Rover. And there was also blood in the kitchen.
I have a secondary plate for you, Ron, when you're ready. Connecticut.
I think it's talking about it, so you never know. No. It has a set of service building, there's a Chevy service building.
Go with the rest. Connecticut 1, Alpha Juliet, Mike Uniform, Oscar 1HA, NUO. Showing that on a blue Mini Cooper, registered to a Saggers from...
Yo, they really have a nice house.
Appreciate it. Can you send me a mark unit, check on this vehicle? It appears unoccupied at this time. That is Connecticut, Alpha Juliet 69099. That is the vehicle, correct? Affirmative, Alpha Juliet 69099, yes.
What do the numbers mean, Mason? What do the numbers mean?
Appreciate you said you're on Lapham. Was that near the Maryland or Northward Waving?
Wow, that's a huge garage.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, that's pretty spacious.
Grab my camera from the car. Yeah.
Yeah, that's blood. That's blood right there. God damn.
Spent time trying to clean it up. But the part of the investigation that really tied everything together was the surveillance footage from that same evening, because at around 7:15 p.m. on May 24th, roughly 11 hours after Jennifer was last seen alive, police cameras along Albany Avenue in Hartford, which is about 45 miles or 72 kilometers north of New Canaan, captured Fotis and Michelle driving a 4-group pickup truck and making 30 separate stops along the street, throwing garbage bags into trash bins at every single one. When investigators recovered those bags, they found inside them a shirt and bra covered in Jennifer's blood, sponges stained with her blood, zip ties with her blood on them, a black garden glove with Fotis's DNA on the inside, and a utility knife. And Fotis was also seen on camera dropping a FedEx box containing altered license plates down a storm drain and tossing out a small rug that appeared to match one missing from Jennifer's Suburban.
God damn. It's almost like it's like premeditated. Like he planned it out that I'm gonna, murk someone and then they're gonna do all this. Yeah, it shows that they had planning. Okay. Okay, see you later, Maximilian. And thanks for coming over. Come. See you later. Why? You were just leaving! I mean, yeah, hydrogen peroxide acetone. Well, I mean... why? Did you commit a crime before, Mr. Grimm?
Been waiting for her, and Jennifer's phone pinged at Lapham Road at 10:38 a.m.
The last thing you see before you get grabbed and eaten.
And had no activity at all after 11:09 a.m. 8 days after Jennifer vanished, on June 1st, 2019, police arrested Fotis and Michelle at a hotel in Avon, Connecticut, and charged them with tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution, and both pleaded not guilty. Then, about 7 months later in January of 2020, the charges got much more serious, because Fotis was hit with capital murder, and kidnapping, while Michelle was charged with conspiracy to commit murder. And a third person, Fotis's friend and former attorney, Kent Mohini, was also arrested that same day on a conspiracy to commit murder charge, partly because investigators had discovered a shallow grave on a secluded property Kent owned in East Granby, Connecticut, lined with 2 bags of lime and a blue tarp, although no body was ever found inside it. Fotis was released on a $6 million bond.
Particular instance here with this particular charge, what do you have to say for yourself?
It's an exhausting fight. I love my children. That's about it.
Where's your wife? Where's Jennifer?
We wish we knew, and we it was very, I don't know if you got a chance to see us talking to the state police. I have a very friendly relationship with them. I wish them well. And I wish you'd ask yourself why you have the nerve and the audacity to ask him that question.
Alternatively, hydrochloric for meat, hydrofluoric for bone. Wait, how do you guys know these things?
Because if you know something the police don't know, you should go tell them. We don't know where Jennifer is.
Interested in him.
What?
Police seem very interested.
They do, but where's the murder charge? And where's your objectivity? Shame on you.
Can you get
Was it Mr. Doulos on that videotape?
Mr. Doulos?
That's a good attorney. God damn.
And that's when the second welfare check in this case happened. The one that the officers who responded to it will probably never forget. On January 28th, 2020, roughly 8 months after Jennifer disappeared, Fotis was scheduled to appear at an emergency bond hearing at Stamford Superior Court at noon, because there were questions about whether the real estate assets he'd put up to secure his bond were actually worth what he claimed, and there was a real chance his bond would be revoked and he'd be sent back to jail. But noon came and went, and Fotis never walked through the courtroom doors, and his GPS ankle monitor showed he was still at his home on Jefferson Crossing in Farmington. And so at 11:44 a.m., a Connecticut State Police detective called the Farmington Police Department and asked them to go check on him.
Alright guys, let's go gambling. He murked himself. He murked himself, didn't he? You worked hazard-based jobs and that includes what you think. Ah, okay, to be fair, yes. Okay. Basic hazmat training for work. And absolutely no other reason. Fifth Venom, you scare me.
Officers arrived at the home at approximately 11:57 a.m., knocked on the front door, got no response, and started checking the perimeter. When one of the officers, Lieutenant Bailey, reached the garage windows and looked inside, he saw Fotis sitting in his Chevrolet Suburban with the engine running and the garage doors closed, and the garage was filled with a haze of exhaust. Officers forced their way in and found Fotis slumped over in the front seat, not breathing, with no pulse, and a vacuum cleaner hose running from the exhaust pipe into the interior of the vehicle through a window that had been sealed with electrical tape.
They could see through a window.
Okay, so so I won.
Mr. Doulos was sitting.
Not predictable, I suppose, because Epstein is still alive. You're stupid if you think that guy really, clocked down.
Vehicle, and he had obvious signs of medical distress. Officers forced entry and immediately began to perform life-saving measures. Medics responded from the East Farmington Fire.
Yeah, Palm Beach Pete, they're literally mocking us to our faces.
Department, Yukon Health, and AMR Ambulance.
And guess what? Nobody's talking about Palm Beach Pete now. It's so surreal.
To assist with those life-saving measures. Mr. Doulos was transported to Yukon Health by ambulance, where he is now listed as critical condition. Right now, the investigation is just beginning, and we expect to have an update later this evening.
Was there a note at all that might have indicated that this was a suicide attempt?
Yes, it's way too early for us to confirm any of that right now.
Inside the Suburban, they found photographs of Fotis and his kids, a packet of Tylenol PM, and a handwritten note. Officers immediately began CPR, and after roughly 30 minutes of life-saving efforts, they managed to get a faint pulse, and Fotis was rushed to Yukon Health Center before being airlifted to Jacobi Medical Center in the Bronx, New York, for hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which is a treatment where the body is pumped with pure oxygen inside a pressurized chamber to counteract carbon monoxide poisoning. But 2 days later, on January 30th, 2020, Fotis was taken off life support and pronounced dead at 5:32 p.m. His note, which was later obtained by reporters, read, "If you are reading this, I am no more. I refuse to spend even an hour more in jail for something I had nothing to do with. Enough is enough." He also claimed in the letter that Michelle and Kent had nothing to do with Jennifer's disappearance, and he apologized to a woman named Anna Curry, who was his new girlfriend and had been staying at the house with him, and who...
Not gonna lie, his handwriting is pretty good. He's a learned man. Want to talk about In your face mocking lol. Look at what they named the new surveillance system. Flock camera. Yeah, we're cattle to them. Literally. I've talked to some people before, and they really think I'm just like a, schizo. No, I laugh at that statement, but I'm like, come on, have you been in China? No, right? No, guess what? This is exactly what it looks like in China. Just go to Shanghai. You'll know what it feels like.
Otis had sent out on an errand to the bank just before he went into the garage, meaning he had waited for her to leave before doing what he did, which is an eerily...
I have the option to leave America if America really, goes sideways. And most of you don't. So keep that in mind. Like, most of the people I talk to, I also remind them of that. Like, I can go somewhere. You don't. You only have America to fall back on.
A similar pattern to how investigators believe he waited for Jennifer to come home before doing what he did to her. And in a detail that investigators found especially telling, when they searched the house after pulling photos from the vehicle, they discovered that a carbon monoxide detector inside the home had been deliberately taken down from its mount, which meant this was not an impulsive decision. It was planned.
Fotis Dulis was declared dead tonight at 5:32. The family is adamant that his name be cleared. As we are speaking, we have filed an unusual motion in the Connecticut courts asking to substitute an estate for Fotis Dulis.
I want to know the early life of that lawyer. I'm betting he's a Jew, but that just means he's really good at his job.
For him as a defendant, to force the state to show its hand in a trial filled with evidence we think that amounts...
I'll hire that man. I'll take a loan to hire him.
To no more than innuendo and unsupported suspicion.
With Fotis gone, the case shifted entirely to Michelle and Kent, and on March 1st, 2024, nearly 5 years after Jennifer vanished, a 6-person jury found Michelle guilty on all 6 charges, including conspiracy to commit murder, hindering prosecution, and evidence tampering.
He involved you in the cleanup. We have no doubt that he has killed Jennifer.
Okay.
We think you have information that
Oh, yeah. I can do whatever you want, but I didn't do it.
Leo loves only one person, and that's himself.
I don't love him anymore. I don't want to love him anymore.
Can I just have to chase it? Do you know where she is, and can you please tell us?
God damn. I love the drama.
2 months later, on May 31st, she was sentenced to 14.5 years in prison, and her attorney announced an appeal.
My dad, with the help of Michelle Triconis, murdered my mom. I've blocked out my childhood so much I can barely remember it.
As for Kent, the conspiracy to commit murder charge was eventually dropped in June of 2025 due to insufficient evidence, and he pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of interfering with an officer and was sentenced to 11 months, time he had already served. Jennifer's body has never been found, and despite searches of dozens of properties across Connecticut, including canine units, helicopters, dive teams, and even an expert at locating unmarked graves, nobody has been able to determine where Fotis took her after he drove away from Wells Lane in her Suburban that morning. In October of 2023...
They never found the body. No, that's even worse. It could be mincemeat by now, or flown somewhere else. Because really, if you can't find the body, it's either really buried well, or it's moving, and somewhere else.
A Connecticut probate judge declared Jennifer legally dead, a decision her mother Gloria had requested because she was at an advanced age, and wanted to ensure that Jennifer's estate could be properly passed on to the 5 kids, all of whom have been living with Gloria in New York City since the day their mother disappeared. And in May of 2021, Connecticut passed a law called Jennifer's Law, named after both Jennifer Dulos and another domestic violence victim named Jennifer Magnano, which expanded the legal definition of domestic violence to include something called coercive control, meaning the kind of psychological manipulation and intimidation that Jennifer had described in her divorce filings years before anyone was willing to take it seriously. Governor Ned Lamont signed it into law on June 28th of that year, and it remains one of the most significant domestic violence reforms in the state's history.
Yeah, that's a good question. How old is this? 7 days ago. So they probably haven't found the body. No, that's a good... No, that is a mystery that I want to know. Where could it be found?
Now, every single welfare check we've looked at so far has involved officers walking into a home and finding something awful already waiting for them. But this next one is different, because when officers arrived at this house in Louisville, Kentucky, they couldn't even get inside because every single door
Yo, Doku! Your state!
was screwed shut.
Louisville, Kentucky. Oh my god, finally someone who says Louisville correctly. How do you say it correctly?
Pretty good now? Yeah. I got a bunch of loot.
Every window on the first floor was
How that
bolted
guy
or barricaded. Shut out all states history check we've looked at. Now, every single welfare check we've looked at so far has involved officers walking into a home and finding something awful already waiting for them. But this next one is different, because when officers arrived at this house in Louisville, Kentucky, they couldn't...
Louisville. I don't know how to say it right!
But this next one is different, because when officers arrived at this house in Louisville, Kentucky, they couldn't even get inside, because every single...
It's supposed to be Louis, right? Like Louisville? I don't know how to say it right!
single door was screwed shut.
Do you need Louis? Louis. I don't know how to say it right, man! Yes, everyone! Yeah!
Pretty good now? Yeah. I got a bunch of loot.
Every window on the first floor was bolted or barricaded, and the only way into the building was a shattered window on the second story. And the reason it was shattered is because the woman trapped inside had kicked it out herself with her bare feet, while she was chained to the floor by her neck.
Damn!
Is anybody else in there? He did what? Is he Hispanic?
And what those officers saw when they climbed a ladder and looked through that broken window is one of the most disturbing things that has ever been captured on a body-worn camera.
Pretty good now? Yeah. I got a bunch of loot.
Yeah, you're so desperate for you know, partnership that you enslaved.
Is anybody else in there? He did what? Is he Hispanic?
On the evening of August 16th, 2023, at around 7 p.m., neighbors on Bowling Avenue, which is in a residential area near the Park Hill and Algonquin neighborhoods off Dixie Highway in Louisville, called 911 because they could hear a woman screaming for help from inside a two-story house in the 1700 block. Two officers from the Louisville Metro Police Department's 2nd Division, Anthony Roach and Richard Isaacs, were dispatched to the scene. And what they encountered when they arrived was unlike any welfare check either of them had ever responded to, because they couldn't find a single way in.
Man, this is... Okay, that is scary. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Like... Sorry, I'm I'm getting a little emotional.
In the body cam footage, you can see the officers going around the entire perimeter of the house, trying every door and every window on the ground floor.
But it's barricaded.
And all of them are either screwed shut, bolted from the inside, or completely barricaded. And the whole time you can hear a woman screaming and crying from somewhere upstairs. The neighbors who had called 911 told the officers that there was a ladder on the side of the house that they could use, and so the officers grabbed it, propped it up against the building, and climbed up to the second floor window that had been kicked out. And that's when Richard looked inside and saw something that made him immediately start climbing in. He later told reporters, "I turned around and looked in the window and could see the chain around her neck, and she was crying hysterically, so I had to get in there and get her out safely."
Is anybody else in there?
He could use in the moment she and once they finally got Jonna out of the house and onto the front lawn, they used bolt cutters to remove the chain and the padlock from around her neck. And so, what had actually happened to Jonna? Because to understand how she ended up in that room, you need to know who put her there. The man responsible was a 36-year-old named Moises May, who was Jonna's estranged boyfriend and the father of her daughter, and the house on Bowling Avenue was a home the two of them had once shared together before.
It's so weird that I find these very violent men to be also the ones that so insecure about their partnership with their, partner, that they would resort to this kind of bullshit. Either domestic abuse or chaining a woman up. I find that disgusting. Like, what kind of man are you that you stoop so low to do this? Like, I know your behavior is so detestable to the point where the person wants to leave you. And what did you do? You made it worse.
Or they split up. Jonna later told WDRB, the local news station, that she had been away from Moises for about 4 days when she ran into him riding his bike, and he asked her to come back to the house to help him clean it, saying he'd pay her for the work, and because she needed the money and because this was someone she knew, someone she had a daughter with, she agreed to go. And the moment she was inside, everything changed. Moises locked the door behind them, and according to Jonna, he looked at her and said, "You want to do this the hard way or do this the easy way?" And Jonna, realizing she was now locked inside a house with no way out, and a man who was clearly planning something, told him she wanted to do it the easy way, hoping that cooperating would keep her alive. He then forced her to strip, used a machete to cut off her hair, which she said had gone all the way down to her back, and then wrapped the chain around her neck, locked it with the padlock, and bolted the other end to the floor. But here's the part that saved Jonna's life, because after chaining her up, Moises picked up his phone, called a friend, and said in front of her, "I've got to take this equipment back to Lowe's. When I come back, I'm going to kill you." And then he left. And in that moment, Jonna knew she had a window, maybe 15 or 20 minutes at most. And even though she was still chained by the neck to the floor, she managed to drag herself close enough to the second-story window to kick the glass out with her feet and start screaming for anyone who could hear her. She was chained up for approximately 5 hours before the neighbors finally heard her and called 911. And what came out during the investigation that followed made it clear that the chaining was not an isolated incident, because the abuse Jonna had suffered at the hands of Moises stretched back much further than that one night. Prosecutors revealed at trial that between July 31st and August 10th, 2023, in the weeks leading up to the chaining, Moises had forced Jonna to engage in commercial activity with multiple men on at least 5
Yeah, fuck you. Look at this fat fuck.
separate occasions, essentially trafficking her
Let me
out
guess, he's gonna plead not guilty.
of the very same house she was later chained up in. He had burned all of her clothes, so she had nothing to wear if she tried to leave. The house had no running water and no accessible food, and every door and window had been deliberately sealed to make sure that anyone inside could not get out without a key that only Moises had. And perhaps the most heartbreaking detail about Jonna's situation came when
Why would you, as a fellow woman, why would you defend this? Why? Really, you're gonna tell me and sit there that this man is innocent?
a key that only Moises had. And
The sweet, bitter irony.
perhaps the most heartbreaking detail about Jonna's situation came when she told reporters about the birth of her daughter roughly a year earlier, because Jonna said she didn't even know she was pregnant at the time. And when she went into labor inside that same house, she had to deliver the baby by herself in the bathroom because Moises refused to come help her and wouldn't even bring her the phone so she could call 911. The baby weighed just 3 pounds and 3 ounces, and the umbilical cord was wrapped around her throat, and it took emergency services 25 minutes to get to them, but the baby survived. And at the time of Jonna's rescue, the little girl was staying safely with other family members. Moises was arrested 2 days after the rescue, on August 18th, 2023, and his defense at trial was, and I wish I was making this up, that Jonna had chained herself. Yeah.
What? Oh my... Your Honor! She chained herself willingly.
He claims she put the chain around her own neck, bolted it to the floor herself, and locked it with a padlock, all because she couldn't stop cheating on him, which is the kind of defense that probably felt a lot more convincing in his head than it did in front of 12.
She was role-playing! What the fuck? What am I hearing?
Jurors, because on May 1st, 2025, roughly a
Your Honor, castrate this man. I want his balls.
year and 9 months after the rescue, a jury found Moises guilty on every single charge, including 5 counts of human trafficking, kidnapping, intimidation of a participant in the legal process, terroristic threatening, and harassment with physical contact. And the prosecution called his actions a calculated and terrifying crime. 2 months later, on July 2nd, 2025, he was sentenced to 30 years in prison, with a requirement that he serve at least 20% of the sentence before becoming eligible for parole. And this verdict was the first time in Jefferson County's history that a jury convicted someone under Kentucky's new human trafficking criminal statute, which had broadened the definitions and penalties for trafficking crimes. Jonna did not attend the sentencing, and a neighbor named Bridget Parker, who lived near the house on Bowling Avenue, told reporters after the rescue, "This is the scariest thing I've ever seen. You hear a lot of stuff, but not that kind of stuff."
Yeah, even I'm like, oh my god, makes me sick. Like my tummy actually hurts. Not because I haven't actually eaten anything. It's just like I was getting emotionally invested. Sorry. Man, that's fucked.
Now, everything we've looked at so far has involved officers responding to calls about people who are alive but in danger, which, while terrifying, at least comes with the comfort of knowing the situation is happening in real time and can potentially be resolved. But this next case is something else entirely, because the police officers who walked into this apartment in Russia weren't responding to a 911 call. They weren't even doing a welfare check. They were actually going there to ask a man for help solving a case, and when they walked through the door, they realized that the man they'd come to consult was the case. For about 2 years leading up to 2011, investigators in the Russian city of Nizhny Novgorod, which is about 250 miles or 400 kilometers east of Moscow, and is actually Russia's 5th largest city, had been dealing with a really disturbing problem that they could not figure out, because someone had been going around to cemeteries throughout the region and vandalizing graves, stealing nameplates off of headstones, and in some cases, completely emptying the coffins and walking off with the remains inside. The graves being targeted were not random either, as nearly every single one of them belonged to a young female who had recently been laid to rest, and the only clue investigators had was a set of footprints left in the mud around the disturbed burial sites. Russian Interior Ministry spokesman General Valery Gribakin told CNN at the time, "Our leading..."
Not only are they a grave robber, they're also like a grave digger. Right, grave digger, also grave robber. Yeah, we know what they're doing with the bodies. I'm already thinking it. Are you also thinking it? Best monster truck, by the way.
Was that it was done by some extremist organizations,
something like that.
And so they assembled teams of their most experienced detectives who specialized in extremist crimes, and for nearly 2 years, Every single lead went absolutely nowhere. And the whole time this was happening, they had access to one person who knew more about the cemeteries of Nizhny Novgorod than literally anyone else on the planet, a self-described necropolist, which is basically a fancy way of saying cemetery expert, who had personally visited 752 cemeteries in the region on foot, and who local academics and police alike considered the go-to authority on anything.
They were gooning on the dead body. Oh my god, just... They're so afraid of rejection. What do they call this one? There is a word for it. Like, the word for substitute. Like, they ended up substituting something. Anyway, they relied on dead bodies instead of, like, just fucking walking up to a woman and asking them for, you know, do you want a date? He's a necro trucker. Alright.
Involving graves, burial sites, and the history of the deceased in that part of Russia. His name was Anatoly Moskvin.
Resorted!
And if you already know where the...
Yeah, they resorted to grave digging and, you know, violating corpses. Fucking gooner.
This is going, I promise you it's somehow worse than you think. Anatoly was born on September 1st, 1966.
Yeah, that face is fucking creepy. Okay, no wonder why. No Russian night worker would end up... Yeah, no. He looks like he's gonna, you know... They look like they're gonna murk you.
In the city of Gorky, which is what Nizhny Novgorod was called during the Soviet era. And from a young age he was, by all accounts, academically brilliant. He graduated from Moscow State University with a degree in philology, which is basically the study of languages and texts, and he specialized in Celtic history and folklore, spoke 13 languages fluently, lectured at the Nizhny Novgorod Linguistic University, wrote and translated multiple books.
It's always the genies, guys, who have weird things going on. Because even Oppenheimer is like weird.
And kept a personal life.
Einstein is also weird. Einstein married, if I remember, Einstein married his cousin at the end of his life. Something like that.
Of over 60,000 books and documents. His fellow academics described him as a genius, which sure, and also as eccentric, which, well, we'll get to that. But underneath all of that academic brilliance was a fascination with the deceased that had been brewing since Anatoly was a teenager, because he later claimed that in 1979, when he was 13, he was walking home from school when a group of men in black suits pulled him into a funeral procession for an 11-year-old girl named Natasha Petrova. And according to Anatoly, one of the adults physically pushed his face down to the girl's forehead in the open coffin and made him kiss her. And then Natasha's mother placed a wedding ring on Anatoly's finger, and another on her late daughter's finger, essentially performing what he described as a symbolic marriage ceremony between a living boy and a deceased girl right there at the funeral. And Anatoly said this was the moment that set everything in motion, because from that point forward, he became obsessed with cemeteries, burial rituals, and the boundary between the living and the not-so-living. Now here's where things...
Okay. Damn, okay. The trauma turned into something erotica. Sigmund Freud is right again.
Start to get, and I genuinely cannot believe I'm about to use this word to describe a man who dug up graves for 2 decades. But here's...
Jaden! You better not be a bot. I'm watching you.
Where things start to get impressive, because in 2005, a fellow academic named Oleg Ryabov commissioned Anatoly to document and catalog every single cemetery across 40 different regions of Nizhny Novgorod Oblast.
Welcome to the stream, regardless.
Area in central Russia. Anatoly accepted the job, and over the next 2 years, he traveled on foot to 752 cemeteries, walking up to 30 kilometers, which is about 18.5 miles per day. During these trips, he drank water from puddles, slept in haystacks and on abandoned farms, and on one particularly memorable evening, he decided to take a nap inside a coffin that was being prepared for a funeral the next day, because I guess all the haystacks were booked. And the wild part is that during these travels, police actually questioned him on multiple occasions because they were already seeing vandalism at some of the cemeteries he'd been visiting. But every single time, Anatoly flashed his academic credentials and explained the nature of his government-commissioned work, and they let him go. And the editor of a publication called Necrologies, which is a weekly Russian paper dedicated to obituaries and cemeteries.
Wow, that's a pretty metal cover, not gonna lie. It's like, damn, pretty good.
History, later described Anatoly's 2-year cemetery cataloging
There!
project as unique and priceless.
Ah, thanks for
So
the
for years, the academic community
subscription.
treated Anatoly.
How was my name? Well, it's fine, really. But thank you for asking. Well, I'm kind of hungry. Now that you ask. Bear! Yo, thanks for the subscription. Yo! Oh my god! 22 months. 2 years. Oh my god, 2 years. Holy shit. Bear. Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, I'm on VC if you want to hop in.
As this slightly odd but deeply dedicated scholar.
Let me check on that. Yeah, I'm sure anyone can just hop in. Yeah.
Kind of guy you'd invite to give a lecture but maybe wouldn't sit next to at dinner, and nobody had even the faintest idea what he was actually doing during all those late-night cemetery visits. Because what Anatoly had actually been doing, for roughly 10 years leading up to his arrest, was digging up remains from those same cemeteries and bringing them home. And I don't mean he was collecting bones or stealing nameplates. I mean he was taking entire bodies back to the 3-room apartment he shared with his elderly parents in Nizhny Novgorod, preserving them using a homemade mixture of salt and baking soda, wrapping the limbs in strips of cloth and stuffing the body cavities with rags to prevent them from collapsing, and then creating wax face masks decorated with nail polish, dressing the remains in brightly colored clothing and wigs, and posing them around his home as what he called dolls. Yeah. And here's the thing that really makes you question the observational skills of everyone involved. Because Anatoly's...
But why? Oh my god. That house has gotta be fucking haunted by now.
Parents, who lived in the same apartment with him, saw these dolls scattered around the home on shelves, on sofas, propped up in corners, and one of them was even sitting in their bedroom, and they just thought their son had a really intense hobby.
They didn't even smell the bodies! How? How? The odor would be unimaginable. Unimaginable. Oh my god, yeah, oh my god. No, hell no. It's gotta be nasty, like, oh my god, look at that! Oh, it's looking at me! It's already dead! No. How could you be as a grandparent see this? It's like, my grandson is just super eccentric. You know, just let him be. Those dolls, no big deal. I mean, what the fuck? It's dead bodies.
His mother Elvira later told reporters, "We saw these dolls, but we did not suspect there were real bodies inside. We thought it was his hobby to make such big dolls and did not see anything wrong with it." Which is, and I say this with all due respect, the kind of thing that makes you wonder if Elvira's definition of seeing something wrong has a significantly higher threshold than the rest of ours. When police were released, officers said the footage from the raid on Anatoly's apartment shows the remains seated on shelves and couches in cramped rooms, overflowing with books, papers, and clutter. Some of them wearing stockings and ribbons, some with buttons or toy eyes inserted into the eye sockets so they could, in Anatoly's words, watch cartoons with him. He had also wedged music boxes and toys inside some of the remains so they would make sounds when touched, and he would celebrate the birthday of every single one of them with tea parties, read them books, sang songs to them, and watched fairy tale films with them, which is genuinely one of those details where your brain just sort of short circuits because it can't decide whether to be terrified or sad or both.
I am terrified. There's no other singular emotion going on with my head right now other than this man needs to be locked up in an asylum. Bleh. You will never understand how people live like this. Keck. Yeah, I don't know either.
When investigators asked Anatoly why he was doing all of this, his explanation was, honestly, somehow the most unsettling part of the entire case, because he said he felt enormous sympathy for the deceased, and believed that they could eventually be brought back to life through either science or black magic. He explained that as an expert on Celtic culture, he had studied how the ancient druids used to sleep on graves in order to communicate with spirits, and that he had also studied the practices of the Yakuts, which is a Turkic ethnic group from Siberia, who had similar rituals involving communication with the deceased. And so, according to Anatoly, he would search for obituaries that spoke to him, then go to the grave, sleep on it to communicate with the spirit, and determine whether the deceased wished to be brought back to life, and if they did, he would take them home, preserve them, and create a functional doll body that they could use when he finally figured out how to resurrect them. And when police asked how long he'd been doing this, Anatoly casually said about 20 years, and added that he never dug up a single grave without first receiving permission from the spirit inside, which is, I have to say, a very creative interpretation of the word consent. But here's the part of the story that is genuinely hard to believe, because Anatoly didn't get caught through some brilliant detective work or a forensic breakthrough. He got caught because in the autumn of 2011, when the grave desecrations were still piling up and investigators had run out of leads, they decided to go consult the one person in the entire region who knew the most about cemeteries. They went to Anatoly's apartment to ask for his expert assistance, and when 8 officers walked through the door, they were hit with what one neighbor later described as the stink of something that rots in basements, and found 26 preserved remains. Initially,
yeah, again, I never understood how the grandparents managed to stomach the smell. Again with the smell, unless maybe their nostrils are like their sense of smell is burned away from all this toxic, nauseous smell. How?
reported as 29, scattered throughout the apartment and garage, dressed in bright dresses and headscarves, some with their faces wrapped in cloth, some staring back at them from behind curtains, and stacked between walls full of clutter. Along with the 26 remains, investigators found maps of cemeteries in the region, instructions for making dolls, photographs and videos of disturbed graves and unearthed coffins, the original clothing the deceased had been buried in, plaques and nameplates stolen from headstones, and Anatoly's shoes, which matched the footprints left in the mud at the cemetery crime scenes. He was arrested on November 2nd, 2011, and although 26 remains were found in his home, he was suspected of having desecrated as many as 150 graves over the course of the previous decade. Anatoly was charged under Article 244 of the Russian Criminal Code for the desecration of graves and remains, which, get this, carried a maximum penalty of just 5 years in prison. But he never even made it to trial because after undergoing a psychiatric evaluation, doctors determined that Anatoly had a form of paranoid schizophrenia, and on May 25th, 2012, roughly 7 months after—
Okay, to be fair, he's not really hurting anyone, but I think that is the problem. We have to admit that the statement, they're not hurting anyone, is the problem. Just because they're not hurting anyone, that they suddenly have this privilege of committing whatever this is.
His arrest, the Leninsky District Court of Nizhny Novgorod deemed him unfit to stand trial and ordered him into what the Russian legal system calls coercive medical measures, which basically means forced psychiatric treatment at a hospital for an indefinite period.
I think that's a very fair judgment. Like, we're gonna force you to take your meds by the state because you're crazy. And without our supervision, you probably do something worse. Which, thankfully, is pretty juvenile considering some cases that we heard. This is far, eccentric. That's pretty much it.
The prosecution was satisfied with this outcome and didn't appeal. Vladimir Stravinskas, who was the head of Russia's investigative committee for the Nizhny Novgorod region, called the case exceptional and unparalleled in modern forensics.
That is one ugly... I feel bad for the body that he desecrated.
Which is just a polite way of saying, we have literally never seen anything like this and we hope we never do again. And the families of the victims, many of whom had been visiting what they thought were intact graves for years without knowing the coffins underneath had been emptied, were devastated, and one of them in particular, a woman named Natalia Chardimova, whose 10-year-old daughter Olga was among the remains Anatoly had taken, had been regularly going to Olga's gravesite to pay her respects, never once realizing that her daughter's coffin was empty the entire time. Natalia later told reporters, "This creature brought fear, terror, and panic into my life, and she consistently fought against every attempt to have Anatoly released. And there have been attempts, because Anatoly's treatment has been extended repeatedly over the years, first in February 2013, then again in April 2014, and again in July 2015. But in September of 2018, his doctors actually stated that they believed he was no longer dangerous, and petitioned the court to release him for outpatient care at home with his parents. That petition terrified the families of the victims, but it turned out to be premature, because in February of 2019, a more thorough psychiatric evaluation found that Anatoly had not responded adequately to treatment and would likely return to his old ways if released, and the hospital withdrew the petition. But here's the part that
just keep him there.
Probably keep you up tonight, because when he was arrested, Anatoly reportedly told investigators, "Don't rebury them too deeply, because I will gather them again when I am free." And as of 2026, reports emerged that Psychiatric Hospital No. 2 in Nizhny Novgorod was preparing court documents to potentially release him into the custody of his relatives, with medical experts concluding that he no longer poses a risk, a conclusion that the families of his victims find absolutely horrifying, and that Natalia has fought against every step of the way, saying, "I have no faith in his recovery. He's a fanatic." And in 2020, when Anatoly was asked whether he would like to apologize to the families of the people whose remains he had taken, his response was, well, let me just put it this way. It was not an apology. He told the parents, "You abandoned your girls in the cold, and I brought them home and warmed them up," and then added, "They buried their daughters, and this is where I believe their rights over them finished. So no, I would not apologize."
Yeah, that guy's freaking crazy. I would be amiss to say that that guy, you know, had a few screw loose. No, that guy lost his brain. He might be a genius, but he's gone.
And finally, if you think a welfare check where officers show up and find a body is disturbing, imagine one where officers show up, ask a mother where her kids are, and she looks them dead in the eye, smiles, and tells them her son is in Arizona watching Frozen 2 with a friend, when in reality both of her kids have been gone for months, and their remains are buried in her new husband's backyard. And the whole time she's saying this, she's so bubbly and upbeat on the body cam footage that the officers later said she seemed completely unbothered, like she was chatting with a neighbor about the weather, instead of explaining to police why nobody on Earth can locate two of her own kids. If you've been on the internet at any point in the last 6 years, you've probably heard of Lori Vallow Daybell and...
Okay, I'm blessed enough to not have heard of her, but I guess that will change today.
Chad Daybell, the couple the media dubbed Doomsday Mom and Doomsday Dad, who led a small group of followers that believed the world was going to end in July of 2020, and that certain people in their lives had become zombies possessed by dark spirits, and that the only way to deal with those zombies was to, well, make sure they stopped being a problem permanently. And among the people they decided were zombies were Lori's own 2 kids, her son JJ, who was in elementary school and had been adopted by Lori and her previous husband Charles, and JJ had autism and needed consistent care and routine, and her daughter Tylee, who was in high school and by all accounts just a normal teenager who liked going to Yellowstone with her family. The full story of how Lori and Chad got to where they ended up could fill an entire video on its own, and honestly it probably should, because in 2019 alone, Lori's estranged husband Charles was shot and ended up losing his life in a confrontation with Lori's brother Alex Cox in July. Then
what a name! Alex Cox!
Tylee was last seen at Yellowstone National Park with her family on September 8th and was never seen again. Then JJ was last spotted at his elementary school in Rexburg, Idaho on September 23rd, before Lori told the school she'd be homeschooling him going forward. And then Chad's first wife Tammy passed away under what were initially ruled as natural circumstances on October 19th. And then just 2 weeks after Tammy's passing, Chad and Lori got married in Hawaii on November 5th.
Ah, very suspicious circumstances. Yeah, that is very suspicious. Your ex-wife passes away, and then you remarried after 2 weeks. No mourning whatsoever. Like, we get it, it's your ex-wife, but the timing.
5th. And when Chad's family asked about Lori's kids, he told them she was an, and I quote, empty nester, which is a genuinely insane thing to say about a woman whose elementary school-age son and teenage daughter have both just stopped existing without explanation. And the reason this case is on a list about welfare checks is because on November 26th...
Okay, for those who didn't catch the empty nest term, the empty nester means that their children had left them. Empty nest. Like, the house is the nest, and the children left, so empty nest. That's all it was.
2019, JJ's grandmother Kay Woodcock, who hadn't been able to reach JJ in weeks and was getting increasingly worried, called the Rexburg Police Department and asked them to go check on her grandson. When officers arrived at Lori's townhouse, they didn't find Lori there, but they did find Chad and Lori's brother Alex. And Chad, who was literally married to Lori at this point, told the officers that he was just a friend of Alex and that he hardly knew Lori, which is a really bold thing to say to police when you're standing inside your own wife's apartment. When officers later tracked Lori down that same day, her performance on the body cam was, and I genuinely mean this, Oscar-worthy, because she told them with a straight face that JJ was in Arizona with her friend Melanie Gibb, and when the officers mentioned they were having trouble reaching Melanie, Lori casually said they were probably at the movies watching Frozen 2, and then she referred to Chad as my brother's friend, and throughout the entire conversation she was cheerful, chatty, and seemed totally relaxed. While the officers standing in front of her were growing more suspicious by the second because they knew she and Chad were married, they could see the couple had been affectionate with each other earlier, and nothing about her story was adding up. And behind the scenes, both Lori and Chad had separately called Melanie that same day and asked her to lie to police and confirm that JJ was with her, which Melanie refused to do, and instead went straight to the police herself. That night, a neighbor saw Lori and Alex packing a truck outside her townhouse, and by the next
plot thickens.
Morning, the house was abandoned, and Lori and Chad had skipped town and flown to Hawaii, where they were later found living in a gated community in Kauai, spending Tammy's life insurance money. And when officers showed up to serve Lori with a court order to produce her kids within 5 days, the body cam footage shows them handing her the paperwork while she's lounging poolside in a bikini, and she never produced either of them.
So they got rid of their children, one being autistic and the other one being just a normal high school girl. They took their insurance money and they ran to Hawaii. Solid plan, I guess. Fucking demons.
Hi. How's it going? Are you Chapman, Lori? This is all you can serve. Do you have any questions regarding that? So it is 14:39 hours on January 25th.
She's getting nervous. Like, how am I gonna get out of this? Remember, she only has like 5 hours to do it.
Any questions? You have any questions for that? No? Okay. All right, have a nice day. Have a nice day.
You got served.
On June 9th, 2020, roughly 9 months after JJ and Tylee were last seen alive, investigators tracked cell phone data from Alex Cox's phone, which had pinged at Chad's property in Rexburg on the exact dates both kids disappeared, and when police showed up with a search warrant and started digging in Chad's backyard, they found remains in 2 separate locations on the property, one in an area the Daybell family had been using as a pet cemetery, and one near a pond. And as the digging was happening, Chad tried to drive away from the scene, but was chased down and arrested on the spot. The remains were confirmed the next day to belong to JJ and Tylee. Laurie was found guilty on all charges in May of 2023 and received multiple consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. And during her sentencing, she told the courtroom that she had been speaking to Jesus and that JJ, Tylee, and Tammy were all happy and extremely busy in heaven. Chad was found guilty in May of 2024 and was sentenced to the ultimate penalty. And in a March 2025 interview with Dateline, Laurie told Keith Morrison that she believed she and Chad would eventually be exonerated and released. And when asked what she'd do after that, she said she might go on Dancing with the Stars, which is the kind of answer that makes you realize that some people are so far gone that even the concept of reality has left the building.
Yeah, that is true. Like, any other reasoning, they will never accept. They just refuse to. Like, even if you're telling them that the reality is, you murdered your children. Oh, they're in heaven. What the fuck is what kind of response is that? They're chilling with Jesus. Wow. Okay. Jealous munch. I'm looking for another video. Dark truths about Pokemon crimes. Good thing the kids are chilling with Jesus because the parents sure won't. You know what? You do have a point. They both have an appointment with the parents have an appointment with Lucifer. Old 666.
The FBI is asking people on the internet for help unlocking the secrets of
my
this
ears rumbled
mysterious
with that.
message. Hidden in a cornfield 20 miles outside of St. Louis, Missouri, police found the severely decomposed remains of what seemed to be a male homicide victim. The man's identity and the cause of his death were mysteries in their own right. But the most mystifying aspect of this case would turn out to be what was stuffed inside the man's pockets. A note that seemed to be written in a secret code, the likes of which no one had ever seen. Was this the mark of a serial killer toying with police? Or was it a dead man's desperate message to investigators from beyond the grave? Regardless of who wrote it, the truth remains. Whatever secrets are hidden within these rows of seemingly random letters and numbers could finally solve the mystery of a man's inexplicable death. Do you have what it takes to crack the code? The FBI thinks you might. But before we decode anything, we need to look through the case details for
breaking code is the last thing I want to do.
To June 30th, 1999, St. Charles County, Missouri. At approximately 12:45 p.m., the St. Charles County Sheriff's Department received a call. It was from a woman who had been driving alongside a field near Route 367, close to West Alton, Missouri, when she spotted a dark mound lying among the crops. As she got closer, she discovered that it was a human body decomposing in the sweltering Missouri heat. Before investigators even arrived at the cornfield, they had an idea of what they were going to find. Just 4 years earlier, in 1995, police had found the bullet-ridden body of an alleged sex worker along the same stretch of road, given its remote location, about 20 miles from downtown St. Louis. It was a known dumping ground for criminals, making this new body a likely victim of a homicide. The body was face down. A slim 5'6" African-American man in filthy Lee blue jeans and a stained white t-shirt. But there was no murder weapon to be found anywhere, no signs of a struggle, and given the remote location, No witnesses. The victim was in an extreme state of decomposition that suggested...
Why are you zooming into his eyes like that? It's creeping me the fuck out.
...here for weeks. In fact, it was pure luck that he was discovered at all before his remains had rotted away to nothing. The investigators found no identification.
That statement is false, because there's skeletons in his clothes. My brother in Christ, it will be discovered.
Documentation on the body.
Especially when the corn season is over. It's like harvest time. Hello.
Besides an emergency room ticket and 2 pieces of paper crumpled inside his front pocket, containing what seemed like random scribbles, a jumbled mess of letters and numbers spread across more than 30 lines of text. At first glance, it was total gibberish, but when they looked closer, investigators realized it wasn't random at all. Combinations of letters repeated over and over again, with some sections circled as if items on a to-do list had been checked off or prioritized. Numbers appeared sporadically throughout. 74, 75, 194, and parentheses grouped certain letter copies.
Okay, I'm guessing that he is super smart, and then probably overdosed, ran in a cornfield, and passed out. I'm guessing that's what happened. They made this, I'm guessing that they wrote this, and then they, schizo out.
Combinations. To authorities, it seemed like someone had taken considerable time and thought to create these notes. The whole text seemed deliberate, structured, almost coded. With nothing to immediately identify the victim, the next step was to send the body in for forensic identification. Luckily, the fingertips happened to still be in good enough shape and actually matched a name in the database. Ricky McCormick, a 41-year-old...
What a name, Ricky McCormick. Really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
...station employee. A man that, to their surprise, had never been reported missing. Armed with a name, the detectives hoped to find someone who could explain Ricky's final hours and how he ended up at the edge of a remote cornfield so far from the city. So they searched for people who knew him, like Ricky's girlfriend, Sandra. In her interview with the police, Sandra confirmed that Ricky did not own a car and often hitchhiked or took public transport to get where he had to go. Detectives had already started to wonder about this. The crime scene was beside a road, yet there was no sign of any vehicle driven by Ricky, nor was there anything registered to his name. He lived 20 miles away from the crime scene, and no public transportation served such a remote area. So how did he get there? According to Ricky's family, as an adult, he had suffered from chronic health problems, specifically in his heart and lungs, for years. He often complained of severe asthma and persistent chest pain, aggravated by his heavy smoking and consumption of caffeinated beverages, up to 20 a day, according to those who knew him well.
Well,
Ricky
okay,
could have walked to his resting place. Given the extent of his health issues, he might have walked all the way there and died from the physical strain combined with the 90-degree heat. But also, given his health conditions, it's hard to believe he made that 6-hour or longer trek in the first place. The most likely alternative is that someone brought him there, dumped his body, and fled, which would hit...
Yeah, okay, no, I never thought of that. It might be. Someone actually might have dumped him there. Like, they didn't even bother to bury him. God damn. It's like, they might have overdosed, and yeah, I didn't think of that. That someone brought them over there and then just dumped them there.
An act of homicide. But at this point, the body was so decomposed, there were no clear signs of a struggle. There were no witnesses, and no evidence left at the scene. However, there was one lead, the emergency room ticket found in his pocket. According to hospital records, Ricky walked into the Barnes Jewish Hospital on June 22nd, complaining of chest pains and shortness of breath, common for someone with chronic heart and lung problems. The doctors found his symptoms severe enough that he was admitted for observation and kept in there for 2 days, before being released on June 24th. After leaving the hospital, he visited his favorite aunt, Gloria. Usually, they would talk about everything, his life, his frustrations. But this time, Gloria told the police that he revealed little about what he was going through, declining her offer to drive him where he needed to go, and left after only an hour. The detectives discovered...
Alright. He probably didn't overdose because it doesn't seem like he does, illicit substances. It might be that he witnessed something. Probably. I'm just guessing. Like, it's like a game. Like, what could possibly get them there? Could he have like witnessed a crime, witnessed a drug deal, something like that?
Discovered that the very next day, the 25th, he went to another emergency room 2 miles away, once again complaining of breathing difficulties, this time after mowing the grass. But the doctors diagnosed it as another asthma flare-up and allowed him to go home that same evening. But apparently, he didn't. Aunt Gloria told the police she had heard Ricky had spent the night in the hospital waiting room, but was it because of his supposed health issues, or another threat to his life entirely? Gloria began to suspect things weren't right. Maybe he knew he got into something that put his life on the line. He knew he could have stayed here, but maybe he didn't want to put my life on the line. The next morning on June 26th,
that's
Ricky
my
called his girlfriend
suspicion.
Sandra to tell her he was on his way to get food from the gas station. Little did she know, that would be the last time she spoke to him. The next day, June 27th, was the last confirmed sighting of Ricky, spotted at the gas station by an employee. The detectives were now starting to see the picture forming, but there were still huge gaps in the timeline and a lack of understanding of Ricky's motivations. In most cases, the pathologists could clear it up with a single cause of death, but that wouldn't happen here. Even after the autopsy, the unusually advanced decomposition of the body made it almost impossible to identify the cause of death, leaving it undetermined. The only thing the pathologist knew for sure was that this man hadn't been dead for weeks, as the decomposition suggested. If the gas station employees saw him on the 27th and his body was found on the 30th, he would have only been dead for, at most, 3 days. So then why were his remains so decomposed?
Lying!
On June 27th, 1999, St. Louis was going through a severe heat wave with record-breaking temperatures with a high of 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius. And
Or not
humidity
even
at around
lying. Maybe
85%.
something
Over
really
the
did
next few
happen to him.
days, the heat would decrease.
But I
only
wonder
slightly.
what that
Forensic
would
studies
be.
have shown that once decomposition begins, it keeps momentum. The extreme, intense heat of the first day would have plausibly accelerated the onset of the decomposition, giving it a head start for his 3-day timeline. The intense heat can cause drastic tissue changes that alter the appearance of wounds within the first 24 to 48 hours. Factor in insects consuming tissue, and you have a body that has been wiped of almost all identifiable injuries in days. Almost all. The pathologists did find one possible injury. For more than 2 decades, the public had been led to believe that Ricky's cause of death had been completely undetermined due to his state of decomposition, but that was just all the police had revealed up to that point. In 2025, authorities released some documents, including a 2001 letter from one of the detectives revealing that they did find a cut to the throat and that it was believed to be the cause of death.
Okay.
So clearly, they knew
Yeah,
somebody
what I come to figure out, like, cops actually withhold certain information from the public is because they don't want the killer to figure out that, you know, the cops had figured that out, that it was a murder. They want the perpetrator to feel relaxed that, oh, they moved on, and it's like, oh, it's freaking an accident. No, he walked himself over there and died. So now I figured out why.
have wanted Ricky dead.
At first I was like, why are they withholding this valuable information? You know, with hindsight 2020 or something. And apparently that's what they're doing. Okay.
In her interview, Sandra mentioned that Ricky had been acting strangely, in a way he never had before. They lived in an apartment complex with a lot of criminal and drug activity, though apparently neither of them had been concerned about it. Until recently, that is. Ricky worked at an Amoco gas station, but he had recently taken on a side job picking up and delivering packages for money, a job that would often take him out of state. If that sounds a lot like drug trafficking to you, that's because it was. Sandra recalled that Ricky would travel across the U.S. on Greyhound buses, bringing back marijuana in Ziploc bags the size of baseballs. In 1999, he had made 2 trips to Florida, calling her from his hotel room to keep her updated on how he was doing. But after his last trip to Orlando on June 15th, he seemed unusually scared and increasingly anxious. When she eventually asked him who the Ziploc bags belonged to, Ricky said he was holding them for Baja, one of the 2 brothers who ran the gas station where he worked. When Ricky's body was found, Sandra's thoughts came back to Baja. She told investigators, if anyone was going to hurt Ricky, it would probably be Bob Hamdallah. The Amoco gas station had quite a history of violence.
Why
dating
does
all
it
the way
sound
back
like
to its original owner,
Islamic
Fawaz Hamdan?
for a
In May
name?
1994,
Is it
Fawaz
just
killed his
me?
neighbor with a butcher knife in the middle of an argument in the front yard, a crime that led to his conviction and imprisonment, forcing the gas station to be sold to new ownership. Juma Hamdan became the new boss.
They
though
were
he
really
operated
running
the
away
gas
from
station
him.
under a fake name, David Radigan. It's never been confirmed why he chose not to use his real name, though any good detective will tell you that it was probably because he was up to
Yeah, there is always a reason. Like, most people were like, oh, well, I just wanted to change my name. Really? Change your name? I wonder why. It's like, it's not cheap to change your name, by the way.
something illegal. Juma hired his brother, Baha, Bob Hamdallah, to help run the business. The only problem was that the two of them did not get along at all. Their personalities clashed constantly. While Juma managed to stay under the radar, his brother Baha was a loud and dangerous presence who made himself known to police after attempting to commit a drive-by shooting in 1997. Just 9 months after that arrest, he opened fire on his other brother, Bajat.
What are we watching? Like another episode of Breaking Bad? Because it's starting to sound like it.
Opportunity to get Baha arrested, Bajat lied to protect his younger brother. Later that same month, Baha was arrested again on a second-degree assault charge for beating a homeless man.
The other brother is a gun-toting macho man and won't back down and won't keep his mouth shut. The other one is a Heisenberg, planter, if you know what I mean. Instead of being a chemist, they're a herbal, they're a gardener of special kind.
Elro car with a rusty hammer. According to Elro, Baha had just tried to get him off the property, but when he refused, Baha decided to take care of it himself. The investigators had pursued the case intently, determined to get Baha off the streets. But 2 weeks before the trial, Elro Carr was mysteriously gunned down, ending the case against Baha for good, with nobody to testify on.
There you go. How are we gonna persecute the guy if he's already gone?
What happened? The case remained unsolved. However, sources quietly told the investigators that there was no doubt he was killed at the behest of Baha Hamdallah. Detectives working the Ricky McCormick case knew that Baha would be a key suspect. He had known links to gang members throughout St. Louis City and was also reported to be regularly using drugs, as well as owning several weapons, including handguns and knives. Now,
gotta live the gangsta life,
from Sandra that Ricky was transporting drugs for a man who had repeatedly shown a willingness to commit murder. That's why when Sandra learned about her boyfriend's death, her mind went straight to Baha. It lined up too perfectly. But the investigators had also found another suspect, one much closer to home, Gregory Lamar Knox. Gregory was a well-known drug dealer who operated in and around the complex where Ricky and Sandra lived. Like Baha, he was extremely well known to the authorities, having been named a suspect.
The loud nuts, a little bit of clout, and they lose their freaking minds.
In multiple homicides, including at least 2 murder-for-hire schemes. However, the investigators had another reason to suspect him. A second, unrelated investigation had already linked Gregory to the Hamdallah brothers. What that investigation was remains unknown publicly. But from that investigation, a confidential...
usually with that kind of situation, the drug cartel is involved. Period.
Informant told the police that Gregory was responsible for the murder of a black man who had worked at a gas station.
Or MS-13. Take your pick. How long is this video? 10 months ago.
Chateau Avenue,
MS-13.
with the victim's body dumped near West Alton. Those details matched the Ricky McCormick case exactly. With 2 credible suspects and a fairly complete picture of their victims' final hours, the investigators got to work on staking out their potential killers. For weeks, investigators watched the gas station, the homes of both Hamdallah brothers, and Gregory's apartment complex. All they needed was something that would credibly tie them to the murder, even if it was just confirmation.
It's so funny that, to my observation, is that when you're in the drug cartel, they can never seem to do it peacefully, if you know what I mean. It's always like macho man vibes being being shown across the board. Like, can you guys, like, use a little bit of, like, I don't know, like, stealth? Why does it always have to, like, kaboom, everything?
The supposed drug racket Ricky was apparently involved with, but despite almost constant surveillance for weeks, it got absolutely nothing to link the suspects to Ricky's death. The case had gone completely cold. The suspects they had were effectively cleared, regardless of whether or not they were truly involved, and there were no more witnesses to offer any information. But while the murder case had fizzled out, there was still something that could lead to a solution.
Let me guess, Reddit. Reddit is gonna discover what's ever in the code.
Ricky's past. Through interviews with his closest friends and family, a picture began to emerge of a man who had lived through challenging conditions. From an early age, it was clear that Ricky was different. He told odd stories that concerned teachers and classmates alike, and stood alone at recess so often that the school would end up calling his mother out of concern for his mental well-being. But his mother, Frankie, clearly had something of a complicated relationship with her own son. In interviews with police, she would describe him using the R word, speaking bluntly about his mental...
God damn, okay. Mom is like, I'm gonna use the R word on you. Damn, what a mom.
...capacity. It was that complicated dynamic that sent him running into the arms of his favorite aunt, Gloria, whenever he needed help or someone to talk to. His cousin Charles seemed to think of him as a brother. Aside from his...
Single motherhood had single-handedly ruined America.
...mother, his family spoke highly of him. Yet detectives soon discovered that Ricky's past was more complicated. He wasn't an innocent man.
True
In
and real.
November 1992, the then 34-year-old Ricky had been arrested by St. Louis police for fathering 2 children.
Like, statistically, like, from last, what I read, is that single mother households increase the probability of, you know, criminality amongst their children. Meanwhile, if you have single father households, usually it doesn't. So it's kind of odd.
Girl under 14, whom he had been involved with since she was just 11 years old. His family knew her only by the name he gave her, Pretty Baby. During legal proceedings, Ricky's public defender was convinced he might be suffering from some mental disease or defect and requested a mental...
I wonder what it would be. Oh, you know the alcohol syndrome for children. Like the parent was drinking alcohol during pregnancy. I forget what it's called. Alcohol fetal syndrome or something. Fetal alcohol syndrome. Thank you very much. Yeah, that one. It's like, I wonder why. Maybe because mom was drinking alcohol all this time. Yeah.
Health evaluation to be sure. Dr. Michael Armour, a local psychologist, evaluated Ricky at the former St. Louis State Hospital and agreed that he was mentally unfit for trial. But the prosecution disagreed. Their evaluations came back clean, certifying that he was fit. He ultimately served 13 months in prison before being released for good behavior. When asked about his mental health, Aunt Gloria...
She was probably using something stronger than alcohol. I don't doubt you.
told investigators that a psychiatrist said Ricky had a brick wall in his mind. He said Ricky refused to break that wall. He didn't like the life of living poor and had an active imagination. That wall had been in place from a very early age. Throughout his school life, Ricky had been shuffled along from grade to grade without the ability to read or write. His teachers didn't want to have to deal with that. By the time he reached high school...
Yeah, that's also weird for me in the American education system, where they penalize teachers if there is a student that's lagging behind. And so what they did essentially is corrupt teachers, so that the teachers will never be penalized. All they did was just like round off your grades, or even like, you know, falsify your grades, just so that they will never be penalized. It's like a very corrupt system with the road of blah 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 is paved with good intentions, something like that. I don't know what that's saying. I'm sure you know. The road to blah 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 is paved with good intentions. It's in hell. Something like that. Is it the road to misery? I'm just guessing at this point.
He was functionally illiterate and dropped out within the first few years. The only thing he could write was his name. He couldn't spell anything.
God, wow, okay. See my point. The education system is bad. Not because of the system, but because of the system in place. Okay, it is bad. But what am I trying to say? It's almost like because of what they implemented, people are just, you know, brushing it under the rug. Ah, you can't read or write. I don't care. You will pass this grade and you're moving on. I don't care. I don't want to be penalized.
Just scribble. According to the detectives, some unidentified family members had told them that Ricky's illiteracy was so bad that he would usually write in code as a child, something that none of the family could ever understand or decipher. As far as they were concerned, he was illiterate. But perhaps the coded notes found on his body were the latest version of those scribbles that Ricky's cousin described. This is one of the reasons why detectives believe those 2 pages of indecipherable notes.
Because, okay, he might sound illiterate, but what if he is like a savant? Now, there's a word like that, savant, where someone was just like innately genius, but they look weird to us because we cannot understand them.
Notes in Ricky's pocket may well hold the key
Yeah,
to whatever
autistic
happened to
savant.
him. Trying to decipher it, however, would be all but impossible for the St. Charles County Sheriff's Department. They needed experts who knew what they were doing.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, hey Grill, what's up?
Oh, hey, bro. You know, geez, I could really use an expert who knew what they were doing.
Morgan.
America's
A forensic analyst at the FBI's Cryptanalysis and Racketeering Records Unit, or CRRU for short. For decades, the CRRU has been the FBI's elite code-breaking division, tasked with deciphering encrypted evidence in criminal cases. They had worked the Zodiac killer case, cracked Nazi spy codes in World War II, and regularly unraveled ciphers used by gangs, drug dealers, and organized crime groups. If anyone could unlock Ricky's mysterious code, it would be them. But from the moment Dan and his team examined the notes, they knew this case was different and quickly determined that, yes, this was, in fact, a cipher. The structure and patterning of the letters and characters suggested there was thought and intent behind it. It wasn't just the ramblings of someone who was mentally unwell. It doesn't happen often that we have an unsolved cipher of this length and significance. The characters are not random. There are many E's, for example, that could be used as a spacer. There are many characteristics that suggest it could be solved. Many patterns. The only problem was that they had never seen a cipher quite like this one, and they had absolutely nothing to compare it to. It didn't help that the investigation—
Yeah, for someone they claim to be illiterate, I'm gonna give Ricky here, Ricky McCormick, the— actually, you know what? You might be onto something. Let him cook. Yeah, let Ricky cook, okay? The man might have passed away, but let him cook. Let him cook.
Up to this point had led to very little in terms of context clues. All they really knew was that this man was allegedly illiterate, but wrote in code, was involved to some degree in drug trafficking, and that someone had killed him. In fact, it wasn't even clear if Ricky even wrote these notes, or if someone else did and just planted them on his body. But if he was the author, then it could mean these 2 pages of notes might offer his whereabouts before the murder, or other useful clues that could unlock the entire mystery of the case. If someone—
No. Here's the thing. We already established that he communicates with code, right? So why are we still assuming that someone else did it for him? Why are we still doing that? We already established that when he was younger, he does code to communicate. Bro, what are you on?
Else had written the notes, then it would thrust the case into an entirely new direction. Could it be a serial killer? For all we know, the meaning of this text could be some kind of taunting breadcrumbs, not unlike what the Zodiac Killer once did with his handwritten codes. Either way, the notes were the only remaining clue that they had to work with, and Dan and the CRRU team took that very seriously. Their first attempt to solve the cipher was to do it the way the CRRU had always done it, manually. Dan went through the entire notes with nothing but graph paper and a pencil, dissecting each string of letters and numbers to try and find any obvious pattern in the language that could be applied to English. However, the pattern never emerged. The CRRU is one of the most advanced cipher-breaking units in the world, armed with state-of-the-art software designed to perform extensive statistical analysis on any cipher that is presented to it. In 2001, the technology was much more primitive than it is today, but it was still consistently accurate. Yet the Ricky McCormick notes stumped the computer too. However, the computer had noticed the same things Dan had spotted manually.
We're dealing with advanced. We taught you that we ever. Oh my god.
E's seemed to be acting as spacers. The same combination of letters were coming up over and over again. There was definitely a structure underpinning this code. It wasn't just any kind of cipher the CRRU had ever seen. For the next decade, Dan and his team worked to try to decipher the code. Every time their software was updated, they would try again. They'd bring in experts from around the world to try their hand at the code, but they were no closer to understanding what they were looking at. By 2009, Dan was beginning to accept the situation. They were no closer to uncovering the meaning behind the cipher. If they really wanted to unravel the mystery here, they were going to have to branch out beyond the intelligence industry. Fortunately, they knew just the right people. The American Cryptogram Association was a group of amateur code-breaking enthusiasts who had successfully solved puzzles that had stumped even professional cryptographers. Now, it might seem strange for an agency like the FBI to reach out to, well, average everyday people to solve such a murder case like this. But at this point,
I mean,
that's
the way they
puzzle was
recruit
presented
others.
at the group's annual convention in Niagara Falls, Ontario, to a room full of experienced codebreakers eager to tackle the mystery. But much to the CRRU's disappointment, even these skilled amateurs found themselves baffled by what they were looking at. Ricky's cipher operated according to rules that no one could discern. According to the room, it was completely and utterly indecipherable. For an entire decade, the CRRU had worked to crack McCormick's code. They had applied every credible cipher, used all of their computing power, reached out to experts and gifted amateurs alike, and it had led them to the same conclusion as the pathologist who inspected Ricky's body and the sheriff's department who investigated his murder. Undetermined, the CRRU team now had two choices: give up entirely, or turn it over to the largest group of people who might have a shot at working it all out. The entire general public, something the FBI rarely does. Dan issued a statement reading, "We are really good at what we do, but we could use some help with this."
It's so funny that the FBI invested so much attention to this one dead guy. Because usually, in these cases, they just kind of like, okay, well, who cares? But in this case, I think they're trying to break the code because the guy is involved with a lot of drug dealings. So that is why that is the only reason why he's even being solved.
In a way, this was a rare admission of defeat, publicly admitting that the FBI simply could not get the job done. But it's a strategy that does make sense. In 1969, the first Zodiac cipher was solved by a schoolteacher and his wife at their kitchen table. On March 29, 2011, a two-part press release went up on FBI.gov. In Part 1, Breaking Codes to Stop Crime, the FBI explains the role of the CRRU and gives a quick crash course in code breaking. In Part 2, Help Solve an Open Murder Case, they released Ricky's notes in full for anyone online to look over. In the article, they wrote, "To move the case forward, examiners need another sample of McCormick's coded system, or a similar one, that might offer context to the mystery notes or allow valuable comparisons to be made. Or, short of new evidence," Olson said, "maybe someone with a fresh set of eyes might come up with a brilliant new idea." Despite everything, they were still convinced that this was a solvable cipher, and that belief was adopted by others as well. One cryptologist in St. Charles...
No, come on, don't end the video telling me it wasn't solved. Oh, come on.
Fox 2 that it feels to me that there is an actual rhythm to it, that there's something that's being communicated, that it's not just random letters being written by someone who is schizophrenic and writing odd characters. The FBI was hoping for a miracle to some degree. The likelihood of the public being able to crack this seemingly uncrackable code was pretty low, but not impossible. But if they were going to have any shot at actually figuring it out, they would have to know how to break a code as well as the experts. So the FBI presented the public with a simple 4-step framework to decode these systems. 1. Determining the language used. Is the underlying message in English, Spanish, or some other language? Usually that's the easiest part to identify if you know the target you're looking at. 2. Determining the system used. Is it a substitution cipher, transposition cipher, or something more complex? 3. Reconstructing the key. What specific method was used to transform the plaintext into ciphertext? 4. Reconstructing the plaintext. Using the key to reverse the encryption and reveal the original message. Now, let's go over a simple example. Say that a note was found taped under a cafeteria table at Riverside Correctional Prison. It's a crumpled piece of paper that reads like this. To most guards, it's just your usual gibberish, but to an FBI cryptanalyst, the structure shows that it's a cipher waiting to be cracked. We just have to unravel it. So, following the FBI's time-tested approach that we've already taken a look at, we begin our methodical attack in order. 1. Identify the language. Those double letters and 3-letter combinations have a familiar rhythm to English. 2. Determine the system. This looks like a pretty simple substitution cipher, where each letter might represent another letter. 3. Find the key. Here's where the real detective work begins. We start with the simplest possibility, a Caesar cipher. If it doesn't work, we can always pivot to more complicated cipher types. 4. Recover the message. Time to reverse engineer the original text. The Caesar cipher is super basic, like what you might find on the back of children's cereal boxes, but you've got to master it before you can tackle anything bigger. Think of a Caesar cipher as 2 concentric circles, each containing the alphabet, one larger than the other. For the inner circle alphabet, every letter shifts or rotates the same number of position forward or backward in the outer circle alphabet. If A becomes D, then B becomes E, C becomes F, and so on. We might try different shift values on the prison note. Shifting backward by 3 positions, B becomes M, W becomes T, H becomes E, and the gibberish PHHWPH transforms into Meet Me. The full message emerges when you unlock the rest. Meet me at the yard at midnight. The shipment arrives tomorrow. Bring the cash. Doesn't sound good. In a Caesar cipher, there are only 25 possible shifts to test. It's very easy.
You better meet me at the dock, or you'll be swimming with the fishes.
To solve, but it's also extremely uncommon to find criminals who stick to such basic encryption. The Caesar cipher is what's known as a monoalphabetic cipher. Other monoalphabetic ciphers change the letters, but in more random patterns. A might become Q, B becomes F, C becomes X, but each letter always maps to the same substitute. Theoretically, this is harder to crack, but not by much. This is where frequency analysis becomes a key asset for a codebreaker. The English language has a personality built into it. The letter E appears about 12% of the time, and T shows up 9.6%. Any long enough message, whatever letter appears most often is probably an E or a T in disguise. If you work out one or the other, you've essentially cracked the code of a monoalphabetic cipher. You just have to apply it to all the other letters. When criminals get really sophisticated, they turn to polyalphabetic ciphers, which means that one letter could be mapped to multiple letters, instead of just one. The most popular one is the Vigenère cipher. Instead of one scrambled alphabet, this system cycles through multiple alphabets using a keyword. It's like having several Caesar ciphers that take turns, constantly changing the code as you try to unravel it. Usually it's using a formula, like this right here. But to make things easier, let's instead look at this graph, where each row and column shifts the alphabet by 1. I know it looks complex, but it isn't. Let's say the prisoner now sends the message to the outside.
Okay, the guy is just padding in.
CSRFTSBG. It deciphers the text and turns into, I love coffee. It seems the prisoner has good taste. The code is easy to break once you have the key, but finding that key is the hard part. It's too complex to fully explain here, but in simple terms, first you need to determine the length of the keyword mathematically or by looking for patterns. Then, seeing as each letter of the unknown keyword is its own shifted alphabet, each one is its own Caesar cipher. So we would crack it via the frequency method we mentioned before, assigning E or T for the most common letters, and then work our way down. In the entirety of the cipher library, there's only one that remains mathematically uncrackable: the one-time pad. If your key is as long as your message, truly random, and never reused, even infinite computing power can't break it. Fortunately, it's wildly impractical for criminals, and therefore never really used in the real world. Except for maybe espionage or nuclear codes. In fact, it's extremely rare to find any code or cipher in the modern world that is undecipherable, given enough time, data, and computing power. Even the famous Enigma machine used by Nazi Germany wasn't truly unbreakable, even if thought so at the time. It was a mechanized polyalphabetic cipher with rotating wheels where each keystroke scrambled the alphabet. Some described it as a super Vigenère cipher, but it is far more complex. At one moment, A might be D. Then, with another keystroke, it might be T due to the rotor change, and it changed each day. The Allies cracked it in a multitude of ways, such as exploiting predictable German message formats, like the weather, or routine salute sign-offs, which are known as cribs. Enigma gave codebreakers patterns, with mountains of messages to work with. The problem with
I remembered when they broke the Enigma code. I think, what was his name? Alan Turing. When, I think, they had a eureka moment where he's like, wait a minute, don't they like salute every time? Like, it is required militarily to say the same thing over and over again after every send off of the letter or message. And then from there they managed to break the Enigma code. I'm like, you know what? The simplest solutions took them so long, to almost to the point where they lost funding for their program.
Notes is that there were only 2 pieces of paper, and they had proven too small a sample
That's
size
what I
to be able
remember.
to discern a pattern that they could use to break it. The FBI had tried brute force attacks, basically trial and error, frequency analyses, and even cribs, along with all the other cryptology methods for breaking codes, without success. Nothing seemed to work, so maybe the best chance at cracking the code was with the help of the public. When the FBI released Ricky's notes, the response was immediate and overwhelming. Within days, the story had spread across the internet like wildfire. Cipher and decrypting communities on Reddit,
This is one of the 4chaners or Redditors.
With their attempted
Let me
solves,
guess.
and the FBI was not prepared. Within a matter of hours, the FBI website, which was hosting the notes, crashed under the traffic, forcing them to set up a dedicated page to handle submissions and theories. But even then, the amount of input was overwhelming. They started asking the public to send letters, if possible, rather than emails, another effort to try to calm the overwhelming amount of responses they got. Major news outlets like the New York Times, the Daily Mail, and even New Scientist were covering the case the FBI could not crack.
As
And the
early
story
as
was even
2011.
reaching countries where the FBI had no jurisdiction. Everybody was talking about the inexplicable mystery of what was hiding within these pages. Not everybody online was immediately on board, though. Sure, the internet loved the idea of solving the mystery and cracking the code that the FBI could not, but they were suspicious of a government agency inexplicably asking the public for their input. They believed there were ulterior motives. I do know that the FBI has been showing up at security conferences saying they were understaffed for dealing with cybercrime and encouraging people at these conferences to consider working for them.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's the
crypto
funny
puzzle
part.
is an attempt to find members of the public with an aptitude for that sort of thing. Nice try, FBI. How about we discuss the paycheck first? There was also the issue that the public knew next to nothing about the case. Up to this point, they knew from FBI notes
Again,
that Ricky's
it
body
has
had
something
been
to
found
do
in a
with the. It has something to do with the drug cartel. There. That's why they're keeping it under wraps, and why they want this cipher to be decoded.
remote field with inexplicable codes in his pockets and no clear cause of death. There was also an article mentioning Ricky's childhood habit of writing in code, but that was it. They knew nothing about his criminal affiliations, the Humdillah brothers, or his arrest and incarceration, frustrating many amateur codebreakers. The fact that they are hoping fresh eyes with no background information or access to any of the police records, etc., will crack the code is pretty absurd. Guess maybe they just want different ideas. Here's this random string of letters and numbers with no context. Tell me what they mean. But the FBI refused to offer more information. Meanwhile, forums all over the internet were starting to speculate despite what little they had. Web Sleuths, a forum dedicated to solving crimes, was jumping headfirst into the case. User Smarty Time did what any good cryptologist would. They analyzed the frequency. What they discovered was that there were many repeats of character strings, or words. At least 6 9-character words appeared repeatedly, and the fewer characters, the more frequently the word showed up. That's the reason user FrontOutrageous8224 on our codes
Another
suggested it might be
Redditor!
the classic Vigenère cipher.
What a time for the unemployed.
He theorized that a short key was being used, which might explain the repetition of certain strings. But one of the commenters simply responded with, "Vigenère doesn't fit. The index of coincidence is too high." That's due to frequency, how often letters appear to indicate the language being used. The higher the index of coincidence, the more likely it's tied to a language and is using a simple substitution method. A polyalphabetic cipher, like the Vigenère cipher, would be far more random. User Smarty Time
It would be funny if he was speaking Spanish the whole time.
confirmed this when they analyzed the frequency of single letters as well. N was found 90 times, S 99 times, and E was the most common at 135 times. While E is the most common letter in the English language, that should apply to the original message only, known as the plaintext, and not for the coded message. However, that could also hint at it being another type of cipher we haven't discussed, a transposition cipher. Users on Hacker News were speculating on that as a possible solution. Exactly. To clarify, a transposition cipher is
Oh
one—
my god. Exactly. To clarify. Beard neck. Neck beard, statement.
that just scrambles the letters in the plaintext according to some algorithm to get the ciphertext, which would cause you to get the same letter frequencies as the plaintext. The problem is figuring out the rules of transposition so you can reverse them to decipher. There are tons of possibilities, and you can't exactly plug a corpus this large into an anagram solver. Web Sleuths member Whitehat threw in their expertise as a lead IT consultant. They too first thought it might be a transposition cipher, but mixed with a substitution system. It was a rare system called the Nihilist cipher, used by Russian spies, where each letter is turned into a number, and they scrambled it with a key. But that, along with a few other systems he tried, didn't fit. He even tried the simple Caesar cipher, which is often referred to as ROT for the rotary that is often used with the cipher. Less likely was ROT, but just to say I did, I attempted a full spectrum ROT and also turned up empty-handed on that account. That's not surprising. If it was using the kind of cipher found on the back of cereal boxes, the FBI should have solved it a long time ago. But as mentioned before, the FBI did give a suggestion as to why there were so many E's. They were spaces, something that others, like user Herpty on Reddit, were realizing as well. I think that E stands for the end of a word. Here's why. 1. It's after all the words in the directions. For example, this string of letters equals first proceed on D, 71, D equals the. 2. If E is always being used as a space, then how does he write an E if needed? Well, he's telling you, NCBE equals and CBE. While many sat around trying to figure out the system, others claim to have solved it. Like Redditor Imperial Barb on our cipher, I noticed the letters ACSM in the top right of the note and used it as the decryption keyword, and this resulted. My name is Ricky McCormick, deceased. I live in St. Louis, Mo area. The following notes and ciphers were found in my notebook. I am hoping that they can be decrypted and explain my death. The notes may not be in order. My killer is... Imperial Barb claimed that the decoded note was a long apology from an unknown person. Ricky, I am writing to you because I have a lot on my mind. I have been thinking about this for a long time, and I have finally decided to write you about it. I hope that you are doing well. I am doing okay, I guess. I have been better, but I have also been worse. I just wanted to let you know that I am sorry for what I did. I never meant for things to turn out the way that they did. I just hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive
where is
me.
this coming
But
from?
Redditors were starting to think something was off about this methodology. Not to sound like a high school math teacher, but he didn't show his work. If we go with the FBI's 4 steps for solving a cipher, 1. Identify the language, 2. Determine the system, 3. Find the key, and 4. Recover the message, he skipped number 2. Determine the system. We know Ricky spoke English, which is why so many people were working on the 2nd step, the same step the FBI got stuck on. Yet, Imperial Barb often didn't reveal what systems he used, or he claimed some of those systems changed throughout the note. He would remove random letters, claiming they were spaces, or change the cipher to other words just to make it work. Basically, he seemed to be making things up. Others tried to reproduce what he did and got nothing. Like when user Automatic Occasion 38 tried the Vigineer
They were
cipher on a
they were
random string of
LARPing.
letters.
They
What
were
they got as a
LARPing so
result
hard.
was just another random string of letters. Running this code you provided on text does not in any universe produce what you're saying it does. User Minddraker tried it also. I must not be understanding the application of the keyword, because when I do so, I get different results. Imperial Barb never responded to them. So what might have seemed like a brilliant solution was likely all smoke and mirrors, or just another person who truly believed they were onto something when they actually weren't even close. This tends to happen often when there's a popular code to decrypt. People claim to have solved it, but their solution is flimsy at best.
It's
Just
almost like
the
they're
information they had on
just
Ricky.
gambling.
Users
that
felt
what
like they were running into a
did
brick
was
wall because of the
good
information
guess
gaps, like this user, White Hat. This is where I get frustrated. I believe that this cipher does not use a typical cipher process. I think it's entirely possible that this man created his own personal coding system after decades of familiarity with known systems. This tells me that we would
Certified
need to delve
Reddit
into his
moment.
personal life at the
Yeah,
time.
they
and
were
find out
LARPing
what
so
instances
hard.
we might find similar formatting. But eventually, they would get their wish. The following year, in 2012, the Riverfront Times posted an extensive article about the case, finally offering up information from the FBI that the general public
It's
never
funny.
knew, like Ricky's drug
It's funny to me that we're beyond the dead guy already, and more of this random thing that he left behind is what we're focused on.
and criminal charges, the police investigation into the Hamdallahs, and his family dynamics. More importantly, this is when the public learned about his supposed illiteracy from the family. Even
I
with
wouldn't be surprised if his, supposed murderer is already dead, even before we figure out the whole thing.
all this new information, some still believed it could be code. We should not dismiss McCormick's intelligence and ability to concoct codes just because he was uneducated. I think McCormick's notes are some sort of code,
Yeah,
but
they
a very
might be a
idiosyncratic
savant.
code, probably riddled with spelling errors. After the article, the attempts to break the code veered away from ciphers and ventured into the possibility that this was some sort of shorthand. What if it isn't a code? He had trouble communicating, such as talking and writing. What if he spelled words out based on how he thought they were spelled because of the way he pronounced them?
I was
For
thinking
instance,
that.
instead of
What if he was like a kid trying to pretend to write? It's like when kids are trying to pretend like they're writing something. It's how they say the word and how they believe or interpret it is how they're gonna write the word.
pterodactyl, he thought it was spelled pterodactyl because of the way it sounds. As for what that shorthand writing could be about, there was speculation all across the board, both before and after the article. Some thought it was connected to a recording studio, because some of the 2 or 3 letter sequences matched with common electrical connectors, despite Ricky having no known connection to music. Others believed it might be car parts, but then Ricky didn't even own a car. Using his criminal background as context clues, they started to piece together more plausible solutions. I see a drug dealer list, fairly high up, feeding his own dealers who are then dealing with small amounts to buyers. The code looks to me like who belonged to originally, who it was handed off to, quantity, money specifics, the mid-dealer's street name. It might be directions related to some criminal activity.
Yeah.
If you look at the St.
You know
Louis
what? I
map,
never
near
thought of that.
Bellevue, you see
It might
streets
not.
like
It may not even be a fucking message written by him, but someone else.
Street. That would look weird even if properly decoded. Then, in August 2025, someone posted a very plausible solution. Again, using context clues, specifically that Ricky didn't own a car, and used the bus, Redditor TheseBusiness1535 posted their belief that the code was actually bus routes. When you break them down, they aren't random. They repeatedly mention 71, 74, 75, 29, 173, which aren't gibberish, but real Metro bus route numbers in North St. Louis County. Example, 74 Florissant, 75 Lilac Hanley, 71 Parker. They end many entries with NCBE, which look like shorthand for
Oh
North
my
County Bus
God.
Endpoint Exchange.
The simplest solution, they missed it entirely. They're so giga-brained that they overlooked this very obvious thing.
What we now call the North County Transit Center, the major
Imagine
bus hub
if
in
it was
Ferguson,
just a
Missouri.
grocery
If this is
list.
true,
I
it
know,
may
right?
reveal the final trip that Ricky took and reveal something
Well, apparently to their discovery, it's just bus routes.
vital to the investigation. However, the entire message hasn't been solved yet, nor has this been verified. It may well be one of the many attempts that leads nowhere, even if it sounds promising. Perhaps somehow many of these theories are correct. It may be addresses, bus routes, medical notes, and drug records
Don't tell me.
organized
It's
in a
still
way
unsolved.
only Ricky understood.
Please don't.
Or
Please
perhaps it's truly just scribblings. As many others
I want a
speculated,
climax.
just a schizophrenic man's journal. Not everything is mysterious. My immediate thought was it's not some elaborate code. It was an illiterate man's writing system. He was illiterate. The family said he liked to occasionally write down meaningless chicken scratch, which was the closest he came to writing. This is abundantly clear from the testimony of his family. Even Dan Olson, head of the CRRU, admitted that all of this attempted code breaking might not lead anywhere. But he's of the belief that it shouldn't be abandoned. Even if we found out he was writing a grocery list or a love letter, we would still want to see how the code is
Hey, Viv Venom. You mentioned it. Grocery list or a love letter.
This is a cipher system we know nothing about. For the CRRU, solving a new cipher would be a valuable new tool, not only to understand what happened to Ricky, but also to help them with any future coded messages. Yet, despite all the attempts by amateur sleuths around the world, as of the time of uploading this video, it remains unsolved. It's been over 26 years since Ricky's body was found, and 12 years since those encrypted notes were released to the public.
Is weird.
We don't know if the CRRU is still working on the case, but given the lack of new information, they may be no closer to resolving it. The CRRU examines hundreds of suspected codes annually, and only about 1% go unbroken, which means Ricky's notes have joined this elite group of unsolvable ciphers. The simple truth may be that there are too many factors that make this code almost impossible to decode. The most likely outcome of them all is the idea that Ricky developed his own shorthand just for himself. For someone with limited literacy, this would create a deeply personal communication system that only he could understand. Ricky was also a man who lived a very difficult life and struggled with his mental health. If these writings represent his private thoughts, there's a legitimate question about whether they should remain private, regardless of their potential connection to his death. It would be like releasing someone's private diary onto the internet for everybody to see without their permission. So, even if we crack the code, would we want to? Nick Pelling at Cipher Mysteries wrote, "What strikes me most powerfully is that quite unlike other Cipher Mysteries, I don't actually want to read what was written on McCormick's 2 notes. All I'm actually left with is a feeling of deep sadness, that what we're glimpsing into in these notes is the life of a poor, illiterate guy who aspired to ride the horse of opportunity but only ever got dragged behind it." But of course, Ricky was not exactly an innocent person. Yes, he may have had an undiagnosed mental illness, and he was in an increasingly bad situation that likely killed him, but he was also actively involved in the drug trade. He may have been taken advantage of by Baja and others like him, but we'll never actually know. And in the end, as the FBI has stated, breaking the code could reveal the victim's whereabouts before his death and could lead to the solution of a homicide. As for Baja and Gregory Knox, both eventually had to face justice. In 2002, Baja was convicted of first-degree murder after shooting a customer at a food market in Madison, Illinois. He was sentenced to 38 years in prison, only to have the case overturned in 2006 on a technicality. Baja's lawyer hadn't called a gunshot residue expert to testify. After a retrial 2 years later, he was acquitted on claims of self-defense, walking out of court a free man. His brother, Bajan, you'll remember him as the one Baja shot at, has since stated that Baja was attempting to rebuild his life after his legal troubles, marrying and relocating to Cleveland, Ohio. The gas station is now under new ownership. Gregory was arrested in 2000 on charges of possession of narcotics with the intent to distribute. He served time in Lexington, Kentucky, and is now believed to be a free man. In 2012, when he was contacted in prison by Riverfront Times, asking about his involvement in the Ricky McCormick murder, he responded, "At this moment, this is all new information to me, and I have no information that could help your case." The FBI's cryptanalysis unit continues to list Ricky's cipher among their top unsolved cases, but there have been no new updates on the case outside of the 2025 documents that revealed a cut to his throat.
Couldn't imagine an ad pops up right now if you're not using Brave. Oh yeah, just gonna be a lot.
In Dan Olson's words, can it be solved?
It's 45
yes,
minutes. I'm sure it's
confident,
gonna be
but
loaded with ads.
If you're interested in taking a crack at cracking the code, then you can view the notes in the FBI's press release through the link that we will leave down in the description. And if you found this video interesting, then consider hitting the like button and subscribing to our channel. It's the best thing you can do to help us keep making more videos. Like this one about how a man accidentally solved a 48-year cold case by installing a pool in his backyard.
Okay, last
Click the
one,
video on
last
screen
one.
to watch now.
I just wanted to finish the 7-hour. Yeah, exactly. 30 minutes. Okay, good.
There's a heat signature back in the corner. I just
Yeah,
can't
that's
tell what
fucking
it is.
creepy.
Driver, show us your hands! Can you step back here for me?
Michigan cops are in the...
Not gonna lie, this is what actually watches on YouTube. Yeah, I love Cops Law. You know, I love Cops Law. I don't know, it's like fascinating to me. The drama, the escalation, and also the lives at risk. It's just exciting to watch. Like, I don't want to be like a participant. I just want to observe. Get in the cop chair.
Middle of a statewide manhunt for a dangerous killer believed to be driving this exact car.
Why you guys pulled the gun on me is...
No, ma'am.
What am I doing?
There's an ongoing investigation involving that car.
I'm gonna let you know what's going on. Taylor is dead.
Taylor's
he was there.
dead?
Yes.
What on-scene officers are yet to realize is that this encounter will raise suspicions of a much wider attempt to conceal the truth.
The mom is in it as well.
Leading to some of the strangest and most disturbing footage ever captured on body cam.
There's bloody gloves down here.
What'd you say?
There's bloody gloves in the passenger seat.
We need to find Jeff before he does something to himself.
Kalamazoo Police! 66th Avenue, please come to the front door with your thumbs in the air.
Surreal,
It's
bro.
Saturday, May 20th in Kalamazoo, Michigan. 28-year-old Taylor Dragovich has just returned to her mother's apartment with her family. As they head inside, Taylor stays behind in the parking lot. Little does she know, those few seconds alone are about to have devastating consequences.
911, what's the address of emergency?
My daughter's been attacked. We're in the parking lot. Please, hurry. I don't know what to do.
Okay, take a deep breath.
Hurry, do you hear me?
On the line is Taylor's mother, Cindy, reporting that her daughter has been shot in what appears to be a drive-by shooting. Within seconds, more than a dozen officers rushed to the location, knowing the victim could be moments from death and the killer may still be nearby.
It's just another sunny day for everyone else.
I don't know, he took off that way.
And that's the creepy part, isn't it? Like, all this is happening with them. And every one of us, during this day, we could just be like, doing something mundane. And yet, this is happening to them.
Did he run on foot?
No, he stuck out in my car. Taylor, hang in there, come on.
An officer, okay? What is your name?
Alright,
My name's Cindy Drake. Where is she? Where?
Oh, in the
her
like,
face.
on her face.
Her face.
Can you talk to me? Can you talk to me? Apparently took off on foot, 20.
Yeah. Alright,
Can we get a med bag?
Alright.
Taylor, stay with me, please.
Come on, Taylor.
Please.
Alright.
Wait, what? We're just gonna ignore all that cake that cop was carrying on. What do you mean?
Where is he at?
I don't know, he took off that way.
Did he run on foot?
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah,
he's
okay,
up
I
on
see
my
what
car.
you mean.
Taylor, hang in there.
Now, focus if we venom. Oh my god, behave.
Alright,
My
All right.
name's Cindy Drake.
Where is she? Where? Oh, in the
her
like,
face.
on her face.
Her face.
Can you talk to me? Can you talk to me? Apparently took off on foot, 20.
Yeah. Alright,
Can we get a med bag?
Alright.
Taylor, stay with me, please.
Come on, Taylor.
Please.
Alright.
We will talk to you in a minute.
Okay.
Fifth venom. Come on.
Body
We got 3 chaplains in the back. 1,
1, 2, 3, start.
30s. Maybe? Yeah.
While paramedics work desperately to save Taylor, they quickly realize her injuries aren't gunshot wounds, but multiple stab wounds. With Taylor losing blood fast, she is rushed to Bronson Hospital, while officers at the scene begin the hunt for the attacker.
All right, what did you see? What did you see?
That's a lot of blood.
We just
I didn't.
All right, so we were upstairs in our apartment.
Okay.
And we thought that there was kids screaming, but we didn't know it was my sister.
Okay. You didn't see anybody?
No.
You just heard screaming?
All we saw was there was a car, a gray car, and it spun down, this way. And then and then they took off.
Okay, great car. Did we see anyone that was driving it?
Yeah, no.
No, I just...
Because we were upstairs.
A newer car?
Building. Wait, what?
Newer car, older car?
It looked like a newer car.
Who's your boyfriend, or does she have? I got his name right now. Were they together?
Yes, they
For
were.
8... She has a
Princess Doris. Sure. Ah, this guy.
PPO against him, but he keeps coming around.
What kind of vehicle is?
He drives. Black Chevy.
Okay. Does she have a current boyfriend then?
No, she doesn't.
God, no.
Okay.
Upon speaking with the family, officers quickly mark her ex-boyfriend Jeffrey as their first potential suspect.
Which he is.
Meanwhile, Taylor has just reached the hospital where doctors work desperately to stop the bleeding. Back at the scene, one group of officers begins tracking the gray SUV through flock cameras across the county. Another group heads to Cindy's apartment where they would learn more disturbing details about Taylor's last relationship.
Parents' names for the male is Melissa and Mike Kuharski. Same last name as the male. And obviously he knows.
He knows, yeah.
This address.
He was part of our family for 8 years.
Yeah. And you lived here for years.
I just didn't...
Yeah,
I didn't give it one thought. Middle of the day.
I'm just trying to put everything together. That's why. Sorry for asking.
31, you guys 14.
I know my partner might have asked you, but I just want to make sure we covered everything and we can put all the pieces together.
I saw him on video.
City Baker 3-1 status.
Trying to keep my date straight. It's been...
14.
It was like 2 weeks ago he showed up at her work. And he spent the night in jail. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
What Cindy just revealed shows Jeffrey's obsession with Taylor had been escalating for months, suggesting this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment attack. With this in mind, police begin reviewing CCTV footage from around Taylor's house.
If I can't have you, no one will. It's more like a very... Yeah, it's like, if I can't have you, no one will.
Just 10 days earlier, Taylor's home security cameras captured Jeffrey lurking outside her home in the middle of the night. And according to Taylor's mother, he was arrested the following day for violating the personal protection order. But within hours of being released, Jeffrey returns. This time, he appears to be carrying a bag and attempts to make his way inside before something scares him away. By now, detectives know they're dealing with a dangerous stalker, but they have no idea he's about to lead them into one of the strangest standoffs of their careers.
And we need to find Jeff before he does something to himself.
Come on, man. I just wanted to...
You got hands up.
Over an hour
You just want to
into the
die.
investigation,
Okay.
a critical update comes in over the
Then
radio.
come down there.
Flock has successfully picked up the vehicle, and it's registered to an address in Lawton. With Taylor still fighting for her life, deputies rush to the property, believing they've finally caught up to their suspect before he has the chance to flee. But when they arrive, the person who answers the door isn't who they're expecting.
Hi, I'm looking for Jeff. Is he around?
Why are you looking for my Jeffrey?
Kalamazoo wants to talk to him about something. They asked a couple of us to come out here and try and find him.
Oh, come on. You know the situation. You're the
Okay, do you
parent.
know where he stays at?
He has
Unless
his
you don't.
apartment.
Where's that at?
It's in Kalamazoo. I don't know the address.
Do you know like the name of the apartment? Like Hidden Hills?
Gull Road Apartments.
Gull Road Apartments? Okay.
Yeah.
But
How long does he live there?
But she's hiding him in the attic.
A long time, 5, 6 years.
She's lying.
Do you have a phone number for him so I can give it to Kalamazoo so they can get a hold of him?
Yep.
Okay. Oh. Alrighty. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's not here.
Very suspicious.
42, you can clear out. He's not here. So until tonight we'll be clear.
After this brief interaction with Jeffrey's mother, Melissa, deputies are left chasing Jeffrey once more. Police obtain an immediate
It would be
search
funny
warrant
that
and
they
race
had to
28
round back
miles to Jeffrey's
to her
apartment.
house
What they don't realize
because she was hiding.
is they've already overlooked something critical. And
Yeah,
Melissa
I knew it.
may not have been entirely honest. Now, at Jeffrey's
Very
apartment,
sus.
officers move in, guns drawn, prepared for a potentially dangerous confrontation.
Kalamazoo police search warrant. Anyone inside apartment 3B. Come to the door now.
Police search warrant. Call out if you're in here.
Stick around.
Offering a complete package of privacy.
Into
Dead
it.
time.
How did he go to see her or something?
Yes. And that
You
is
know,
the problem.
the restraining order is a bunch of bullshit in the first place because he's never hit her, he's never touched her, he's never done anything to her.
Whatever the case is,
And
he was out there tonight, and that's what we've got to talk to him about. Do you know, is he back at your place?
no,
Do you know where he's at?
no.
Willfully lying to the
Melissa, can I come
cops
talk to
to
you over
protect
here
your
real quick?
son.
You
Oh,
can talk to me.
fine.
That's fine.
What are we doing here?
Melissa, you are in a horrible spot right now because your son has put you in the middle of a big mess. But you haven't been completely honest with me since we
No,
started.
no, I have been completely honest with you.
You haven't, because I know.
I'm telling you the honest truth.
All right. Taylor is dead. All right. And we need to find Jeff before he does something to himself.
Dead.
No, he was there.
Dead?
Yes. We're not out here for some little thing.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Taylor's dead?
Think about everything that's happened in the last hour.
love Taylor.
Think about everything that's happened in the last hour. All right? We don't operate this way for a domestic assault or.
Blood on that side of the armrest and this side, and then leading in there. But the gloves are over there.
Yep, tossed
The
down
gloves
there.
are over there.
Okay, so he was driving. Otherwise, I was gonna say she might have picked him
What's
up.
the blood?
She could have, because they're kind of tucked here a little bit.
Well, you could have, like, the blood's on the steering wheel over here, so honestly, I wouldn't doubt that he was driving, but if it was starting to track over there, like him leaning right there on the armrest.
Because he said the cops were at his apartment.
He said, call mom,
The cops were at his apartment.
tell her to tell them.
He's hiding, but as detectives go to speak with them, something about their response would feel off.
Is there anyone else inside the house right now?
No, I don't believe so.
Is Jeff in there?
I don't believe so.
That's who we're trying to talk to. We'd like to find out his side of the story of what happened earlier today and then make sure he's okay.
Okay.
Just for my peace of mind, would you mind showing me your phone, like the text messages and call outs, just so I can say he hasn't texted or called her since 3 or whatever? Sir, he said cops are here at 6:53. You said 20 minutes out. Lawyer, is this you talking to him?
Yeah, I guess.
You don't remember that?
No.
You don't remember?
You're the one typing! You're the one texting him!
Because he said the cops were at his apartment.
He said call mom,
The cops were at his apartment.
tell her to tell them to leave.
Taylor is dead. All right? And that is why we are out here. Do you understand what?
I'd like you to go and tell her that right now.
That's why we.
No, I'd like you to turn around and go and tell her that
That is
right
what
now.
that detective is going to do. That is his.
Is he
The reason we need to talk to Jeff so much is he's gotten himself into trouble.
Yeah, he's a fugitive.
He got into an incident with Taylor tonight. Taylor is dead. We believe he killed Taylor.
Bruh.
And that we believe he might be in this house. That's why it's very important. We need to know if you think he might be. There's a chance that he might be in here.
Taylor's. I still have a. Taylor's, she's.
Taylor is dead.
Based on everything they know, deputies aren't buying that Jeffrey isn't inside the home. While officers continue speaking with the couple, a drone is launched overhead, giving deputies a clear view of every side of the property
so
and
freaking
watching
scary
for
to be
any
the
sign of
drone.
movement.
I know that it
But
doesn't
then,
feel anything,
Jeffrey's
but it's still
sister
like,
would go on
damn.
to inform police that there are several firearms inside. With access to those weapons, Jeffrey now poses an even greater threat, and every room officers clear could place them directly in his line of fire. Despite the risks, officers prepare to enter the house, having no idea Jeffrey is not only armed, but hiding in one of the last places they'd expect.
Rainbow Six Siege.
Kalamazoo
But it
police.
was good.
Anyone inside, come to the front door. Kalamazoo Police. There's a couple cats running around.
More like ready or not.
Jeff,
Ah,
if you're
yeah,
inside,
you're
you can hear
right.
me.
More
Come to
like
the front
ready or
door.
not. Press operator. I didn't know you're still
Kalamazoo
here.
Police search warrant.
I got the Jinx downstairs. I'm with you.
I'm gonna piss myself if I was in that situation.
Slow and steady.
Oh, you just came back. Well, welcome back. We're about to wrap things up.
Alright, looks like this is gonna connect to the kitchen around to the right.
Siege has become a joke. Ghost.
Kalamazoo Police, search warrant. Anyone inside, call out now.
Come on, Jeff, call out, buddy.
Right there.
Is that insulation?
Ghost. What the fuck?
No.
Being a SWAT operator is not
Do you
for
see
the
this?
faint of
The
heart.
insulation right here?
I'm gonna faint. I'm gonna faint so hard.
As they clear the house, deputies notice disturbed insulation scattered across the floor. They also spot a ladder leading up to the attic, a strong indication Jeffrey may be hiding above them. However, officers realize sending anyone up there could lead them straight into an ambush. So instead, deputies come up with an interesting plan that would catch Jeffrey completely off guard.
Hey Jeff, obviously, you know, in talking to Dad outside, he said he built the house. I told him about what's going on with the scuttle hole here. He's telling me about what he did with the house, all the work he's put into it. And when I brought up the fact that there was a ladder up there, he's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. I know for a fact they didn't put any ladder up there.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just have you come down to the hole and we can get your side of the story about what played out today?
You're gonna need more height on it, man.
We're gonna get a little bit more height. There's a heat signature back in the corner. I just can't tell what
Back
it
there.
is.
There's a step stool in the garage right there too.
Can you angle that light up a little bit more? Or that light can shine further straight? Yeah.
Oh man, oh my god.
Can you zoom in at all on this?
Can you turn left a little bit, Jason?
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's up there.
Hey Jeff, listen, the light's shining at you right now. Brother, come on, let's just come on down, please, okay? Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. I'm here to talk to you. Just come on down, okay?
I'm gonna shut the garage door.
Come on over to the
Motherfucker,
hole.
coward.
I've got me and my detective friend here.
Oh, killing a woman is so easy. Oh, now you're hiding. Fucking coward.
Keep going, Jason.
Look at
Right
it.
there. Stop.
Jeff. Guys, shh. Hey,
Get
Jeff,
in.
Can you hear me? Listen, brother, I'm looking at you right now. Just come on out. Everything's
be so
okay.
itchy.
We'll talk to you about what's going on, okay? But we've got Mom and Dad out here. We really want to make sure you're okay.
He's got a knife.
After a day of searching, deputies finally spot Jeffrey hiding in the attic, armed with a kitchen knife. But even after getting a drone up there, they still can't convince him to surrender. And what makes the situation even more difficult is that Jeffrey has a history of harm. So time is no longer on their side. Realizing this, deputies are about to use every tactic available to bring
What
this
do you mean,
standoff to an
meow?
end, even if it means putting their own lives at risk.
I'm gonna forward it a little bit because we're about to be
Hey, buddy, whatever
over
in your hand, I
for
want
the
you to
stream.
drop it, okay?
Escort him to the
You're already there. Because you don't want to. You already said you don't want to. I'd rather
tased.
You did it. You did it. We're here. You did it, man.
Just, hey, Jeff,
Come on.
put your foot on the beam so you don't fall through.
Here we go.
You're gonna rack your nuts.
Yep, come on. Here we go. Come on, man.
Coming to you.
You got this. I got it.
Doing great.
He better not have his
You got
knife.
this, man.
Yep, stay going. Yep. Watch the drywall there, guys.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Jeff. You go ahead. Go ahead, bud.
Yep, I got him. Got it. Good. You're coming down. You ready? Okay.
Hands. Yep. Bring them around back.
In the end, he gave up anyway. He didn't even go through with it.
You're okay, bud, okay?
With Jeffrey now in handcuffs and covered in dirt, the 4-hour standoff is finally over. As officers escort him to the Kalamazoo headquarters for questioning, investigators search the attic and recover 2 large knives, one of them covered in blood. While forensic analysts work to determine
Katana!
whether the
Oh my god, what a redditor.
blood is Taylor's, detectives sit down with Jeffrey. Until those results come back, a confession is their only other shot at
katana
proving
knife.
Jeffrey is the killer. But Jeffrey
The
has
fucking
other
panda
plans.
lol. Yeah, you know he's a redditor. Like, could not cannot accept rejection. Has like, what was it called? Superiority complex. And there we go. Ends up being like this. Miserable fuck. What a Reddit moment. And it's really pissing me off. The mom is also helping with the case. Helping with his escape. Like, what kind of mom are you? It's no longer your child. It's a criminal. I'm really, really hungry. Only got like what, 6 minutes. My shrimp. I mean, I'm gonna eat some shrimp if I could, but you know, it's all over the floor. Yeah, some moms will still see their kids as good little boys, even though when they did wrong. Very true. Fifth Venom! Yeah, I'm like, your child is obviously a criminal. Why are you protecting them from the law? As if you can actually help them escape. Fuck you, Fifth Venom. Like, I feel bad for the dad, because the dad is like, yeah, my son fucked up. Get him. Meanwhile, the mom is like, oh, he has his own apartment. He's not in this house. And apparently he's hiding in the fucking attic. Pathetic. Okay, who are we gonna raid? Usually Gray would be here for that, but Gray is not here. I guess we're just gonna end the stream. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of hungry. I need to eat. I mean, it's very new for me to actually try to get onto the 8 hours, but I mean, like, Neon, welcome back. Neon, gutom na ako. But anyway, as I was saying, it's like, I've just, like, had tried doing the 8 hours, but so far I've only been able to do like 7 hours. If I could sell it back. But hey, thank you guys for staying with me. It's like, I know it can be a little bit boring, but thank you for staying. Hopefully I entertained you. Hoy, Leon! Ano yan? Bastos. Pambihirang bata to. Bastos talaga. Manyaki sa ata tong batang to. Yes. Hoy, hindi ako manyakis. Ikaw lang. We. Anong we ka dyan? Anyway, who can I raid? Raid Shadow Legends! Good question. I mean, we could probably guess. Megaloom. Megaloom has been coming over. Megaloom beating. Ah, there you go. I can raid Megaloom. We're gonna raid Megaloom then. Well, I'm gonna cancel then because I have to exactly leave at 7 at least. You know, job and everything. With Venom. Again, with Venom, I'm Daniel. Bye, smelling mother ka dyan. Tanhira talaga to si Neon. Wala man lang respeto. Tinawag pa akong baka. Not baka in Japanese, but baka in Tagalog is cow. This guy's mean. Okay, raid. Raid Shadow Legends! Megaloom. Ma! There, I'm rude. Fuck you. Anyway, see you guys on Monday. Mavaya! Milk. I mean, yeah, you're not. You know what? To be fair, yeah. Sounds about right. There was Milkmaid Hellion. Well, there are multiple units of it. There. And you guys have a good weekend as well. Invalid username. What do you mean invalid? Megaloom. BT. Darn. That's gotta work. Yeah, it's working. Fucking finally. Alright, you guys behave, okay? Behave.